Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Network Show, episode 20. Welcome back, Mama Bear.
Welcome back. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody around the world.
Hey, Susan.
Hello, Sue. How are you? And yes, I made it home.
How's your foot? Feeling better? Has the swelling gone down?
It's a little swollen, but no, I did not get it checked because there was a 3-hour wait at urgent care, and I was not going to sit the 3-hour wait. And if I go to the emergency room, I have to pay with my insurance. I have to pay a $50 fee unless I'm admitted into the hospital, and I'm not going to pay $50 to be seen. My foot is not black; it's swollen, but I will continue to keep it up. Um, and it's a little painful to walk on it, but I am not going to sit for 3 hours to get an X-ray. So it's not as swollen as it was yesterday. So I will continue to keep it up. Um, and I called my primary doctor, who is on vacation for 4 weeks, so I can't get in there. And they referred me to the critical care. And I said, well, there's a 3-hour wait. I'm not going to sit there for 3 hours. And they said they can go to the emergency room and my insurance won't pay. The first 50, I have to pay for it. So I will do what I am doing. So as long as I keep it up and keep icing it, it's basically what they're going to say. So I've had broken bones before, and I know what a broken bone feels like, so I don't think it's broken. I think it's severely bruised. And with older age, it takes longer to heal. So, but I will continue doing what I am doing. So, but, and it's my right foot. I use it for gas, so, but, it was an interesting trip. I stopped at McDonald's, which I normally don't do because I was craving a cheeseburger because people kept saying cheeseburgers on the live. And I got a cheeseburger. And here sits 4 county sheriffs all in the McDonald's parking lot having lunch. No, I do not need an ambulance. I got up, went to the bathroom, and I accidentally jammed my foot into the door. Yes, we have to pay for ambulance services where we are. It used to be volunteer. I used to run on an ambulance service. Everything used to be volunteer. You never had to pay for it, and now you have to pay for it. For me to go to by ambulance from where I am to the hospital that I go to, because they cannot take me to the local hospital, I have to go up to the trauma center due to I have an internal unit in me, and all my specialists are up there. I have to go to a special hospital, T hospital, because they cannot do anything with me due to the unit inside of me. They take me to the trauma center, and it is $1,200. And my insurance will pay for the ambulance ride for me to go to the trauma center, because I've had to take the ambulance ride to the trauma center, and they do pay for that. So no, they bill you, and there is a fund that you can apply for that will help cover it. So they have what they call the Hockner Fund here that helps people pay for their ambulance. So, but But for me to go from my home to where I go to the hospital, it's $1,200. So it's an expensive ride. It can vary between $800 and $1,200. The helicopter ride, I know the helicopter ride when they airlifted my brother, it was little over $1,500 for the helicopter, but it was a trauma ride. When they airlifted my brother, it was a severe trauma ride. It's okay, so it's okay. You guys don't know what here in the U.S. When they do the helicopter ride, it's very expensive, and the ambulance rides are because they put the paramedics on board. A simple EMT is different. At different grades of the medics is how much they charge you per ambulance ride. It's the care you receive in the ambulance is how much the ambulance ride is. The most expensive is the paramedic and the trauma code. And it also goes by what they use in the ambulance is how much you're charged by. The oxygen, what drugs they use on board, all that is charged to you. Your oxygen mask is charged to you. Yes, I hope your mom is okay. And she gets a speedy recovery. Because sometimes those injuries show up later. But I have nerve damage in my leg, so some of this is just nerves triggering also. Oh, wow, Sue. Peg being a pain in your ass. Well, I'd rather her be a pain in your ass than not be here with us. So, bless her heart for being a pain in your ass. So, what we got the rest of the day? So, the Secret Service resigned.
You want to carry on where we left off? Still paused.
I guess she couldn't take the heat. So let's see what the rest has got to say, since none of them are going to go to the committee hearing.
It's still paused off on the last panel, so we can take it.
Well, let's finish up what they got to say.
I am aware, yes, sir. And what is the answer? To my knowledge, there were two posted there from Butler ESU. And you said Butler ESU. What is the acronym ESU stand for? Emergency Services Unit. It's a team that's comprised of multiple agencies that pool resources on a county or several county basis in order to enhance capabilities and training and be able to respond. Basically, a mutual aid agreement, is my understanding. Is it sort of like a SWAT team? They are trained in SWAT tactics, to my knowledge. So how many ESU officers were posted to that second floor window? So I am aware that two were in the building, but again, I have not seen the Secret Service operations plan. Do you know? Well, you say in the building. Were they in a window? Where a window out onto the scene? From briefings that I have been given, I was told they were in a window. Yes, sir. Did they remain on post? I was told that at a certain point they began searching along with other local officers in the immediacy after crooks had been identified as suspicious by them. My understanding is that they identified crooks for not matriculating. To my knowledge, Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. He was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that. And then at some point, he produced the rangefinder, which heightened that suspicion.
So Representative Crane took a video on site yesterday. I'd like staff to put that up. It's just very short. There's a few seconds. They can do that. If I understand correctly, this is from the second story window of the AGR building. You can see that window comes out from the sash and swings out to the right. There's an aerial photo right after Crooks was killed, where Crooks' body's on the roof, and that window was open. Was it from this vantage point that those ESU officers spotted Crooks?
I don't know that particular window, but my understanding is from a second-story window is where he was initially spotted.
Okay. So are you then saying that, to your knowledge, those ESU officers left the location where they could look out the window to go in search of this person?
That is my understanding.
Sometime between the time he was spotted on the ground and identified as someone suspicious until the shooting, they had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is yes, along with other municipal officers that responded to that area. And that's based on interviews that we've conducted, and I want to be very clear that I don't want to establish a timeline minute by minute because we don't have that yet.
I think that's revelatory. I haven't heard that information. I did hear before that and there's a local news station. Well, there's a local news station report from July 17 that says that local law enforcement were told they couldn't be responsible for securing the AGR building during the Trump rally. And of course, you've testified a moment ago or earlier in this hearing that it was your understanding from the meeting with the Secret Service on the site was that ESU was going to handle the AGR building. Which is it? Do you know?
My understanding is what my initial answer was.
Okay. You also, in response to Mr. McCall, you started to say something. You were saying that you did have integrated comms, and you were saying you were deferring to the ongoing investigation, but you have an understanding of the sequence, and then he cut you off and went on to another question. Do you know what you were about to say? Do you remember that?
Just that we had members of PSP inside of the Secret Service command post, and we were maintaining communication with our people.
Had ESU maintained position in that window overlooking the roof, isn't it true that they would have had a clean shot at Mr. Crooks as he was ascending the roof to his shooting position?
I'm not prepared to say that because I don't know the exact timeline of it.
But it's your understanding, though, that they were no longer in that room where they had been previously overlooking the building at the time he was ascending the roof. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
The ESU officers were no longer in that room where they could look out the window and oversee the roof, as that video shows.
I believe they were actively searching along with additional municipal officers for Mr. Crooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Gentlemen yields, I now recognize Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr.
For 5
Chairman.
minutes.
And thank you to our witnesses for joining us today as we convene to discuss the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump and its profound implications on our nation's political landscape. It is imperative that we recognize the growing threats to our homeland. The failure of the Secret Service to protect former President Donald Trump must be thoroughly investigated and addressed to ensure such an incident never happens again. Violence has no place in political discourse, regardless of our philosophical differences, our parties, or our beliefs. We must stand united against such actions and uphold the principles of democracy and respect. What happened on that day was an incredible breach, a threat to our nation because one of our leaders were placed in harm's way. Secret Service has a principal role, and that is to provide protection for our party leaders, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or other. Rather, they are someone that we agree with or someone we disagree with. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's an imperative. And while we all have lots of questions, it appears abundantly clear that the two of you, and while we appreciate you being here, own no responsibility to the breach. And I respect the fact that the questions that are coming to you are very difficult for you to answer because you have limited facts. But I do appreciate your presence. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate what you do. And for all the men and women in uniform, we thank you for putting your lives on the line to protect us. I will ask this general question. If you were in charge, can you say what you might have done differently?
I would defer to the Secret Service from the standpoint that our expertise in the Pennsylvania State Police is not primarily focused on full-time dignitary protection, sir. I would endeavor generally to try and put whatever resources and partnerships in place to maintain and ensure the safest event we possibly could.
Do you believe that the coordination failed between agencies?
Again, I can only comment on the state police portion at this point. We continue to learn more 10 days in, and I have not seen the Secret Service operations plans.
Mr. Yost, can you join us and share any light in your expertise on
Yes,
where we are and how can we make sure this absolutely never happens again, regardless of who might be at the podium? A president is a president is a president.
I could not agree with you more. In this situation, if I'm speaking on behalf of local law enforcement or state law enforcement, I would say that, again, the primary responsibility of making these calls, making these decisions, and making the operations plans is going to be the Secret Service. As I mentioned earlier, there are some 19,000 agencies across this country. It would be impossible to have any continuity or any consistency with what we do in protecting our leaders. So Secret Service would have to play a huge role in this part. If you're asking me personally what I would have done different, well, obviously I look at an assessment of the situation and look at all of the elevated positions that were in place. They should have been part of a contained area. But that's just my own personal view of not seeing news reports and not physically being on site.
I have never served in any form of law enforcement, but I think I would have figured that that perimeter should have been tighter. I think I could have figured out that there's no way that that building where the shooter sat, laid, and aimed should not have had snipers on top of it as well, negating any opportunity for a shooter to be there. Notwithstanding that there should have been a sweep of the area, we should have had our people on that building as a point of view for our former president. And as I said, a president, a president, a president, a former president, a former president, a former president, a cabinet secretary, a leader. We deserve to have answers to these questions, because when we don't have answers, those who would rather divide and create theater by saying things that aren't true and they know aren't true, distorting facts, and trying to suggest that somehow people played an active role. Listen, the American people deserve the truth. And so I am imploring that we have somebody at these tables that can answer the questions, the good, the tough, the uncomfortable, the comfortable, because the American people deserve to know. This is something that should have never happened. And we as a committee, in a most bipartisan fashion, should stand together to make sure that we send a message always, that we will always protect our leaders, whether we agree with them or not. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, you said the United States Secret Service, Penn State Police was there, Butler ESU was there. Any other law enforcement agency there?
According to the operations plan that PSP put together, there were elements from Butler County Sheriff. Deputy sheriffs were on some of those interior posts, and thus they were on our.
I just need the answer.
I apologize. There are additional ones that I could name would be Butler County sheriffs were in our operations plan. Pittsburgh City Police provided assets to the motorcade, and I believe Allegheny County Police also.
You said that you were in the incident command center. That your agency was in the incident command center with the Secret Service.
Yes, sir.
Well, all the other agencies in that command center?
I believe that some of those agencies were represented, but I can't definitively tell you
We need to find the answer to that. It was Butler ESU in that command center?
I was told at one point that there was a representative in there. How long and over what period? I'm not sure. I'm aware of 3.
So the agency that's in charge of the outside perimeter, actually the agency in charge of the greatest threat, because when you stand at the podium, and I stood there, and when you look, all you have to do is look around. There's the greatest threat right there. It's 100 yards away. It's elevated, direct line of fire to the president. I stood on that roof. No problem standing on that roof. And yes, I am 70 years old. Okay. So the timeline is very important here. If in fact they thought that Mr. Brooks was so suspicious that they actually pulled the ESU counter snipers away, because there were counter snipers, what I understand, in that window, a way to look for him. From what I understand the timeline, it's about 20 minutes before the president came out. Was that information relayed to the Secret Service? That they were looking for a suspicious individual and that people had been pulled away to look for that suspicious individual? Was that relayed to the Secret Service?
I believe that it was.
And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team that surrounds the president himself?
I can't answer that.
Well, if it wasn't, that's another big mess up. And I can tell you, this is just one of a bunch of mess ups that I've seen. One of the question that I have is, why in the world was that team from ESU in the building to begin with? Why weren't they on a rooftop?
For number one.
And it was a hot day, right? And so that's another question that I'm going to say. Why were you assigned inside a building when you have a little window that's like this big, right? And your line of sight out of that window, unless you stick your head out of the window, is pretty limited. Your view. So why were you inside, not outside? Who said for them to be inside and not outside? What did the Secret Service tell you were inside the perimeter, right?
Yes.
For the most part. You were inside the perimeter.
Me personally, or
No, I'm saying your agency was inside the perimeter. But actually the biggest threat was outside the perimeter. And so who developed the plan to protect the outside of the perimeter? There's only one agency. That's the United States Secret Service. Because you really can't ask the local agency to do that, because they're not in the business of dignitary protection. They don't do it all the time. You don't do it all the time. They do it all the time. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to need those other agencies to come in. We need a timeline. Who said what to who, and what the action that was taken. You know, one thing that I noticed in another video, and I've got to find out if it's true, and it appears to be true, is that the snipers on the south side repositioned to look to the north side. And I want to know what the timeline for that was. How far in advance were the snipers, the counter snipers on the south side told, hey, you need to look at a threat on the north side? And how much time was there between that and then the shots being fired? Do you have any information on that?
I do not have a specific timeline.
Okay, and those are that's the information.
What do they have? Hey, sport.
It's unusual to have people on different frequencies. Actually, you have to, because you have so many people, but you have to have everybody in the same place so they communicate with each other. So we need to know if everybody that was in charge or had responsibility for protecting not only the interior perimeter, but outside the perimeter, if they were all in that incident command center. And if they weren't, that's a huge problem too. Thank you. Now you back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes.
Did they have an incident command center?
First, I just want to join my colleagues from both sides of the aisle earlier who recognize the tremendous legacy of our colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who I feel very fortunate to have had even just a year and a half to work with on this committee. She always came prepared. She was diligent. She brought empathy and was a great example to us newer members. So I'm very grateful for her legacy, and I know it will live on for a long time to come. And I also join my colleagues on both sides in condemning the assassination attempt on former President Trump and condemn all acts of violence. Violence is not the answer. Our condolences go out to the family of Corey Comparator and all who were injured and traumatized by what occurred that day. And I think about the children who were at that event and had to witness that, and that is something they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. We don't know the motivation of the shooter at this time, but I remain concerned by the rising tide of political violence and domestic violent extremism in this country, which impacts all of us. This is something that some of us have been talking about a lot in this committee. In 2023, the U.S. Capitol Police investigated more than 8,000 cases of direct threats against members of Congress, a tenfold increase from 2015. And so I ask everyone, take down the rhetoric, remove violent rhetoric from our political discourse. Remember, as President Lincoln said, that we are not enemies but friends, and we have to appeal to the better angels of our nature. And yes, we have to make sure that this never happens again. It is welcome news that the director of the Secret Service has resigned, but if we say that that is enough, then we're not doing our jobs. We need to understand what protocols, policies, resources need to be changed, if any, to make sure this does not happen again. Colonel, I wanted to ask, I imagine the Pennsylvania State Police deals with lots of events like this, right? You have lots of political events, big events, Secret Service protectees who come in and out of Pennsylvania. So can you just help us understand, is it unusual to have such a small perimeter around an outdoor event like this one?
I would say that we routinely, as a matter of course, exercise deference to the Secret Service to set the perimeter for an event like this based on the protectee.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Pennsylvania is a state where anyone 18 and above can carry a firearm like an AR-15 without a license. It's an open carry state. And so my second question is, outside of that perimeter, were there any controls in place or any, legal tools that you had at your disposal if an individual with a firearm had been spotted, again, within 300, 400 yards of the former president?
I would defer to the Secret Service. I haven't seen their operations plan, sir.
Right, but you as state police and then also the local police who were responsible for areas outside of the perimeter, if this individual had been spotted earlier with a firearm because it is an open carry state, what legal tools would you have had at your disposal?
So we would have responded and attempted to make contact and ascertain what the person was doing there and what their activity was.
So a number of us have asked questions about lines of communication, and I think that's important, right? Because the layperson at home, what we're trying to understand is if this individual was spotted on the roof, as he appears to have been well over a minute before the shooting, did the local officers who spotted him know how to radio into the command center? Was that information relayed? And then was it in turn relayed to the Secret Service? This question has been asked a few different times, but can you tell the public what you know about whether local officers outside the perimeter knew how to radio in a suspected threat, whether there was an individual in the command center who was receiving those calls and communicating them to the Secret Service?
So I do know that Butler County set up a command post on the site itself, along with the Secret Service's command post, but they were not located in the same building. The exact communication between municipal officers and that command post or the county dispatch that they would rely on. The state police have our own statewide dispatching. We can communicate with the dispatching centers telephonically and through electronic means, but we maintain separate dispatching systems, so I would defer to
the locals. So the locals were not included in the Secret Service Command Center. The state police was or was not?
The PSP. I can assure you the PSP was in there.
Yeah.
Additional people, I was briefed on one occasion that there was a representative from Butler ESU that was in there. When they were in there and the length is not really a focus at this point of our investigation into the homicide and the attempted two homicides, as well as the officer-involved shooting. So that sequence of events has come up
pursuant to us investigating that, but I am very remiss to give you a minute-by-minute timeline of what the communications were.
Thank you. Now you're back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My deepest sympathies to the family of Sheila Jackson Lee. We worked very closely together on many things, and she was an excellent member of this committee. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Carter, when he talked about Americans deserve the truth. I absolutely agree with that, and also Mr. Magaziner talking about Republicans and Democrats working together on the oversight. Imagine if we worked together, the transparency that we could have on so many other issues that are going on right now. And I believe that that is possible for us to do. Thank you both for being here. Colonel Paris, was it clear to you, when we talk about rules of engagement, deconfliction plans, the assignments of which law enforcement agency will cover which section, did you have concerns prior to the president coming on stage? And if so, did you voice those concerns to the Secret Service?
So just to be clear, I was not present at the venue on July 13th.
But in the planning and the lead-up
Planning, my default position would be that our commanders are aware of what their responsibilities are within a unified command structure reporting to the Secret Service.
And do you believe that it was absolutely clear that there were zero questions of who was supposed to cover what areas of the venue?
I can only comment to our responsibilities.
Screwed up.
Our responsibilities were delineated to us, and I believe we met or exceeded those responsibilities
No,
based on
fuck you
everything
did.
that I know as I sit here 10 days in.
I think there's still a lot of
Exceeded.
questions
How
regarding
could he say
the plan,
that?
and this is always in any sort of
That's an insult to
protection
the
assignment.
people that got
It's
hurt.
that's always the hardest thing.
Died.
Who are friendly assets? Who could be a vulnerable hostile actor? Who displays hostile intent, hostile act? I think it's clear there was a failure, and we definitely want to get to the bottom of it. President Yost, do you get the impression that Secret Service, at any point in the run-up to this or other events, has been stretched thin when it comes to their just the work hours that they are putting in, the resources that they have? Was that communicated in any way?
Well, I can't speak directly to that. I can tell you that law enforcement across this country is stretched thin, just simply due to the inability to be able to attract the best and the brightest at any levels in order to maintain the staffing levels we need. So if that is the case, and we're not meeting those levels in the Secret Service because of our inability to be able to recruit, then we need to address that. Or if it's
you want more money.
alignment of assets and the assignment of individuals, then that in itself is something as well. It's something I'm not in a position to be able to speak about.
So why are you even
to
here?
recognize that there's two huge factors here that need to be addressed.
Well, it's clear that that's the case, and God bless both of you for what you do, for the hours that you put in to protect our communities. And we can't do it without you, and we need you, and we will continue to advocate for you. I want to talk about now that leads me into this next question. There's a piece of legislation, H.R. 8081, called the Disgraced Act. It says, denying infinite security and government resources allocated towards convicted and extremely dishonorable former protectees act, which is a whole mouthful of basically taking details away from people that could include those who are convicted. Talk to me about the impact if former President Trump didn't have a protected detail of U.S. Secret Service there. Talk to me about the impact on state and local partners to protect them in any of the communities that you represent. And by the way, he also was responsible for taking out al-Baghdadi, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and Qasem Soleimani, and the Iranian government wants to do harm to him and other people like him. So what's the impact if you don't have Secret Service help?
More than happy to. So I think we're trying not to become very political in this. I think we have a president of the United States who has, by simple virtue of his position, having served as president, that deserves a certain protection because of his service to the country. So the rest of these things are all things that are not for me to decide, other than to tell you that I think we have a responsibility to our leaders.
This is not political. That's not political. He deserves protection. You're absolutely right. Colonel Paris?
I would just echo that my understanding is it's a federal statute that creates the Secret Service and tasks them with those responsibilities. So to contemplate a different paradigm, I would reflect back to the legislature to contemplate
If he
something.
was denied a protective detail in Pennsylvania this past week, the weekend prior, what would that have done to your local resources to protect him adequately?
I think the removal of any resource inherently makes the burden on the surrounding resources that would have been committed somewhat additional.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Point of order.
Point of order.
Gentleman's recognized.
So, I appreciate the gentleman's question, but let me put it another way to the witnesses. The reference legislation.
Mr. Ranking Member, I mean, a question to the witness would be someone yielding to you. A point of order, I'm allowing you to make a point
Thank
of
you.
order.
Well, the point of order is if you read the bill, it says that if you are a convicted felon and found and sentenced by a judge,
Mr. Chairman.
then you would not be, that's my point of order, that you would not have service. You have to be a convicted felon and sentenced. Now, at the time the bill was filed, nobody who was a protectee was a convicted felon. But if those who are lawyers here know that once you are a convicted felon and sentenced, you are remanded the custody of that particular law enforcement agency for custody. I think it's an anomaly to try to say that the Secret Service would have to protect the felon in jail, a convicted felon. So this whole notion about my legislation, I just say to the gentleman, if you read it, it says you have to be a convicted felon and sentenced. Now, we're not there. The conjecture, you could do whatever you want. But let me be clear about the bill. Republicans have made a lot of hay about the bill, saying it's about former President Trump and would take away his security. That just is not true. The bill doesn't mention former Trump, President Trump, and it would not have affected security at this tragic event. The bill talks about any Secret Service protectee who is convicted of a felony and sentenced to serve jail time, and it does not take away security. The bill makes clear that when a protectee is sentenced and remanded to the custody of prison officials, the Secret Service is able to hand off the prisoner in an orderly fashion, and that Secret Service agents aren't forced to become correctional officers too. That's the legislation. That's all it says. For the record, we can go back to
The gentleman will need to get to his point of order.
Well, point of order is the line of question is inconsistent with the legislation. And it does not say on that day former President Trump would have been without Secret Service protection. He is not sentenced. If he's not sentenced, he will still have the protection. Plain and simple.
So you yield on your point of order, Mr. Ranking Member? You did. Okay. I want to make a point of order then as well. And, a lot of times we hear from both sides of the aisle about rhetoric and how rhetoric and the things we do in messaging bills that we do shapes discussion, impacts people. And first, my point of order is prison isn't necessarily a safer place. You can ask Mr. Epstein's family about that. And so to suggest that somehow he'd have the security necessary in a prison, I think is just not an accurate statement. In terms of, I agree with the ranking member that his bill did say that it would not apply in this particular case. But, it's more about what we're doing and what we're saying at certain times that generates the attitude in our society. And so I just make that point of order about this particular legislation. I made in my opening remarks a request that he would draw the bill. But,
Mr. You just have a second. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think the chairman was clear that this bill was filed well in advance So to connect, you mentioned timing. It's important to mention timing, that it wasn't.
Well, we don't want to debate the bill. We're here to hear from witnesses that are here. So I'm going to go ahead and end this now, and we're going to move on. And I think actually Mr. Ivy is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of our members here with respect to the loss of Miss Jackson Lee. It's with deep sadness that I feel her loss. I share not only this committee with her, but on the Judiciary Committee as well. And she was insightful and inspirational in the way she handled herself and her role here in Congress. I also want to join with the comments about sympathies to the comparator family and individuals who were injured on the day of the shooting. And I want to thank the chair for taking us up to Butler yesterday. My only regret about it was that it was too quick. And I think that, and I didn't know it was going to be like that, frankly, until after we got there and had a chance to talk to people in the community. But when we got there, they were very anxious to talk to us. In particular, I had conversations with Angela Flieger, supervisor for, and I hope I don't butcher this too bad, Connequenessing Township, was extremely helpful, and Sam Zerzolo, who was a commissioner from Butler Township. And they were able to provide information on several fronts that I think we need to pay attention to, not just for this particular event, but going forward. Did you hit a video for me there? I think Ms. Flieger tried to produce this and send it to me. The red building is the one that was directly behind the stage. The building in the center there was where the shooter was. The reason I'm asking for this to be shown is that as you get past the middle of it, look to the opposite side of the field from where the shots came. Oh, you can stop it now. I counted about 12 rooftops there, just sort of standing at the front. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I don't have a background in protection, but my thought was, why would we pick a spot where you had that many rooftops that were available? And my colleague, Mr. Crane, definitely defer to your experience as a sniper in the military, and your point about picking the water tower as a higher point would have been a good one, I think, to consider. And I'm curious about finding out what the Secret Service would say about that. But I just thought that this was a bad site to pick, no matter where you put them. There was just too many openings. The field was totally open. And one of the things that Ms. Flieger pointed out was that the road that went to the side of this spot here, the stage was right in front of those two buildings. The snipers were on top of those, I believe. They didn't shut down that road. And she also showed me a photo of her husband going in on that day through a fence that wasn't guarded in the perimeter area. Another point that she made was that the night before the speech was done, she and 50 or 60 other people from the community came to decorate the stage and, put up the red, white, and blue blending and the Trump signs and everything. But the point she had there was that none of those people were vetted before they went into the area and were up at the stage and, could have done anything, I think was the point that she made. And also noted that apparently the shooter had hidden the gun somewhere on the site by, I think, where I hate to call the name of the business, but the business where the shooter ended up taking the shots from. So I think there's a variety of concerns here that I look forward to getting a chance to hear from these individuals. I don't know if it's going to be in the context of this committee or the oversight committee or the task force that's been proposed. Whoever does it needs to go talk to these folks, because the ones that I talked with had not been interviewed by the FBI, Secret Service, or local police. And they have key information that I think we should have, especially in making decisions about going forward. And then just a couple quick points before my time runs out. I think it came up with respect to the communications piece. I appreciate Mr. Yoy's comments there, but we need to figure out not just what happened on that day, but and when we do these at other sites across the country going forward, what's going to happen with the communications? And if they're not using the national bandwidth that was set up, how can we make sure that happens in the future? And then with respect to the local police not reinventing the wheel every time, one of them suggested, maybe some kind of clearinghouse or information where local police departments, local elected officials, who, for example, in this instance, didn't find out the president was coming until a few days before, and therefore had to scramble to catch up. I believe she called your office, Congressman Kelly, to figure out what was going on, and you hadn't even been told about it yet. So we need to get to a point where we've got better communication, and we're giving elected officials and law enforcement at the local and state level more lead time and more information so they can prepare for these events. And I know that the director has resigned, but I think it's critical to make sure that we go forward with the investigation of the Secret Service, whether she's there or not. And then the last point, I apologize for running over, is that through the Secret Service and to Homeland Security, I know there's going to be a process now to replace her, but that cannot get in the way of us sorting out what happened on that day, and more importantly, what we need to take forward, because we've got other events coming up in the very near future. We got to make sure we take those lessons quickly, and so we can move them forward. And I thank the chair for his deference for giving me a little time to run over there, and I thank you again for taking this up to Butler.
You were making an excellent point, and I didn't want to stop you, Mr. Ivey. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Colonel Paris, there have been conflicting reports about the location of state and local law enforcement. Secret Service Director, I believe, said that, former Secret Service Director said that local police were in the same building that the gunman fired from, while other accounts indicate that local law enforcement was in an adjacent building. Were any Pennsylvania state troopers, state police assigned to the building where the shooting happened?
There were no state troopers, to my knowledge, assigned there, sir.
Do you know if any other local law enforcement were assigned inside that building?
I only know that Butler ESU were assigned. When you say that building, I'm referring to there's a series of buildings there that have covered walkways or second-story walkways that allow you to, almost like a pole barn type configuration, a modular type building. But to my knowledge, there were no troopers assigned to that location, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Yost, as technology has evolved, drones have become widely available to both law enforcement and the general public. For a large event with this level of security, would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
Well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, in my experience at this location is there are a number of elevated locations that should have been secured. There are a lot of ways to secure that. They could be with individuals assigned to it, but certainly in Overwatch, to be able to get a good visual of those locations is paramount.
So it's been reported that the Secret Service apparently did not use drones for surveillance, but the shooter was able to fly his own drone over the area earlier on the day of the rally and get aerial footage of the site. Do you know if that's true?
I have no direct knowledge.
Okay, so, and you know if whether or not local, state, Secret Service enforcement was aware of any drone use?
I've heard the news reports, but I have no direct knowledge.
Would you consider this a major security breach?
Absolutely.
Now, it's also been reported, Colonel Paris, that the local law enforcement spotted the shooter outside the AGR building and on its roof minutes prior to the shooting. Did local police alert the Secret Service that the gunman was on or around the AGR building roof? Do you know?
So this goes to my earlier qualifier about the timeline, but my understanding of the sequence of events is that he was determined to be suspicious as a result of behavior that he was exhibiting, milling around that area in front of the AGR building. There was a text thread that was going, I've been briefed, between the ESU members. They identified, they took a photo of him. At some point when he utilized the rangefinder, the suspicion was heightened. So I know at a certain point in the command post, a member of PSP received a phone call and a text message from members of ESU, and I know from an interview that that was immediately relayed in the command post to the Secret Service.
What happened? That was my next question. So what happened what actions were taken after it was relayed to Secret
So
Service?
when the PSP member received that information and verbally turned right around, gave it to the Secret Service, our member was provided with a number to which the picture that had been taken by the Butler ESU members that was on that group thread, to which that should be sent. Our member did that, and our understanding was that was some element of the Secret Service.
So this was all reported. Yeah, this was all reported to Secret Service, and they gave him Secret Service and sent him back one of your officers a number back to send the information back to. Is that what you just said?
That's my understanding.
When did that happen?
Again, the actual timeline, I'm very remiss because I know these timelines need to be hammered out exactly to the minute, but I would say, that the overall timeline is about an hour before is when he became suspicious to ESU. What I want to say is, if we know that former President Trump was shot at 18-11 hours, it was probably in the vicinity of 25 to 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that's a very...
So it was before he went on to speak.
But at that point, just to be clear, he was determined to be suspicious. There was no information that he possessed a weapon. He was outside of that building where the ESU was posted. They were being vigilant. It's, I think, relevant that there were other people at the venue who were suspicious and reported, likewise, in a close temporal nexus to that as well.
But just to confirm, the Secret Service had this information that there was a suspicious individual. He had used a rangefinder, which made him even more suspicious. And this was all reported to them prior to the President Trump being allowed on the stage to speak?
I believe, again, I'll defer to when the President came out. I know that was probably 20 to 25 minutes before 18-11 hours. And steps were taken by the municipal officers over in that area they were actively looking for crooks. You saw the building yesterday. That's a pretty wide footprint. They began looking for him. There were scores of people making their way across that facility. Again, just for some context, there were over 100 people that day that necessitated or in requiring medical attention due to the heat. There was a missing 6-year-old. This individual was deemed to be suspicious because he was walking around and not moving into the venue. The rangefinder obviously heightened that, and they were attempting to locate him as people were moving across that space who were attending the event to the secure perimeter.
Was he the only one determined to be suspicious that day?
The gentleman needs to wrap it up.
No,
Perhaps somebody else will yield to you or me
I yield back
on this topic. I recognize Mr. Goldman now for 5 minutes.
Or we'll just pick up the questioning here.
That sounds great, prosecutor.
First, I do want to mention how sad it is to see Sheila Jackson Lee's empty seat there. What an incredible inspiration to so many of us, and a great member and advocate, community presence, and we really are sorry to miss her. She would be very eager to be asking questions here today, because there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I sat through 4.5-hour hearing yesterday with the director of the Secret Service, and we got no information. So I'm going to jump on, piggyback off of Mr. Garbarino. Where you left off is that you relayed, or PSP relayed, the photograph to the number that the Secret Service directed your officer to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did anything come back? Any instructions or directions come back from the Secret Service?
So, again, that is left to the after action. We're trying to come up with a sequence of events that led to crooks on top of the building where he ultimately took the shots. So
right, but you said, I'm trying to find, I don't need the specific timeline. I'm trying to just figure out the sequence, because you said that many of your officers, or Butler ESU officers, were looking for crooks. That was after that photograph was relayed to the Secret Service?
My understanding was after the photo was relayed to our trooper in the command post, and yes, Crooks was in that area around the building. My understanding is 2 additional municipal officers who were on a different post responded to that area, and they began actively looking for Crooks. They circumscribed the building to try and locate him. It became apparent at some point that he was up on the roof. Those 2 municipal officers who responded then, to their credit, actively, once they realized that he was on the roof, one boosted the other one up, hanging from the ledge of the roof. By the time that officer was boosted up on top of the roof, Crooks was on it, almost in that final position that you saw. He had the AR out, and he pointed it at the municipal officer who, suspended from the roof, was not in a position, feet dangling at that point, to draw a weapon or continue hoisting himself back up on the roof. He drops back down from the roof, and at this point, I believe that's when the video that's been widely circulated with people filming Crooks up on the roof, saying there's somebody up on the roof. There were other law enforcement around the building running, but their vantage point on the ground did not lend a clear line of sight to where Crooks was at the top of that building. One of our troopers on roving patrol also was notified. That word went out, and he responded about the time that the municipal officer was boosting the other officer up onto the roof.
What was he notified of?
I don't know specifically. That's going to be part of the after action. But we obviously knew that he was Crooks was suspicious. He had not gone into the venue, and they were actively doing everything they could to try and locate him.
So the local officers who were outside of the perimeter in charge of securing the outside perimeter area, one way or another, understood or got direction that they needed to try to find Crooks, presumably to ask him questions, interview him. Is that what the protocol is?
I don't want to speak for I haven't seen the Secret Service operations plan, what their responsibilities were and what their understanding of those were from the Secret Service. I don't want to comment on it.
But somehow they got the message.
Somehow there was information that he was suspicious. By the time that municipal officer was hoisted up onto the roof and saw him, he had the weapon.
Do you know how long it was between the time that the photograph was relayed to the Secret Service and the time when the officer was trying to hoist himself onto the roof?
So that's a critical, detailed, salient question. I would answer it from the reverse time period, from if the first shots rang out at 18:11 hours. The hoisting up of the officer occurred probably no more. Again, I'm going to give you a time, but I want to just put it
we understand it's not
of
specific.
a sequence of events. I would say at most 2.5 to 3 minutes before that first shot.
And when
they were notified in the interim, it still remains under investigation.
Right. And when he fell off of he let go?
The municipal officer, when the briefing that I had was the municipal officer saw Crooks saw him, and Crooks turned and leveled the gun at him in a position tactically of extreme disadvantage. In the air with your legs dangling after somebody had boosted you up.
And he let go, right?
He let go and he fell back down.
And was there at that point any communications that there's a shooter on the roof from the municipal officers who were there?
That's all part of the after action. We're just trying to get a sequence of events up to the point when Crooks.
They should immediately.
But
should have not put Trump on stage.
You said you thought 2.5 to 3 minutes between the time when the municipal officers tried to hoist on top of the roof, Crooks pointed the gun at them, they dropped, and then between that time and when he fired the shots.
I don't want to give you an exact period of time, but it was minutes. It was a very short period of time, even for his ability.
But not seconds.
I would say minutes, but I can't. I would be remiss if I gave you, and I want to be very clear on the record. When you do an investigation like this, the timeline is critical. You're asking me. I was briefed. I'm answering to the best of my ability right now.
And I know my time is up, Colonel Paris. I want to thank you for providing us with this information. It was incredibly disappointing that the director of the Secret Service did not provide any of this information yesterday. I think it is good that we're going to have somebody new at the top, but just having somebody new does not answer the questions. And
Couldn't agree more.
Mr. Chairman, I know you are working diligently to try to get witnesses here. This is not an academic exercise. This is not something that the American people can wait 60 days for. With these gaps in information, there are conspiracy theories, there is disinformation, 100%. And all of our safety is at risk. Political violence is escalated, and we need to know these answers. I thank you for bringing these witnesses here. And
absolutely. And I appreciate the tag team between two sides to get to the details on this, because this is poignant, very poignant. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, I'd like to carry the dialogue on about the specific timeline. I have a timeline that was given to us on the Oversight Committee yesterday when we questioned former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as she has resigned today. But the timeline that I'd like to talk to you about is exactly what you were just discussing here. 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, it was at 5:45 that the Butler County Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof, took a picture, and reported it. You stated just a few minutes before in your testimony that police or PSP were given a phone number to the Secret Service, and that Butler County Emergency Services texted or sent the picture. Was that a text? Was that a digital platform? Was it an email? How did they send the picture?
So just to be clear, at that period of time, at 18:45, I don't believe the testimony was
5:45 p.m.
5:45 p.m. Yes, ma'am. He was not up on the roof at that point. Is my point.
No. Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof. This is the timeline that we have. Took a picture and reported it. Who did they send that picture to?
Just to be clear, they were posted in the AGR building and took a picture of him. That's what you're.
Yes. Who did they send the picture to?
So I only know from interviews what I can confirm to my knowledge and belief here today that a member of Pennsylvania State Police inside of the command post received that information telephonically and by text related to the Secret Service, and then was given a number to follow up on. And that was based, again, heightened suspicion.
How did they relay it to Secret Service?
I believe that they verbally turned and said in the command post, this is information that I just received. And then in follow up to that, as directed from the interview that I was briefed on, that was forwarded by text as requested by the Secret Service.
Can you give us copies of that communication and that phone number that was given to them was for Secret Service?
So that's part of the ongoing investigation, and I would defer to the legality of.
Can you find that information and provide it to our committee?
I will look to see if legally I will consult Chief Counsel within the state police, but it is an ongoing criminal investigation at this point.
So after it was reported, President Trump took the stage at 6:03 p.m. All of this took place. This was 18 minutes before President Trump actually took the stage at 6:03 p.m. President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. This has all been reported. These timelines. Why do you not have a timeline?
Because it's not the timeline is going to be critical for the after action report. Obviously, we're conducting an investigation with the FBI. We have been deferential to the FBI in terms of what has been released to the media. I was present for one press briefing on the night of Saturday night, July 13th, and we've been deferential to the FBI on that. So I would refer you to the FBI. The timelines that you're quoting, I just want to be clear on the record. To my knowledge and belief, I don't have a minute-by-minute timeline. I've had multiple briefings about what these interviews have gleaned, but they're from the perspective of PSP investigating the homicide and the 2 attempted homicides.
Thank you, Colonel. During the event, at what point in the day was someone from your team first made aware that there was a potential suspicious person or possible threat?
So based on my knowledge and belief, that information relayed to the command post from Butler ESU in terms of Crooks was the first time that I'm aware of. Again, keeping in mind, I've heard estimates that there were 13,000 people there. There were multiple people identified as suspicious, several that were identified in that area.
Yes, thank you. Now, you stated before in your questions that you haven't seen an operation plan, but didn't your team participate, and why haven't you seen the plan?
So as my answer prior on the record, I've asked for it. The state police has asked for it. We have yet to receive it. And my understanding is that our walkthrough with our commanders and our area commander was to delineate what our responsibilities were, and we endeavored to fulfill those responsibilities.
Who was the Secret Service agent in charge of the advance team?
I don't know the name of the agent.
How was PSP supposed to communicate with Secret Service on the advance team?
You mean in the planning leading up to it? So my understanding is, as is typical, we're notified. We were notified by email on July 5th. The meeting on July 8th, Monday, was to get all of those partners together to exchange information, how they could communicate with one another, and then the planning took place from there.
Could you provide our committee a copy of all those communications, Colonel Paris?
So I will check with our legal counsel. I mean, Pennsylvania has multiple state statutes that cover investigative plans or law enforcement sensitive information.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may. Trump's Secret Service protection could be removed under Benny Thompson's proposed legislation. This legislation was introduced while the politically weaponized government was prosecuting former President Donald Trump. This would leave him at risk. I'd also like to state for the record for this committee that over 140 inmates are murdered in prison every single year. This is a dangerous place, prison is, and of course an 8% of violence in prison leads to murder of inmates. This legislation is reckless, and the minority ranking member needs to withdraw this legislation that would lead to the murder of President Trump.
Ladies, time has expired. I now recognize. Well, we're not going to debate.
Do you think that statement should be made with the ranking members here so we can at least address it?
He made his point earlier about his bill. There's a difference of opinion, I suppose. But y'all are out. Okay. I now recognize Mr. Lalota for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman. 10 days ago,
Thank you, Mr. Goldman.
10 days ago, a 20-year-old with no military or law enforcement training, with no more than about $1,000 worth of equipment, and apparently working alone, thwarted the United States Secret Service, an agency with a $3 billion budget and about 8,000 personnel. In the early phases of this investigation, the Secret Service, it is clear the Secret Service exhibited poor tactics, including substandard two-way communications with state and local PD. They displayed a lack of strategy, including not employing drones to surveil the risks to President Trump and the crowd. And since July 13th, the Department of Homeland Security and the Secret Service, evidenced by them not being here today, has avoided accountability by, among other things, avoiding hearings like this. The attempted assassination of former President Trump, the leading candidate for president in 2024, shocked the conscience of nearly every American, regardless of party affiliation. We, the members of the Homeland Security Committee from both sides of the aisle, are here today to ask questions and about those who are in charge that day, to hold the Secret Service accountable, but more importantly, to ensure this never happens again. Chairman, thank you for hosting this hearing. Colonel Paris, you're the commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And your testimony, sir, is that approximately 25 minutes, and I won't hold you to the exacts, but approximately 25 minutes before the first shots were fired, that local law enforcement officers identified Crooks as suspicious?
As suspicious, yes, sir.
And what was it that led those officers to conclude that Crooks was suspicious?
My understanding was that he was milling about and he stood out to them because he never made his way to a point of ingress to the venue. In defense of possible hypotheses, could have been waiting for somebody, could have been delayed, but he stood out to them, and they, from their vantage point at the AGR building, identified him as suspicious.
That was 62 minutes prior, as I understand the timeline. That first one, it was 25 minutes prior for the rangefinder.
Thank you, Chairman. And Commissioner, with respect to him being suspicious, were there other folks who were also in the crowd identified as suspicious by law enforcement?
I have been briefed that, yes, there were multiple individuals which would be consistent with normal operations evaluations for a detail like this that are identified as suspicious.
Can we take that as a single-digit number of other folks?
The number that I was briefed on was single digit, but I can't say definitively that I was.
What number were you briefed on, Colonel? What number were you briefed on?
I believe I was briefed on an additional 3 individuals.
Okay, so Crooks plus 3. My understanding is you had about 30 Pennsylvania State police officers at the time of the rally
that were assigned to the detail, both responsibilities of the detail, yes.
And were all of them assigned to your area of the perimeter, not the interior where the Secret Service held the most jurisdiction?
I'm confused by your questions.
My understanding, and what the committee has been told, is there were 2 layers of defense of President Trump. 1, the interior, which the Secret Service held the most domain over, and 2, the exterior perimeter, which had ceded a lot of authorities to state and local. Is that your understanding as well, Colonel?
So I don't want to get convoluted with different perimeters. I'm familiar that there was a VIP seating area up front. When I refer to the secure perimeter, I'm talking about the fencing that goes around the Butler County Farm Show. All of our people were detailed at various locations decided by the Secret Service inside of that.
Thanks. It leads me to the next question. If staff can queue up the Eli Crane video to that second number 1 or 2. This is the AGR building. I and some of my colleagues were there yesterday in Butler. Kudos to Mr. Crane for getting this good video. My understanding from your prior testimony is there were 2 officers stationed or assigned, I think was your testimony, to this building?
I'm aware of 2, but I don't want to say, again, not having seen the scene.
And they were assigned, sir?
My understanding is that the Secret Service and Butler ESU had some sort of collaboration, and that was to be covered.
What was their assignment in the building, sir?
I cannot comment. I'd be remiss.
Were they assigned to be in the building?
I can't comment.
What were the qualifications of the people assigned to or around the building? ESU guys, SWAT guys, long guns, good tactics?
They would be, as the name implies, but I defer to their exact training. I'm not aware of it specifically.
Well, your understanding is through the duration of the incident, to at least the first shots fired, they were entirely within the building, not on the building, sir?
I don't 100% want to say where they were the entire period.
But you don't have an understanding as to whether they were assigned to be in the building or on top of it?
I don't. I would need to see the Secret Service operations.
And would that have been left to the discretion of state and local, or would that have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service? It sounds like you're saying that would have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service.
I would say it's the Secret Service as the lead agency, just like they told us. Here's the post we want you to staff. This is the motorcade we want. I would defer to the Secret Service.
Thanks, Colonel. When in Butler yesterday, we asked the question, why weren't the 2 well-qualified ESU officers on top of the building rather than in it? And what would you say if we were told the explanation is, well, it was a hot day in Butler and there was air conditioning inside the building and not on the building? What would be your reaction to that assertion, Colonel?
I can't respond to it. I have no firsthand knowledge of it.
Was it a hot day in Butler that day?
I believe it was a warm day, yes, sir.
But you have no knowledge of whether or not the Secret Service or anybody else assigned these 2 officers to be in the building and not on it?
No, sir.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields, and we're going to go out of order because Mr. Luttrell has to get to his committee, so you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you pull the video back up, please? Just for clarification, that is the exact point where the shooter was positioned, correct? Looking through that window in proximity to, if you give a range fan, if you were to expose yourself outside that window, is that the shooter's position? No? And in relation to that video, where is the shooter's position at? Just further on the left side. And Mr. Paris, can you clarify something? There were ESU agents internal to the building or in proximity to the building and in that location, correct?
I don't know to that specific location, but they were assigned to the AGR building.
And once the call went out that you had a bad actor in, the agents in the building left their position to try to find that individual?
My understanding is he was on the ground moving around the perimeter, and they moved to actively aid in the search along with additional municipal officers.
Does it make sense that ESU agents would be positioned inside the windows so they'd have a better vantage point out into where the X is, where the asset is located?
Could you ask that question again?
It makes sense to me that the ESU agents would be positioned in these windows, the windows that they're talking about in this building, so they could have better eyes on the asset, the president, instead of internal to the building milling about. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm remiss because I don't know what the conversation was and what their responsibilities to land.
I think my concern is if we did have agents, let's just speak hypothetically here, if agents were positioned in these windows in order to provide protection for the asset, and then they were released. I'm assuming they work in pairs, correct? There's only two of them, or is there four of them in the building? We know that.
From my briefings, there were two.
There were two. But to me, it would make sense that one would stay behind in order to cover the X or cover the asset, and then one would engage in activity to find the actor that they were trying to identify. Correct? I think my concern is the individuals may and I hate to say this out loud, but if we didn't do due justice, if we left that asset exposed because both ESU agents went to look for a bad actor, we just gave the shooter a bowling alley.
I don't know what their responsibilities and their rules of engagement were, not having seen the Secret Service operations plan, and I'm reluctant to speculate at this point, 10 days out, sir. I would rely on the reviews yet to come.
When it comes to Secret Service, talk to Collins Matrix here real quick. When it comes to Secret Service and the local law enforcement, the state law enforcement, I understand that they are housed in the same. Is there a common communication channel? And if so, does each agent and each officer that's working the event have, I'm going to use old terminology, do they have an avalanche call? Do they have a no joy? When they see something that raises the red flag, can any officer radio in, go, no go? We are not, hold the asset in place. We have somebody that we're looking for. And if they do or if they don't, how many people does that have to go through to get to the right actor in order to say stop?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to figure that out. Because if I'm an ESU agent in this window and I have to radio a person who has to radio somebody who has to radio somebody else to get to the main person, then to call it, the dishes are done.
I'm aware of 3 radio systems in operation: PSPs, the Secret Service, and Butler counties.
All communicating on different channels.
Technically, yes, but the integration occurs. I can only speak for PSP. Our integration occurs by us having somebody inside of the Secret Service command post. Again, for an incident of this magnitude, in theory, the more people you have on the same channel, if there was a medical emergency or lost 6-year-old and everybody keys up at once, it paralyzes your communication.
I understand that, but if there's one specific channel that you can go to call an avalanche and say, which is freeze the asset. I think that would be necessary. Now, you mentioned something earlier. You guys have done about 20 events this year in Pennsylvania. And you spoke, it's common. Now, the military folks in this room are going to understand it's the first month of deployment and the last month of deployment are the most dangerous times to be in combat. One, because you get there the first month, you have no idea what's going on. And then you're there and you get common. You get complacent. And before you leave, that last month, situational awareness kind of dies down a little bit, and that's when bad things happen. There's absolutely nothing common in protecting a president, ever. And as we move forward, I don't want that to be a term that we use, because common just got our president, former president, shot. And if these assets would have been on high alert, and I'm not saying that they weren't, but when things become common, we get complacent.
I've instructed our commanders moving forward, if there is any, my expectation would be that through the collaboration and the planning of these events, you want more people there, you want people voicing issues, and everybody operating on the same page in a unified command. But I have instructed our commanders, the ops plans get reviewed prior to this, up through our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, seated here behind me today. But as a result of this, if there are any issues that our people see, we are ordering them to flag them, and we'll work collaboratively moving forward for the remainder of the season and moving forward.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. And our witnesses, at any point where we're going to probably go at least another hour here. If you need to take a break, just let me know and just give me the high sign or a thumbs up. Y'all are okay right now? Are you? Take a break? All right. We'll do 5 minutes and 5 minutes only. The restroom's right down the hallway to your right. Adjourn.
They could have stopped any loss of life, but they never did. Very, very true. They could have stopped it. You know that? And they did not. There should have been no loss of life, except for the shooter.
Order. I now recognize.
Disappointing, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. I just want to join my colleagues in remembering our colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee. She was incredible at this job. She was brilliant. She was tenacious. She was tough, but she cared about her district, cared about this country. And perhaps my favorite thing was her taking the 5-minute clock as a recommendation as opposed to a hard set time. But to the matter today, I just want to ask Colonel Pears, how many times have you worked with the Secret Service on events like this in Pennsylvania?
So year to date, we're in the low 20s.
So low 20s just this year.
Yes, in an average year, it's about the same number, but given that the election year, there's more.
And I'm sorry for not knowing this, but in your entire career, that would make it roughly how many times?
Dozens, I would say.
Okay. And do you find that there's, for each event, despite whether it's in Philadelphia or Butler, a standard process and set of procedures that are followed every single time?
In terms of the planning of it?
Consistency of the planning of
yes,
the event?
I would say there is a consistency of the planning based on my experience, yes.
Not much variation. There is a set plan that the Secret Service administers with its state, county, and local partners.
That's been my experience, yes, sir.
Was there any change or deviation?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I benefit from so many of my colleagues on this committee who served in law enforcement, served in our military. I did not want to ask you a question. From the time that a law enforcement officer was hoisted up, was identified by the shooter turns his rifle on him, how long between that encounter and the first shot?
So I'm glad you asked me that question, Carson. I'd like to clarify. So it was a matter of seconds.
Okay. Because I think earlier it might have been minutes.
Correct. And I appreciate you asking that question and allowing me to clarify it on the record. When I assigned that number, which again, I don't want to get locked into a timeline of 3 minutes before, that's probably a total amount of time that he was on the roof. When the one local officer hoisted the other one up and subsequently falls, releases himself after being faced with that.
Shooter shuffles across the roof.
He's already, I believe, close to being in his final position there.
Okay.
And I'm told it's, again, sequence of events, not a timeline based on the prior criteria laid out, but seconds after that is when the first shots rang out.
That's helpful, and Chairman and I were conferring on that because it would have been there's many failures on that day, but it would have been a critical failure if a gunman had turned his rifle on law enforcement and no one had pulled the president off the stage if it was a matter of minutes but seconds.
Thank you for allowing me to clarify.
No, of course, and thank you for answering the question. Just going back to the general process that you've seen over your distinguished career, were there any specific challenges that you and your team faced during this event?
None of which I'm aware. To my knowledge, the planning on the PSP side, as per our interface with the Secret Service, was routine.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that that in your experience and the standard protocol as Secret Service engages with its state, county, and local partners. They have a plan. They work with their partners to implement the plan in the lead up to the event, the day of the event. Is there an opportunity for the state, county, and local partners to provide input, given that they have more familiarity with the area? Butler Police, you yourself have more familiarity with the area. Is there an opportunity for you to provide any feedback to the plan that the Secret Service comes to you with?
In my past experience, yes. And in my past experience, I found the Secret Service very open and collaborative. We enjoy a very strong working relationship with them. And again, there's that fine line where the deference is that they're the top comm under a unified command. It's their incident. But certainly we would endeavor to give them any local nuance that would make the planning more successful and more safe.
I appreciate that. One of the things we touched on multiple times today is the multiple lines of communication, 3 different signals that were being used, a command center. In your experience working with the Secret Service, have you seen a better implementation of a more streamlined communication setup that allows the different actors, the local PD, the county PD, the state police, to directly communicate to the command center, and then once there's a clear chain of command?
I have not. The Secret Service comms is a very complex operation because of the worldwide environment in which they work. I'm in no way an expert in it. I think from the state and local perspective, our job is to try and integrate communications, and it doesn't have to be a super high-tech solution. We have people who can get a message, turn over their shoulder, and report verbally. We have radios that we can exchange, or we have a trooper with a radio assigned to another partner, be that a federal partner or a municipal partner, and those 2 radio communication systems can interface because of the human interaction.
And I'll wrap up real quickly, Mr. Chair. And it sort of makes sense in a way because you're going to have people doing traffic. They're going to folks who you mentioned, a child went missing. You could have a firecracker. You could have a multiple number of things that don't need to rise up, which is why some level of siloing makes sense. But we need to look at how we make it a clearer chain of communication to ensure that really important pieces of information, like identifying the shooter on the roof, doesn't get delayed in moving through those channels. So thank you both for appearing today. Thank you both for your service. And thank you, Chair. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Congressman Ezel for his 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, we also want to thank all of you for being here today and for Speaker Johnson for putting together a bipartisan task force to try to, so we can get as much information and find out what happened here. Today's conversations regarding the attempted assassination of former President Trump is critical, one that I pray never happens again. Throughout my law enforcement career, I held many leadership positions, and through those roles, I've coordinated with the White House, advanced teams, state and local law enforcement, and doing some of these very same similar type events. And we have one goal in mind, and that's to keep people safe. Because of a massive failure in communication, President Trump was shot from a little more than a football field away. Because of the failure of former Secret Service leadership, especially former directors, spectators were forced to do what the Secret Service failed to do, and that was protect themselves from bullets. Ultimately, this led to the death of Corey Compertor, who gave his life while bravely shielding his wife and children during this terrible thing. Colonel, thank you for being here today. And I've said from the beginning, if you want answers, you got to talk to the men and women who were on the ground, the law enforcement officers who were out there, and who were taking directions and commands from the leadership of Secret Service and various other leaders. You testified that 32 members of PSP were assigned to various roles to assist the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your officers were assigned to various roles, but they were not responsible for securing the building or property at AGR. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The former director testified yesterday that the building was outside the Secret Service secured perimeter. Did the U.S. Secret Service leadership direct local or state police that was their job to secure the building? And if so, did they provide any guidance on this?
So as I stated earlier, aside from the briefing that I received about the walkthrough, when the question was raised and the response from the advance team of the Secret Service, the agents on the pre-plan, that was going to be the responsibility of Butler ESU. I have no firsthand knowledge about any interaction between the Secret Service and any other entity, really.
Secret Service established and managed the primary command post for communications in the office of the Butler Farm Show. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, sir, yes.
Preliminary findings have concluded that communications were siloed and local law enforcement were not in frequent radio contact directly with the Secret Service. Local SWAT and sniper teams were on a separate radio channels for patrol. Colonel, do your radios have the capability to be programmed to be in contact with other agencies? And do you know if the officers on the ground that day had communication capabilities with the Secret Service that was on that duty that day?
You're asking me a very specific question that I would defer to our Bureau of Communication and Information Services. I could get you an answer as to what those
Thank you very much. Do you know if the Secret Service provided any guidance on combined communications?
I do not. Again, I have not seen their operations plan.
5:45 p.m., a local law enforcement sniper observed a suspect with a rangefinder and reported the suspect to command at the U.S. Secret Service. Colonel, how would you have responded to that information?
So again, I certainly would articulate that at that point, a rangefinder, which could have legal and legitimate use, that is a threat. Highly suspicious activity that should be addressed.
Mr. Woes, you testified clear and constant communication is crucial to ensure the security of the protectee, and that local law enforcement should be part of the command post to facilitate real-time information sharing and rapid response to emerging situations. As we all know, separate communications are necessary and effective during a large-scale event like this. There's no way everybody can be on the same channel. You talk over each other, you won't ever get anything done. But there must be some clear understandings through communications at the beginning so that split-second decisions can be made, so there won't be a lapse in time and these terrible things happen. Would you like to just say a few words about that?
I'm sorry, there's no doubt. Look at how many people are involved in an operation like this. Having everyone on one channel is difficult, but there are people within contained areas, and their ability to be able to communicate as things change across platforms is crucial. In this case, we know that in seconds things unfolded. In seconds, getting meaningful communication out to people who might be able to act on that communication is vital. So I think there's avenues here. I agree that not everyone should be on the same channel, but there are certain people within certain areas and perimeters that should be having communication ability to communicate a little more freer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Eps20, representing the New York law enforcement community as well, for 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Thank you both for your service. On July 13th, we witnessed the Secret Service fail to secure the Pennsylvania field and keep the former president of the United States of America and the Americans that were gathered there safe. While President Trump thankfully survived this horrific attack, Corey Compatore, a volunteer fire chief, a father, and a husband died while shielding his family from the assassin's bullets. Two others, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, were both struck by bullets and are still recovering. The Secret Service failed. Quite frankly, they failed miserably. And Colonel Paris, Mr. Yos, Mr. Ezel, myself, we could probably combine our law enforcement experience and have no question that there was failures that day. We could probably ask someone who just graduated from a police academy or a veteran with 40 years on the job, and they would agree. So my first question is to Colonel Paris. I know that you mentioned over the last year you've had close to 20 interactions with the Secret Service and visits. During his presidency, Pennsylvania has been the second most visited state by President Biden. If you could go over again, what is your coordination with the Secret Service? What does it normally look like ahead of a visit from the President of the United States?
So I would say the basic timeline is the same. We are notified at some point that there's going to be a visit of a protectee or the president and everybody in between. The venue is ultimately secured, the logistics, and then there's planning at the request of the Secret Service, and our default position is to attempt to partner and give them all the support that we can.
Okay. Now, I know that Mr. Menendez had similar questions, but I just want to reiterate because I think it's critically important. Of the dozens of times that you've dealt with visits from the President of the United States, and I'm sure you've thought about this dozens and dozens of times at this point, and read through emails and thought about different incidents, compared to the incident on July 13th, was there anything different from the way that this was handled?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. So at approximately 5:51 p.m., Pennsylvania State Police notified the Secret Service of a subject with a rangefinder. That was 20 minutes before the gunman shot President Trump and two others. This is for either one of you. What should have happened next?
So ideally, I would say that Mr. Crooks could have been encountered and intercepted. That would have been the ideal.
Mr. Yost?
Well, I have no direct knowledge. I want to make that clear. But I think also we need to assess the threat and determine whether there's a need to withhold the asset from the stage.
So I think we all know what should have happened, right? 20 minutes passed. There was someone who eventually took a shot at a former president of the United States and killed two innocent Americans. So we know what did happen. We know what should have happened. What do you say to those that are saying that local law enforcement failed to provide adequate security at this rally?
As I stated earlier, based on everything I know up until day 10, I only am going to comment on the Pennsylvania State Police, and it's my belief as I sit here, based on all the information that I have, that we met or exceeded our expectations for that event. Am I saying that the event was a success? Obviously, it was not, and our hearts go out to those affected.
Oh my God! One person admitting that they failed at it.
I don't think the federal agencies have the ability to get with bandwidth to be able to have this event without coordinated effort with local law enforcement. To my knowledge, local law enforcement did with their responsibilities and directed work.
And Mr. Yost, we've corresponded about this prior, but I just want to, in the last 20 seconds I have, the United States Secret Service established and managed the primary command post. Would you agree, Colonel, that in the United States of America, we have a serious issue when it comes to law enforcement and communicating through multiple jurisdictions and agencies at a singular event?
I would say the short answer is it depends, but communications are always a critical piece to any successful operation.
So I agree it does depend, but I do have a concern when some people's lives are on the lines, when we are supposed to be protecting an asset regardless of who it is, but especially someone who was the president of the United States. The fact that law enforcement agencies are communicating at such a critical time
because you sent a bunch of retards to protect
him. Problem, and it's one that I think this committee and other committees need to take a real hard look at. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Strong for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I think we all agree that none of us ever want to be holding a hearing like this. As we have covered, the Secret Service relies on federal, state,
the Secret Service failed
and secure events to ensure the safety.
The Secret Service failed.
You rightly emphasized in your testimony, Secret Service
she is culpable.
Is the ultimate responsible and the final arbiter of any and all security matters affecting their protectee. Full stop. Mr. Yost, you also went on to highlight the importance of mutual respect, trust, and shared commitment in the relationship between Secret Service
She resigned from her job so that she can't face the punishment.
She shouldn't have resigned. She should have been
We've
fired.
seen real accountability from the director following July the 13th. It is my hope the truth will now come. Her lack of leadership following the assassination attempt has not only impeded the ongoing investigation and eroded the public's trust, but it is also the potential to erode the mutual respect and trust that are fundamental to this relationship between the Secret Service and partners they rely on. Colonel Paris, I understand that state and locals were the ones that first alerted the command center of a suspicious individual some 20 minutes before he started shooting. Is that correct?
As I said before, I would agree with the sequence of events, but I don't want to go on the record with the exact time. So that's my understanding of the sequence of events. Yes.
Does the Pennsylvania State Police use a digital radio system, whether it be the P25 or something of that nature?
Yes, we do.
And it has unbelievable technology. I know we've utilized it throughout the state of Alabama. 40 years and as a first responder, to go from UHF, VHF to a digital system changes the ball game. Does the Secret Service also use a digital radio system?
I would have to get you information on that. I don't know, sir.
Okay, so the communication between the agencies, you start looking at it. The communication with a digital radio system, you can change frequencies. You can make a mutual frequency. Every radio you can have hundreds of different frequencies. But as far as you're not sure if they have a digital radio system or if they're using another conventional UHF or VHF frequency or something of that nature.
In answer to the first part, I'm not an expert on radios. I can't.
Secret Service, bro. We're gonna have the tough shit, man.
The only answer I would provide is my understanding is there are certain encrypted capabilities that the Secret Service has to maintain that may provide difficulty in what would otherwise be, if we had a regular incident, we were able to set up a patch to communicate across agencies.
Thank you. Colonel Paris, as you just shared, after state and locals identified the shooter as suspicious, they relayed that information to Secret Service and were given a number to send their concerns to. Is this standard operating procedures to be left a phone number to give your information to rather than direct communications through radio?
I don't want to say that it's standard operating procedure, but if it was a system that or a measure that worked to push that information to the people who needed it in the most expeditious means.
Wow.
Going away from standard.
It wasn't a system breakdown.
You said that you had done
it was
this
a deliberate
type
mistake.
of event with other presidents or in your state. In past history, is this how it usually was done?
I can't say that I have had a personal experience about. I've obviously been present when there were suspicious people that came out over the radio and law enforcement was seeking them, but I can't say that I have a frame.
So you have a suspicious person. You have to call it and take a phone number, and you call that phone number.
Did y'all have to
He didn't have a
authorize
camera,
green light
Mama
for
Bear.
fire?
He had a camera.
You go by
Police
your
would run over
day-to-day
and fucking
activity.
wrestle
We
him.
would go by the
Shot
policy
him,
and
smashed his face into the concrete.
state law that cover Pennsylvania State Police.
Another thing that stood out to me with a
Yeah,
background in
later on.
emergency medical
He shot
services is when the president was brought off, you saw his SUV move about 20 feet, and then it sat there. We watched as a lady in the skirt walked in front of the SUV. We watched as other law enforcement people, spectators, whatever. Did you notice that seemed to be a long time for the president to be sitting for someone that had taken a bullet? Did you think that was a long time?
I would completely defer to the Secret Service.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Okay.
of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to
You're given a phone number to report suspicious people,
Right.
suspicious activity.
Yeah.
So if one person's on that phone, you got 10 other people trying to report it. How that sounds stupid. Is there that number linked to a bunch of people so that they can call?
It would reroute through Israel, of course. So you call 911, right? What's your emergency? Oh, this, that, and the other. Hang on, let me redirect you to Israel so they can fucking answer your fucking call, right? And I don't know, man. What the fuck are these people thinking about?
It would sound more when they have these rallies, whether it's a Democrat rally or a Republican rally, why don't they have a command center?
Why the
Most
fuck
counties have command centers. They have a command trailer for these conventions set up there. I know most counties in New York State have command centers. When they have incidents, they have command trailers.
The guy
everything is running through it.
The guy counted 12 rooftops, right? Two with open access to that podium, right? I mean, that was literally just. I mean, what Secret Service knobhead approved that security plan? He should be fired immediately, if not charged with fucking some shit. You know what I mean? Some negligence or something. You know what I mean?
Yesterday they talked about the water tower. Why wasn't there somebody on that water tower with the high-powered binoculars scanning that whole area?
Well, at least someone's keeping an eye on the fucking thing. Do you know what I mean?
No drones.
Could be because they couldn't see or swim.
No, this was set up. This was set up so they can fucking disarm the people. This is all fucking set up. This is all proper set up. Stinks. I mean, Secret Service just had $6 billion. I mean, there's only like 100 of them. I mean, fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? You need $6 billion for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, something does not sound right. You know, it wasn't staged, Josephine.
I think so. I think she's got a point. I think it was set up. The whole thing's set up.
I think it was set up because they have found that somebody that was at the shooter's house was in Washington, D.C. by the FBI building.
So far, they've managed to get rid of this bitch, which is a good thing, because she was useless. Well, she was a useless cunt. But who are they going to replace her with? Another useless cunt?
Yeah. I noticed you had scheduled a live on Eyes in the Audit, but it never went live.
Yeah. I'll sort that out, don't worry.
But, you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to go live in the audit. Not right now.
There's so many unanswered questions to this, and they have left the state police, the Pennsylvania State Police, out of communications on purpose. And he is going to be one of their fall guys. I can see it now. They're going to leave them as fall guys. You can see it. All right, go ahead and play.
Just want to see how much more of this shit we got. We've got a good 10 minutes, I think. Maybe more.
Maybe
half an hour.
At the site yesterday.
No, that's the roof.
Yeah. Here on the building where
It's too dangerous to get up there for the snipers. So
it's not that steep at all. We just had a 70-year-old man back here climb up on the roof easily. See that water tower behind me? Had Secret Service or anybody had sniper teams up there, this guy wouldn't have made it 5 feet up this roof.
Right.
He would have been taken out. Behind me, you see the windows that Secret Service was supposedly in the second floor of this building behind. Makes you wonder why they weren't able to quickly dispatch the individual. And then behind me, back over here where those red roofs are, that's where
can you guys cut it right there, please?
The president was giving a speech from. A lot of questions here in Butler.
Cut it. Thank you. All right, Colonel Paris, did you notice when you showed up on site what the tallest structure on the site was?
Water
I
tower.
can't say at the moment that I arrived that
The
I did.
water tower.
Okay. Now that you've had a chance to go back and look over it, what is the tallest structure on that site? The water towers. Absolutely. Colonel, do you know how far the water tower was from the roof where the shooter took his shots?
100 yards.
160 yards, sir. Who made the decision, Colonel, not to put a counter sniper team on the tallest structure by far on the site with 360-degree surveillance? Do you have any idea? I do not know, sir. Okay. We'd like to get that answer.
Yes.
Did you see the video that showed me sticking my phone out the second-story window? Did you see that? Yes, sir. Okay. Exposing the coverage of the window of the entire roof. Are you aware that local law enforcement and Secret Service had full access to that building in that room? My understanding is that they did. Yeah. Why weren't security teams, sir, on site able to spot a 20-year-old kid with zero camouflage crawling up a white roof with an AR-15 that several rally goers were screaming and yelling and pointing out, and they noticed him, and they weren't even there to conduct security. They were there to watch the president. Do you have any idea why the security teams couldn't find that guy? I do not, sir.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second on that? So, just for clarification, it was the ESU guys that were manning those buildings, and they left because of the call of the suspicious person. So they left their post there to go look for him. They're the same individuals who attempted to climb up the building and were scared away by the shooter pointing.
Wow.
I reclaim my time. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just wondering why they weren't able to find him, because even while they were looking, they could have still looked out that window that they had access to. All right, Colonel Paris. I'm just going to say it. Are you aware, sir, that many Americans believe this was very likely not a lone shooter, but a coordinated assassination attempt? Have you been getting those messages from people like I have? I have not, sir. You haven't? Well, there's a lot of people in this room that have been getting the same messages. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that a lot of Americans are like, this doesn't add up, this doesn't make sense, guys? How could this many things have gone wrong? Right? Like the things I pointed out, a 20-year-old kid, 150 yards of the President of the United States with an AR-15, flew a drone to conduct site surveillance, was spotted with a rangefinder ranging targets, then lost, had advanced explosive devices on him with no military training. Nobody was placed in the most obvious spot to conduct counter-sniper operations. I was a sniper in the SEAL teams, Colonel. As soon as I got out of the SUV and I saw that that water tower, I was like, that's exactly where I'd be. Put me right there. So obvious. After partisan attempts to bankrupt him, imprison him for 750 years, and countless depictions as a modern-day Hitler, are you surprised, sir, that a lot of Americans are like, maybe there's more to this story? I wouldn't begin to speculate about what the American people think, sir. Colonel, did your team make entry and conduct investigation at the suspect's home prior to this shooting? Excuse me, sir, I've asked that question. Did your team make entry and conduct any investigation at the suspect's home? I believe we had people that participated in that securing of it. There were bomb assets that we provided. Mr. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds?
Yeah, I'm letting everybody go.
Okay. On the night of, since then, none. Did you get any reports from any of your agents of anything fishy at the home? I was briefed on. Was there any silverware found in the home or trash? I have nothing in the briefing that I was given, sir. Was it extremely clean, almost like a medical lab? Were you given any of those reports? I wasn't given any of those details, sir. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Interesting. The last thing I want to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, this is article, opinion from, I believe, the Washington Post by Robert Kagan. A Trump dictatorship is increasingly inevitable. We should stop pretending. This article compares Trump to Caesar and attempts to justify the assassination of President Trump. And I think even though we want to dodge around it and not make this partisan, I think we all know that a lot of this has to do with the rhetoric, the very violent rhetoric that has led up to this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and so ordered on the entry of that into the record. I now recognize Mr. McKean for 5 minutes of testimony or witness questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sandra, would you mind moving that just a little forward here so I can Colonel Paris, can you see that, or am I obstructing your view?
I believe I can see it, sir.
Alexander, would you mind? I'm sorry. Can we shift it just a little bit to your left? There we go. Okay. Better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is a picture I took yesterday on the grounds, looking out of that second-story window that has the corridor that connects the AGR building, the American Glass Research Building, with where the shooter's location. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to point to the shooter's location as we were made aware. From that X is where the shooter was shared with us. His body was found. From this viewpoint, there's some videos that make it look like he's more this direction, but from the perception, it kind of is confusing. But he was more towards that opposite side. This window, second story, it's the second window from the right side. That window has this view where they could clearly, those ESU officers that were stationed, given access by the property owner to that window, could see the shooter had they been stayed in that man position. This is there moving towards the location of President Trump with the red barns back here. His stage was right in front of that. And you can see a window here that is absolutely going to obstruct the view to be able to look to the 20 or 30 different barn structures, the cattle building, the sheep building, the hog building, the rodeo arena by the pond. Many structures. There's 50 buildings within a 500-yard radius of where President Trump was at.
Josephine, there's a link.
So many vulnerabilities.
Can you click on that link?
Do you see a problem with that window being in the way?
Yeah, can you click that link?
Of someone being able from this position to be able to,
click the link.
In the take care of the asset?
A casement window.
See the link in the private chat?
Present a tactical concern.
And I understand potentially, this was air conditioning on top of the second-story building, wasn't, so maybe that was a consideration. But ultimately, Secret Service is the one who made the determination of placement or contacting or making sure the plan was in coordination with the property owner for allowing.
Go to private and then click that link.
Second-story window. Is that correct? That was Secret Service's plan.
Correct. Ultimately, it's on this.
It's on Secret Service for that plan. All right. My question is, if it's their plan, did they not indicate that someone had to stay manned in that location? Because we're being told that when the two officers, local PD, were trying to lift themselves on the opposite side to get a look at the gentleman, and he turns his gun and they dropped off the building, this would have been a perfect opportunity. Someone would be on the radio. They could have taken him out from this location. Did the Secret Service plan not include directives from staying in those positions?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know. All right, here's another question. With the 2 minutes that you said that there was an opportunity from the time that they were hoisted up, looked at the shooter, you're given the responsibility, as this is delegated in the outer perimeter, to secure the area. Why weren't they able to immediately call their supervisor, who would then be authorized to issue a hold on the asset or a get him off the stage call? Why does it have to be, as your testimony says, they took a picture, sent it to Secret Service 20 minutes before the incident of the shooting, and they have to wait for a response? Why is not the line of communication? I understand they're on different radio frequencies. Why were they not empowered to say, if we send something suspicious, then state police, local law enforcement, sheriff's department, each one, the head official of each one of those departments, if we entrusted them with enough responsibility to secure that environment, then we ought to give them the responsibility to issue a hold call because of something that they see as a threat. Are they empowered to do that, or does it have to all go through Secret Service to issue a hold?
I can only say what I know about the state police operations plan, and I do not know the answer to your question, sir.
So
I do not know the answer. I don't know what the protocol would be to issue the hold order. And just as a point of clarification that I tried to clean up with the congressman from New Jersey before, when the two municipal officers one was hoisted.
Can I jump on that 2 to 3 minutes, because I got limited time here?
Just to make sure that was seconds before. That was seconds before Crooks started firing.
Okay. You had said earlier today it was 2 to 3 minutes, but you're saying seconds.
Clean that up for a second time. Yes, sir.
Okay. But even if they're hoisting, your testimony today, if I understood you correctly, it was two different officers that were hoisting to get a look at him, not the ones who were manned in this view.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. So had they remained in there, They immediately would have seen the incident taking place if they were on the same line of communication, and they could have taken the asset out.
I'm remiss to say that because I don't know what their general rules of engagement and assignment were from the Secret Service.
This looks to me like a major breakdown of communication. This procedure looks to me like it is lapsed with the ability of someone who, if they entrust them with the ability to secure these perimeter, they ought to be empowered enough to be able to give the authority on their comms to issue a hold. I don't understand that. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Josephine?
Gentleman yields. And I'm going to say this because I have thoroughly enjoyed both of your testimony today. And there are a lot of guys up here on both sides of the aisle that are charged about this, that their emotion is not intended to communicate a lack of trust in the Pennsylvania State Police. You're being incredibly helpful today. Some of the things that we've discovered from your testimony have brought some frustration to our folks, and I hope you'll understand it in that context, that it's the energy is not directed at you. The failure to set up appropriate communication systems and to make decisions when they become aware of someone pointing a rangefinder is what's got people upset. And that's on Secret Service. So I just wanted to make sure y'all heard that from me.
Mr. Chairman, if I was amped up a little bit, I concur. So greatly respect what you're doing.
I now recognize Ms. Lee for 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing and for organizing this committee's trip to Butler, Pennsylvania. For us, being on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday made clear the severity of the security failures on Saturday, July 13th. Those failures that almost allowed former President Donald Trump to be assassinated. Unfortunately, what has followed that failed assassination attempt is an erosion of public trust related to those responsible for keeping the president and the attendees of the rally safe. We've heard that because of a sloped roof, law enforcement was not able to safely secure the area that day. We've heard reports that certain officers abandoned their posts due to weather conditions. We've heard the Secret Service attempt to shift blame to state and local law enforcement, asserting that they failed to secure certain areas in the perimeter. Secret Service Chief Cheadle's resignation this morning is the first of many steps that need to be taken, and today's hearing is just the beginning of our process to get clear, accurate information about this issue, about the failures associated with that day, and ensure that not only Congress, but that the American public get the answers that they deserve about these events. Mr. Yost, I'd like to start with you. The Secret Service is always the lead in providing security for these types of events that involve one of their protectees, but they clearly rely on their partnerships with state and local law enforcement as they move to different locations around the country. Are you concerned that former Director Cheadle's comments to ABC News, which many people heard as blame shifting to local law enforcement, could undermine the level of trust between state and local authorities and Secret Service when they come to communities around America?
Yes, I absolutely do, and our organization actually issued a press release stating just that. Our relationship, it's impossible for a federal agency to do their function without including local law enforcement.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking pissing me off.
That relationship is built on trust.
Yeah.
1 second, let me just fucking sort this shit out once and for all. Right? Okay. There's a StreamYard link in the chat. You click on the StreamYard link in the chat. You go to the private chat. And then you click on the link to come here. Once I have confirmed you're not a porn bomber. It's not difficult. I can't do 6 fucking things at once. Sorry, Margaret.
Right.
Some people are just deliberately being fucking so stupid. It's just unreal, you know what I mean?
I get it.
I thought I'd put a StreamYard link just to make it easy for people, you know? But obviously, it's just too fucking complicated for most people to get the grasp of. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
What do you want me? I'll fucking open my bum cheeks wide open and let everybody fuck me just to make it nice and easy for you. Shall I? How about that? Fuck it. Let's play some music. It just pissed me right off.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good, Mellows.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I wanna win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Back to fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
All right. There you go.
Right, there you go.
Click this link.
This
Yeah, the link I just put in.
Hey, Ariel.
What's up? You doing all right?
Hanging in there, brother. How are you?
All right.
Okay.
Good. Good to hear. Hi, Mama. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Just got me a fresh cup of coffee.
I'm working on one.
I just got back home myself. I was out a little while.
Yeah.
I'm making one now. How'd the doctors go? Okay.
There she is.
No, there was a 3-hour wait.
Hold on, just.
There was a 3-hour wait, and I was not going to wait. They said go over to the emergency room. If I go to the emergency room, I have to pay $50, and I was not going to pay $50 at the emergency room. I called my doctor. He is out for 4 weeks on vacation, and I can move my foot. It's not black and blue. I think I just bruised it severely, so I'm going to continue to ice it and keep it up, and do what I've been doing. The swelling is going down, so I'll just keep it up and keep doing what I'm doing and play the waiting game.
Damn.
I hope you
So-
feel better soon.
Sorry to hear about that, Mama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I can move it. There's no blacking in it. Matter of fact, the swelling has gone down a lot more today. Sitting here with it up, I can actually see my ankle bone. And I'm moving it a lot more today. It's not as stiff as it was. So I think I do have nerve damage in my leg, in my foot. So I
I'm
think
sure you do.
I think I did. It's more of the nerve responding to it. It feels better today since I've been sitting here for the last 4 hours with it up. So the more I sit with it up and I just keep working it slowly, I think it's more of the nerves are responding to it.
Okay.
So
Good.
so I'm just sitting here relaxing. So they have a situation going on at the Capitol, an insurgent
What's
at the
going
U.S.
on?
Capitol, and arrests are being made. They have a sit-in going on at the U.S. Capitol.
Really? Damn.
Yes, and they are making an arrest. They are making arrests. So, they are making arrests right now. So, yep. So
No idea.
that's
About the meeting? Is it about the meeting?
well, the one U.S. We have one. There is supposed to be a speaker there at the Senate.
Okay. I just wasn't sure
So
what was happening over there.
yes, there is a special speaker tonight. And Trump is not going to be there. And Harris said she would not meet with them. So I'm trying to see if I can find. See if I can find anything out about it. Oh.
So let's watch the last bit of this bullshit.
Okay, go ahead. I'll see if I can find anything about the arrest being made.
And when comments were made, like were made on ABC, then we felt the need to call her out on it.
And do you believe that the federal government's statements to the public, to the American people, after this attempted assassination, have helped or harmed public trust in law enforcement overall?
You know, I'll say this: the very powers that we have, are the ability to do our job as law enforcement officers, is directly related to trust. And in an investigation, there's a fine line between what you do in order to protect an investigation and also be accountable to the public you serve. And when you don't walk that fine line, then it does create distrust, and it does cause a lot of confusion. A lot causes people to fill in their own blanks, and as a result, this is what we see. Sharing accurate information is important to keep everyone informed so that it doesn't run in different directions.
And as the American people wait for an after-action report, what can or should law enforcement agencies at any level be doing to address concerns about transparency and protect that public trust?
Well, I'll start right here. I mean, you have Pennsylvania State Police. It filled in a lot of gaps that should have been filled in a long time ago. This is information that should be known to everyone. It is, essential facts. It doesn't change. It is what it is, and sharing this information lets everyone know exactly what occurred and gives us some insight of things that we need to correct.
And you've been here now throughout this day, throughout questioning from a number of members of this committee. As this committee continues to investigate the failures that resulted in this shooting, what are some of the key questions that you believe should be asked about the assassination attempt, as well as the management and organization of Secret Service more broadly?
Well, again, I have to be upfront in the fact that I have no direct knowledge to this incident or things that unfold. I'll just speak in just general terms. That the first question that I think we all need to ask is, with so many elevated positions available, what steps were taken to protect those assets? I don't know the answer to that, but there were a lot of places. I mean, we learned a lot of lessons going back there to President Kennedy. Higher locations create unique problems. And as a result, they should have been part of any action plan. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying that we see the end result of what happened here, so obviously we have a failure there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back and now recognize the gentleman in whose district this tragedy occurred, fine representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate Chairman Green's allowing me to be here, and then also to be in Butler yesterday, which is my hometown. I'm 4 miles from this location. My concern actually started on July the 5th when I was told that former President Trump was coming to Butler, and I said, that's great. And they said, yeah, and he's going to be at the Butler Farm Show. I said, you must mean the big Butler Fair. They said, no, the Butler Farm Show. I said, who did a site visit? The answer is, we've already made our determination. My question was, so then what you just told me is nobody has been to that site. I will just tell you right now that what you are planning there is not proper for the crowd that's going to show up. At that point, the person on the phone said, Mr. Kelly, there'll be 6,000 or 7,000 people there. I said, well, that tells me even more about the fact that you have no idea where you're going. And historically, what has happened whenever the President Trump had come to Butler, we got 55,000 people at that rally. He said that was before, when he was president. He's no longer president. So being there, not only just myself, but also my wife, 3 of my grandchildren, 1 of my sons, and so many friends that were there that day, I think it all comes down to the same question that we always ask when we get to these situations. What did we know, and when did we know it? And I think forever now, people are going to look at what happened and say, we knew there was something wrong. We could see it. I would just put to you that had we acted quicker, Mr. Compratore would still be alive today. President Trump would not have been wounded, and 2 other people who were that day would not have been wounded. And in a greater sense, the American people
have been wounded in a way that they have lost faith, trust, and confidence in how we protect certain people. It goes far beyond that, and I appreciate you both being here. And I'll tell you what, you really have given us testimony based on what your whole careers have been about, and that is protecting people. For some reason, on July 13th, we knew something was wrong. Every person I've talked to that was there that day or responsible for protection says, we did our job. I said, so then you're saying that somebody else didn't do their job. And the answer is, well, that's to be decided later on. So I would just say, first of all, I meant what I said. I think the American people now are deeply wounded, and the faith, trust, and confidence we need to have in our government has been fading for too long. I was there with the Pennsylvania State Police. I've talked to the Pennsylvania State since then. Mr. Yost, thank you for your career. But at the end of the day, we don't have the answers we need to have. And I said it earlier, and I mean it. There is no reason for Corey Comprovatore to be dead today. There is no reason for President Trump to have been wounded, or two other members in the audience that day to have been wounded, had we done what we knew before we let it go any further than that. That could have been stopped early on. Nobody can convince me that when people see somebody on the roof of a house, of a building, and pointing to him and yelling, there's somebody up there, it needs to be taken care of. And other people who were there, that eyewitnesses said they watched him go onto those grounds, and every time they said there's something wrong, somebody is going in the wrong direction, it shouldn't be there, and the answer comes down, you know what you're talking about. There's nobody there. So as we continue looking at this, and I think that we have a lot of testimony today, and again, I thank you for being there, but I just submit to you that the victims of that day, innocent people, none of it had to happen. We knew beforehand, and we could have prevented it, but we failed to act when we should have acted. So I appreciate your careers and everything you've done. And Chairman, I appreciate the fact that I've been able to be here today, and that you came to our town yesterday, in a town that I have lived. This spot is a place I've been at many, many, many times. I just cannot understand why we didn't act when we knew there was something wrong. At the very least, they could have taken President Trump off the podium, and some of the other activity after that never would have taken place. So thank you for having me here, and thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, but there is far, far more we have to learn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to do another round of questioning, and I don't know, Mr. Grimm, you're going to want to ask any other questions, or okay, so you'll follow me, and we'll go around. I just want to get back to this text message that was sent at about 20 to 25 minutes prior.
This is not working for me, guys.
Was a picture.
This is not working for me, guys. I can't be in two streams and share a video.
Well, take it down.
I can't be in two streams and share a video. I've got to mute up and talk to the other guy over there, because someone to help me monitor the other stream. Grim was supposed to be monitoring it, but he's not paying attention.
You want me to go over?
No,
you want me to go over? Here, let me share it. You want me to share the stream?
I'm guessing you're going back and forth between the two StreamYards.
Yeah, I am, man. Give me a second, bro. Grim, you got this.
Unfortunately. Yeah. I understand the precautions, because another stream I was on the other week, they got photobombed too, so no big deal.
Well, I do have other methods.
In chat here,
yeah.
The only thing I can see is what gets typed after I come into StreamYard.
That's right.
Anything you typed before I got here is not visible.
Yeah, that's right. So, I've never met you before, have I? Have I met you before? Jim. I don't know who this guy is. Jim, I'm going to give you a link, man. Let's see how we go. This is fucking bullshit.
Hello, Jim. I'm taking a substitute.
Grim, you got this, bro, because I can't keep stopping and doing
Anything that
this.
gets typed in the StreamYard before I come up, I cannot see. Only stuff that gets typed after I get into this StreamYard.
Who is it?
Hopefully
Is
it's
it
some Jim, yeah. I don't know. Grim's dealing with it.
Is it Jim's camera at dawn?
Probably. It just says Jim. Hang on. Yeah, I think it is Jim Camera Down.
That's from. He's been on panel before.
Yes.
He's from my channel.
All right, let me give him a link.
It's me.
Just
a little old mountain man.
It's alright, man. Give him the link. There's just vouch for him.
He's from my channel. He has a channel.
Mama Bear's just vouch for him, Grim. Give him the link.
It doesn't matter.
It's alright, give him the link. Mama Bear's just vouch for him.
If you go to my what channel? If you go to my
Jesus Christ, I don't think they can fucking hear me, man. This is pissing me off.
Grim said he can't hear. That's the problem. He can't hear nothing.
Grim, can you hear me? Grim.
What I meant was,
Jesus Christ. Grim, can you hear me? Hello, Grim. Motherfucking shit, man.
I was with her the other day, and somebody came up and they impersonated somebody else, and showed a picture of their private parts.
Grim.
She caught it.
Grim. Grim.
Yeah, she caught it. Pretty quick and
This is
everything.
pissing me off, man. Grim, sort your fucking shit out, man.
no, monetize. We keep getting idiots doing the same thing.
Alright. Jesus Christ, man. Today is a stressful day for me, guys, because, you know, I have to do all this extra bullshit just to protect our fucking panel because of fucking idiots and arseholes, you know what I mean? This is pissing me right off, right?
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Fuck's sakes, man. It's like I have to fucking tear myself into 6 fucking pieces. Do you know what I mean?
Right? I do.
Welcome
Jim?
to the panel.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Jim.
Hey, thank you guys for taking the extra time. I appreciate your situation and totally understand.
Thanks, mate.
Hi, Jim. Woo woo.
Yeah, it's just been stressful, you know, because I've given multiple ways of you can get the link from me. You can email me. You can go to the Telegram group. It's posted on there. We're streaming in Telegram right now. We've got, you know, fucking the Jitsi room set up, and I'm sitting in Jitsi. I'm thinking, everyone's complaining about, I want a link. I've got to make it easy for everybody, right? Including the porn bombers to fuck me. Just to please everybody. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. It's not my channel, right? That's on the line here. There's multiple channels on the line. So I'm not going to risk it. Okay? If you have to do a little bit of extra work and, oh my God, go around the world and send me an email. I mean, it's 2024. If you don't know how to write an email and send an email to somebody, please come and see me. I will teach you the most basic fucking thing you can do on the internet. And if you haven't got no idea how to send a fucking email right now, you know, in this day and age, you've got serious issues, right? Serious fucking issues that are more important than learning how to get on a StreamYard thing. Sort your shit out first. Prioritize. Learn how to send an email, right? And then worry about everything else on the internet, right?
Well,
That's the first thing you need to learn.
you can hold me up as an example. I'm just a little old mountain man, 67 years old, and I figured out how to get here, and it was not an issue at all. Anybody should be able to figure out how to get here.
You don't know how many people have sent me complaints, man. And they're bitching and moaning about, oh, it's so difficult. I've got to go around the world. I've got to do this. I've got to, oh my God, you need to do it like this. You need to do it like that. You got to do it like this. You got, fuck, man. You go and get your own channel and do whatever the fuck you want on your own channel. Don't worry about me.
Exactly. Right? And I am going to tell a couple of people I know who have been photobombed about your technique here of having them go to another StreamYard first, because I think that's a great idea.
Right. Well, I thought, because they don't like the Jitsi link, they don't want to join Telegram, they can't fucking be bothered to send me an email, but they can click a StreamYard link, so I'll give them a StreamYard link, one that will take them somewhere that's not going to fuck me, right? Go and show your ass over there, go and pull your dick out and wave it all about. I don't care, right?
And that's exactly what happened on that other channel I was telling you about. They impersonated somebody that was in the chat. And
exactly the same thing they did to me the other day. That's why we're doing this. A friend of mine was here, and then he dropped off the panel, and then he popped up again. I thought, I'm going to bring him back up. And then, boom, he pulls out his fucking willy. You know what I mean?
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm doing great, Mama Bear. I'm alive and kicking, and you don't know how much I appreciate you showing that video earlier.
Well, we're trying to finish it. We're trying to finish it up. So we're trying to finish it up.
Yeah, I got a phone call and missed part of it, but that's okay. I'm sure I can catch the replay.
Yes. So. But yes, Jim is part of the channel.
What is the latest and greatest topic that you guys are talking or moving to now?
Well, we were trying.
Yeah, sorry, Mom.
Trying to finish that up. But it is anti-Semitic rioters storming the U.S. Capitol. Is what is happening at the U.S. Capitol, and I'm trying to find a link for it. To see if anybody is at the U.S. Capitol. But yes, they are at the U.S. Capitol right now. And they are making arrests at the U.S. Capitol. So right now,
this whole world is just about upside down at this point.
Yeah, it's already there, man.
I was on a Filipino panel in the middle of last night, and they were talking about their politicians, and they are saying the exact same thing that we're saying here.
So,
Pudsy's absolutely right. It's 4:20 time. Jim, smoke them if you got them, bro.
You guys take my share, because I'm crazy enough straight, let alone taking anything.
I'm jealous. You know that. You know how much money, right, it takes me to get like that. Do you forget things as well?
Well, I forget the important stuff. The important stuff I try my best to remember. It's a funny thing. Some people can, not everybody, but some people can tell me their birthday, and it is like etched in my brain. I never forget it, and I don't understand why it works that way, but it just does.
Yeah. Numbers. Sometimes some people.
Yep.
Numbers differently. They see them
but
in
now,
physical form.
My smartphone has made me dumb. I can tell you the phone number of the girl that I was dating when I was in 7th grade, but I can't tell you my sister's cell phone number because it's programmed into my phone and I never have to dial it.
Yeah. It's dumb, and it was supposed to be a tool that was supposed to elevate us and enlighten us, right? Educate us and improve our,
Right.
But it hasn't. It's dumbed us down. We
It's
rely
made
on
us lazy.
navigation to go anywhere. No one knows how to read a map anymore. Give a map. Give a paper map to a kid, and you tell him to, and direct him to go somewhere. See how lost he is.
And used to. I'm old. I used to use a slide rule in school, and you had to know what you was doing to use a slide rule. But when it comes to these push button calculators, they just teach you what buttons to push. They don't teach you what's going on. They teach you what buttons to push. And nobody can convince me that that's making kids smarter.
How could it be?
Well, is it going to kick me out?
No.
Do you need me to share something?
Mama Bear, I forbid it to kick you out.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to kick me out again.
Put the link in the back chat. Is it in the back already? Grim, thank you, mate. I'm going to have to...
I was going to share you what's going on at the Capitol.
Right, I need to get into the other room.
Hey, Pudsley.
Yeah, Pudsy's right. I need to chill out a little bit. It's 4:20 time. Should we play a 4:20 song? Let's play.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you the link.
Let's play this one.
Private chat.
Wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice, twisted up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh. Eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air, Mellow's without a care. Laughter fills everywhere, feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Ooh, ooh, everything just feels so right. For 20 clock is ticking now. Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Found a sound.
Is this what we're watching? Oh, someone's popping up.
Looks like they're singing and dancing to your song.
Yeah.
Good song. Good song, Mellows.
Yep.
Yeah, it chilled us out, didn't it?
Perfect timing.
I was just getting stressed out.
Yeah.
Right. Perfect timing.
Look, finest.
Yeah.
Finest money can offer. Look at the gloves. Check the gloves.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting
there,
gloves. Interesting gloves that young man had on.
Right.
I say the gloves he had on, that they were bones.
Yeah, he's ready for action, this guy. He's Punisher.
They're always ready.
They're arresting everybody in red.
The bones represent Punisher.
Yep.
I bet he's got a Punisher tattoo on him as well, the blue badge tattoo. Look at them, man.
What the heck?
There's absolutely no need for that. The handcut, the straps. There is absolutely no need for that. They're literally sitting down, clapping peacefully.
Well, it's disruptive.
They're not even resisting whatsoever. There's absolutely no need for the fucking the cable straps. This is the cable straps is all for show. This is for camera angles.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. It's all for camera. This is TV propaganda.
Yep. What's the shirt say? Can't read it from here.
What is it?
What did it say, Ariel?
I believe it says "Stop arming Israel." For us to stop arming Israel.
There you go.
Okay.
These are Jewish people, right?
Yeah, because remember who's speaking tonight at Senate? At Senate. Remember who's...
This is about fear propaganda, right? Fear porn for TV. Yep. You know, people are afraid because of this. People think that, you know, they associate cameras with terrorists because of this TV. You know, I don't get the association. Can someone explain to me?
Hi, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, check your Discord, hon.
They couldn't just walk them out the door, you know?
No, they've right outside. Right outside, they got a bus to put them on.
Yeah.
I see. Huh. What are they doing wrong?
Because remember who's speaking to the Senate tonight, Mallows?
Oh, Kamala?
Israel Prime Minister's in town.
He's sucking his dick tonight, isn't he?
Israel Prime Minister's landed.
It's going to be a bipartisan orgy. Watch. They're all going to be sucking on that fucker's dick tonight.
Israel Prime Minister landed.
Uh-huh.
Israel Prime Minister landed yesterday.
So they're all going to get arrested by the looks, huh?
Yeah, they all are.
One at a time. Huh.
Well,
Yep.
they're doing
They
it
had
right.
big, they had big signs that said stop arming Israel.
Yeah.
They were all sitting down, though. They didn't look like they were doing anything wrong to me. But
It's peaceful.
I just saw Jewish people standing next to people from with a Palestinian headscarf on.
There's one girl in the middle.
Didn't she have one of those? I don't know what they're called. It's not a hijab.
Yeah, the one girl in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, and then most of them I saw they were Jewish there with the caps on and everything.
Yep.
Another thing that says you cannot have free speech.
This is why they need to show a
Not
force
in the
and
Capitol.
terrify everybody, right? Yeah.
Isn't that the public area right there?
Set up. That's all set up, bro. That's all set up. Who
look at
turns
the
up?
fucking handcuffs I got.
Yeah, they're already
Strap
made
cuffs.
straps. It's like here's some I made prepared earlier, like they've been like fans of Blue Pete or some shit. Oh look, I got
Yep.
some straps I made up earlier. Just so happens we got a bag full of them that we just sat there for half an hour and made a whole load just because we knew exactly what was going to happen today. Somehow, mysteriously. Look, there's absolutely
Wow.
no need for it. There's no need. This is all for show. This is all for show. For camera. No need for this. They're peaceful. They're not resisting. Just walk the fucking just get the fucker out of there, innit? What are you gonna fucking do? Arrest them and charge them and take how much money is the
Right.
taxpayer gonna take to take these fuckers to court?
I'm sure they
How
would
many-
have gotten up and walked out the door.
There's got to be about $10 million, right, just in salaries standing around. Yeah, maybe more.
Yep.
That motherfucker with the glasses on his head, he's about fucking 80, 90 grand at least. This cunt's on over 100 grand. He's still doing his overtime.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And they just so
He's
happen to
fucking
have a
sitting
bag
there.
of straps just ready there, like fucking 100 straps for everybody. You know what I mean? What do they just sit
Unreal.
there in the morning and prepare? You know, like they clean their guns, load their guns, make a whole fucking load of straps. You know, because these
Yep.
things are flat. You got to like fold them into each other so they become cuffs. Do you know what I mean? It'll take you,
Right.
you know, like a few seconds to make, but these guys have got a bag prepared with fucking 1,000 of them in there, ready for everyone. I mean, who the fuck sat there and prepared them all in the first place? When did they do that? Yesterday? What, so they knew beforehand that they were going to arrest a whole bunch of people today? So they decided to arrest people before they actually did anything. These people are fucking mad,
Right.
man. Things set up. This is psyop on layer on top of layer on top of layer. Multiple psyop operations going on at the same time, all to create confusion, or to create distraction, or to generate fear and doubt and fuck people up and make people angry and agitated and have them all at each other's throats so they can fucking kill each other, hopefully, so they don't have to do it for us. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Come on, guys. Help the fucking WEF out. Go and fucking help them fucking depopulate the planet, why don't you? Bunch of fucking idiots. And this is why they had to make a show of it. Jews say stop arming Israel. So don't blame the Jews for all of this shit, right?
Yeah.
You don't. You blame the bastards that control your fucking government. Same motherfuckers that control
That's right.
mine. This is PR. This is what this is.
Yep.
You know that, right?
Yep.
You see the cameras? I mean, fuck. You know,
Oh,
can
yeah.
you imagine James Freeman there right now? All those coppers wouldn't be standing in a circle. They'll be all surrounding James Freeman.
Right.
But this guy's got a fucking perfect angle of everyone, and no one's bothering him. Look, all of a sudden, no one's bothering this motherfucker with a camera. You try to go there and video this shit. Look, all those fuckers over there with their cameras. You see?
It kind of looks like it looks like they brought back Fred Astaire from the grave to choreograph where everybody should stand.
Right? Look, they got more than a line there for the cameras. All the cameras at the top where they got eyes, you know, unfettered, unrestricted, you know, viewpoint.
Okay. Now, employment history on that dirty ass cop yesterday.
Okay.
He was a cop at Panama Police Department from 8/11/2020 to 7/26/2021. King Police Department 2/04/2021 to 5/18/2021.
It's the one you
Kidman
sent on
Police.
Instagram.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Yeah.
Kidman Police Department 5/20/2021 to 12/31/21. He resigned. Auburn Police Department 7/20.
Wow.
2021 to 5/1/2022. Resigned. Logan County Sheriff's Department 5/1/2022 to 4/28/2023. He resigned.
Yep.
And this last department,
Wow.
5/1/2023 to 7/17/2024. He was terminated for cause. He went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 police departments in from 2020 in 4 years.
Yeah.
Crazy.
2020, 2024 now, yeah.
4 years.
And then the bottom two, it says other explained, so it didn't exactly, you know, it just left, you know, it didn't say why.
It doesn't say. Right.
You know he
So
fucked
what
up there.
state was he in?
He was in
Illinois.
Illinois State. Okay.
Yeah. 6 police departments in 6 years.
Crazy.
In 4 years.
There's your culprits there. This is what's going on. You see the cameras? See, I love this angle. This is perfect. This is why I like lives, right? Because lives show things that they don't want us to see. Cut all this out later. This is what it's all about. Propaganda. Israel paid for all of these people. You know how much money these people earn, each one of these fuckers. Forget about the people downstairs, the police officers and all that. All of these fuckers with all this expensive equipment all at the tops there. Millions of pounds just sitting there right now taking pictures of peaceful protesters getting arrested.
Unreal. He went through 6 police departments in 4 years. Unreal. Talk about a dirty cop.
Oh yeah. Well, every day.
The same state too, right?
Same
state. Same state.
Wow. Surprised he got hired that many times in the same state. That's crazy.
It just
Unreal.
proves the point that what we've been saying all this time.
Yep.
There is no accountability. I mean, God knows those other things he did, because we're not privy to that information right now. We'd have to dig a little bit deeper. But shit. Imagine the shit that he did that he didn't get pulled up on. Right? Because not all of them get pulled up on. It's like they might get away with so much in the course of their duties, right? And they get pulled up on one thing. How many things did this guy do that he didn't get pulled up on in those 4 years. How many people's rights did they violate?
Does it say what he resigned for?
No,
Instead of getting fired, he resigned, right?
he resigned.
Right. Doesn't say.
That's how they work now.
Right. Because he was probably going to get fired, and they gave him the option
Yeah.
to resign.
You can see a couple
And
places
fucking real.
and then they moved them.
I'm digging. I'm digging for everybody.
All right. So because all we're looking at is the floor right now, I'm just going to mute up, see if anything else happens to it. Yeah. Meanwhile, the whole world's falling apart.
He's nothing but a dirty ass cop.
Oh my God, what a stressful day, man. We need to de-stress, man. Let's put some music on. Let's put some music on, more, man.
Go for it.
What do you fancy? Anything good? How about this one?
If I could change the world, I would make you smile and be happy. If I could change the world, I would make it safe for you to roll. If I could change the world, I would make you honest and trustworthy. If I could change the world, I would make you love but not hate me. If I could change the world, I would teach you to justify and not criticize. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, I would want unity and not divisions. If I could change the world, I would show you how to feed and not go hungry. If I could change the world, I would clothe you when you would not go naked. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, there is so much I would want to do. But as you can see, I'm not the world, and so I can only change me and not the world. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around.
Yep.
I like the music.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, I like music, man. I want to hear some
The
music.
the photography in that video was fantastic at the beach.
I wish I could take the credit for the photography, but I put the video together. It's all stock video, stock footage. So I just kind of selected some random images that might go with
Both
the song and put it together.
both of those songs are good, relaxing music.
Oh, you're going to like this. Let me show you what we got. We've been working really hard, man. Here we go. This is one of my favorites.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from when I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Back to fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
That's a good song. I like it.
Yeah, I like that
Absolutely.
one. That's a good one. We got so many songs. I like it when somebody new comes up and hasn't heard any of the songs because I've kind of played them to death. It's good when someone hasn't heard any.
It's good to replay them and replay them. It's good.
Yeah, I'm actually working on one now. It's almost finished. The Mitch one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one. Let me show you.
Okay. I checked every one of those police departments where he used to work. There is not one of them on the Brady list for any officers.
Wow.
Surprised it does. Well, if we're relying on the chief police to put his staff on the Brady list, then that's where we're going wrong, right?
Right.
Yep. He is not on the Brady list, and there is not a single officer from any of those departments on the Brady list.
Which department are you talking about? Because I had to step away for a few minutes.
All 6 of them. Not one has put anybody on the Brady list. Because you can check each department separately, and I checked each department separately, and not one is on the Brady list.
Which state?
Illinois.
Oh.
How large were the towns where he worked?
I'm checking the department right now.
I mean, were they like small towns, medium, or big city?
I'm not sure. I'm checking the department right now where he was, how big that department was. To see how big that department was.
I seen a video yesterday about a cop who killed a woman in her apartment because she had a pot of water in her hand. And even though she put the pot of water down, he shot her 3 times. Once in the eye.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
That's the one you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Supposedly charges are filed on him. Supposedly.
He's in jail.
Good. Hope he never gets out. Just because they say he's in jail, don't mean he's really in jail, because you know they lie.
In 4 years, he's resigned and left for like 4 different departments. 4 or 5? 6.
6.
Wow.
6. Resign. No reason. And then what's the last one? Terminated.
Hello, salute y'all.
How you doing, bro?
Okay.
Hang on, give me a second. Oh shit, I need to get over this.
I changed my picture. I want to change my picture too.
Give me a second, guys.
And
I hate to bring up the subject, but this guy being moved around like that sounds like what happened to some of the priests. Whenever they encountered a problem, instead of solving the problem, they just moved them around.
Exactly. They keep covering up and covering up. That's what they do. The day before yesterday, I took a recording of a really nice black Dodge, all blacked out windows.
Hold on.
Well, I gotta hold on.
They're doing something.
I can't talk while they're doing something?
They're talking over there.
Over where?
On the other side, Josephine. They can hear everything over there. Yeah, remember, you're in their house. We don't. This isn't our house. That's their house.
How am I supposed to know they're talking on somewhere else? Because I don't see it.
No, you don't see it.
If they tell you something, you're in Mello's house. That's the thing. This ain't my
Mello
house.
Mello can tell me to hold on.
And what do you think Mama Bear is? You're in
I
her
don't
house.
know. What is she?
Do you not watch? You don't watch the channel?
Whenever I see it live, I do.
Well,
are they done talking over there?
No, he's still talking.
Oh, well, because A keeps, talking to me over here.
Come on, come on, come on up, Switch. Come on up, Native. Come on, Native.
Mellows, are we allowed to talk now?
Come on, Native.
Are we allowed to talk now?
Okay. The sheriff's department, where he was from, has 200 plus employees. That's all they say on their website. And they have 870 square miles that they service. They have
Hey,
314.
Native.
a rate of 314 inmates. They're pretty vague on their website. They have 200 years later. They were founded January 30th, 1821. They're pretty vague on their website. They don't give exact numbers. I'll have to do some research into their county.
That sounds like a town, probably 100 to 200,000 people.
So I have to do some research into their county. It doesn't sound like a big county.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't sound a big, huge county. So, but you know, they hired a dirty cop, basically.
They always do.
And he basically got caught doing something dirty. So, but,
Mama Bear.
hey, baby boy, how are ya?
I'm good. How are you, miss? Salute,
It's
salute.
on here, Mama.
Salute to the panel.
What up, Native?
What up,
What's
Ariel?
up?
Salute,
What's
brothers.
up, brother? Good to see ya.
Woo fucking woo. Salute.
Who fucking woo, buddy? Good to
Yes,
see you
sir.
back in here.
I'm here. I'm here, fam. I'm in the mix.
We got the real native in the house. You heard?
Yes, we got the
That's
real
right.
native.
That's right.
That's
We
me.
got
That's
the
me.
real
You heard?
native.
The real native in the building. That's right.
There's our native right there with his hands in the air.
I'm a native New Yorker, Brooklyn born.
Salute, man.
Nice.
Up to all
Josephine,
time.
who fucking
We
woo?
got 2 New Yorkers on the panel.
I'm a New Yorker.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
was gonna
3.
say 3.
3 New Yorkers.
I'm going by his name, New York native. That's what I'm going by. I know you're all from. I know who you are.
Josephine, I was born in New York.
Josephine, I know who you are.
Say,
Four. We got
let's go,
4 New
Ariel.
Yorkers.
I was born in Manhattan.
Let
I'm
him
a
know. Let
Brooklyn
him know.
girl.
And Mellows, you can keep your mouth shut. Mellows has to keep his mouth shut. He found out something this morning and he's going to keep his mouth shut.
Okay. What I was trying to say before is the day before yesterday, I took video of a beautiful black Dodge, had all blacked out windows, no front license plate, but on the back it had a Vermont license plate. I posted it on Facebook. I made it public, and later that night, 1 o'clock in the morning, the same black Dodge little car with tinted windows was pissed off, kept speeding by, going around the corner, screeching as he turned 4 or 5
Maybe they were
times.
just high.
I didn't hear you.
Josephine.
I said maybe they were just high going by.
He went by 5 times in less than 30 minutes, going around the corner, intentionally squealing his wheels. You know what I'm saying? It was the same car
Josephine, can I ask you a
took a
question?
video of. It was the same exact car I took a video of with the Vermont license plate on the back. What were you saying, Mama Bear?
Raising hell.
Do you think maybe he's after some of the people downstairs?
Absolutely not. I know exactly why he was doing what he was doing, because I recorded his dog and I put it on Facebook. That's why he was doing it. Now, if they're going to be
Was he
watching,
if
they're going to
squealing his
be
tires when
watching
you recorded him?
somebody, if they're
RBR
going to
network.
be watching somebody, they're going to be screeching their wheels as they turn the corner.
I had the RBR network.
Don't be quiet
Come
about it. And And when he came back around the corner,
Hi,
came
Mello.
into the oncoming traffic lane. He wanted to make sure I seen him.
Josephine, when this happened? Recently?
Day before yesterday.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah,
Yo, be safe, man. Be safe.
I will. And
It's
you
crazy
know,
out here. It's a wild world we live in.
absolutely. I probably should have never mentioned to my neighbor where we were going. You know what I'm saying? But
It
yeah.
is what it is.
They have just filed impeachment paperwork for Kamala Harris.
Wait, what?
They have filed impeachment paperwork to impeach Vice President Kamala Harris.
Who filed?
Who
Who
filed it?
filed it?
She's not even the president. Like, what the hell?
No, they
They
impeachment
doing everything they can, man.
Vice President Kamala Harris for not
I'm not
fulfilling her
surprised.
duties. For not fulfilling her duties of the border against her for the border.
So am I wrong for saying like, yo, what's the void? What's the void? Even matter for? Like, you know, the void.
Treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors in conduct. Vice President Kamala
So
Harris.
vote. So vote for what? So what are we voting for? What are we voting for at the end of the
Well,
day?
they
Well,
have,
Mellows can't
they
really
have,
answer this because you know he's not with us over here on this land. But I'm asking y'all, like, what are we voting for? Like, is this we voting for the lesser of two evils at this point? Pretty much, right?
exactly.
It's
I
always been
agree.
that way. It's always been that way in my
I
eyes.
No,
In
agree.
my eyes.
everybody, I just want to say, if you guys like politics, there's a person called
I
RBR
don't like
Network.
politics. I hate it.
I mean, well, check out RBR Network. He will call you a Nazi if you're a white person. But he will debate you. But you might think he's racist, but just go along with it. It's hilarious. His views are hilarious. He thinks Joe Biden should be president because he learned from the black genius, and the black genius is Barack Obama.
Nah, I don't. Nah, I don't. I'm not going with that either, bro. I'm not going with that either, bro. I'm just, I'm winging it. Like I think all of us are. We all winging it at this point. Nobody
American
knows, bro.
people,
Nobody knows.
we're
That's right.
in bigger trouble than ever. We're
I
facing
seen that
bigger
comment.
problems than ever.
Hold up. Aid the base man. Salute, brother. Yeah, man. I know
Hey,
y'all seen that. Did y'all see that?
yeah,
It's
we
pretty
played it
rough.
yesterday.
Oh,
We played
okay.
it yesterday.
Yeah. Damn, man, that shit's fucked up.
Yeah, we had actually talked about it the day before because I had pulled it up the day before, and we talked about it here. And then yesterday they released the tape,
It's a wild
and
world.
we played the tape yesterday, and he was employed by 6 different police departments in 4 years.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
Now, tell me that isn't screwed up. And the reasons there's no reason why he left the other 5 departments. The only reason he left his last department was because he's in jail. He was terminated for cause. And we don't know why the cause is.
What's crazy to me is that they
Terminated
did
for
that
cause.
really
Is that
fast.
another word
Like
for shooting some woman in her house in the eye?
Go ahead, Mellows. My bad, brother.
You know, he's
He's the base man, Freddie.
Terminated for a cause is a nice way of putting it. Shooting some woman in the head.
Why did they put murder?
Nah, what was it? They charged him with what? Second degree murder, right?
First.
Oh, first. Damn, murder in the first.
Have a good one, Jim.
Salute.
No, he was charged with first-degree murder.
Damn.
Misconduct.
If it was any one of us, they would have put murder, but because it's a cop, they won't do that. Cop
He was
always
charged. He
benefit
was
of the
charged
doubt.
with murder.
I didn't hear you.
He was charged with murder.
Oh, he was.
Yes. Yes, and his bail was denied.
I'm surprised. I guess because of his record. They didn't have a choice.
It's a wild world. It's a wild world, man.
I can only imagine the crimes he's committed that we don't know about.
Yeah, well, that shit ain't even important at this point.
It is if you want him to be put away for life.
I mean, is he not going to be at this point?
I doubt it. I doubt he'll be put away for life. I doubt it.
We don't know that, but you may be right. You may be right.
Well, I've seen it with other cops who have killed people and get locked up. They get maybe 5 years. I mean, you know. And then it's reduced and reduced. They don't serve
not for
5 years.
nothing like that. That's like on cam. That's the whole world knows about it at this point.
So was the murder of George Floyd.
And what's going on with them?
He didn't get life.
Yes, he did.
That's what I'm saying. My bad. I'm gonna mute up, y'all.
What I heard.
I gotta go feed my son for a second. Salute.
Okay.
Uploading old guy Mitch as we speak.
Cool.
About time we put some new videos up. I need to make another one now that I've finished that one. Hopefully I finished it. I think I might have.
Golly, good to see you.
Bit sloppy on this one. Sorry, guys.
Oh, got a niche calls you out. Cracks in words, what's it about? Generals planting shadows deep. Ooh, evil deeds that secrets keep. In the fields the fires burn high. War machine keeps turning by. Lives are lost in hatred's name. Brainwashed soldiers play the game. If they fall, walk on it. Wanna drive and find a hitch. Circle spin and words will lost. Mess around and playing gets down. Politicians hide away. Start the ship then run away. See the pawns that's fun in chess. Watch the mess and feel no stress. Darkness now, the world stands still. From the ashes, bodies chill. Power slips from greedy hands. Judgment day, they understand. Oh, enough of garbage. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out.
That's a good song. I like how the moon said, "Ooh."
Yeah, it's a little bit sloppy. There's a few edits I need to finish on it.
So you wasn't able to use none of his video.
Pain in the ass, man, to
Yeah.
download, upload, and all of that shit. Because I'm running the panel at the same time, and I'm monitoring all these different channels and panels, and so it's a bit hard for me to upload. Every time I upload or download, it kicks me out of here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
when the new machine arrives, I'll be able to work on that while I do this shit.
Right.
Word.
But, yeah, we've got some new songs coming as well. Let me play the songs. I need to make some videos for. We've got some new Jenny songs that we need to finish. This one I think I want to make. I like this one. Another BNC one.
Yo, real quick before you play the song, brother, I'm gonna back out for a second. I gotta go feed my little man and shit and do some things.
Okay, honey.
You got the link.
I'll be back. I'll be in the chat and shit. Salute to y'all, man. Thank you, Mellows.
Right,
Word, man.
Love you,
Salute,
honey.
man. I hope all is well with all of y'all, man. For sure.
Salute, brother.
Salute.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman, instead I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a bleed of the night, but I'm tainted though. By the darkness I'm blinded, I sparked it and shined it. They find it, this mind is whoa. What if they label me a demon seed? Wanna disable, now I see him bleed. Hinder me fatally and see them grieve, no. Yeah, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive belief, it's alive. Let me disagree when people define me or trying to take his. Whatever the fuckery told him, you don't wanna break this. You forsake his, what is sacred, then it's over no matter what your faith is. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. A monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm down in the double dose and liquor's always to blame. If I could keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot and it's over, that's how I end up in hell. I do. I hope I don't pass it down to my offspring. They get everything from their daddy, feel like I'm addicted to all things. Yeah, there's no reason to change, I've gone too far now. I'm stuck in my ways, back at the bar now. They said I'm a flirt and they write I perfect guy. So when I'm thirsty and perking and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I just get back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I'm not the back out of her, and next night act on no. Okay, they be laughing at me, hands be grabbing at me. Feel like God let it happen to me. That be black and blasphemy, these bad desperately. Okay, yeah, I think I better let it go. Either that, or I gotta let it know that I can't do that. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now.
Tell me that fucking tune is not fucking fire. I like it. That is like My computer wants to fucking explode here, man. It's on fire over here. Right?
Yeah.
So, PNC is
Hey, support. Hey, Ariel.
I almost don't want to play it on here, right? Because it's that good.
Support.
And there is the official charge on Grayson, what he's officially charged with and what he is facing. I've posted.
That's my washing machine telling me it's
Laundry
finished.
time.
Thank you for that. Yes, bro.
So hopefully he doesn't see. So hopefully he doesn't see the light of day again.
I hope not.
So,
you know, I firmly believe we, the people, need the death penalty for all criminal cops who murder. All of them. Maybe if we did, maybe lives will be saved if we had the death penalty for these cops. Maybe they won't be so gun happy. You know? Maybe they won't be so willing to shoot and kill people. Execute people, I should say.
They're scared. They get so fucking scared. They just shoot.
They're
Can't be so
cowards.
afraid. They shouldn't be so afraid.
There's no reason for him to shoot her. The pot was put. All she had was the pot holders in her hand.
Exactly.
And the way he said that he shot her in the eye in the video I seen.
Damn. Right in the eye.
He's premeditating murder. He literally threatened to shoot her in the face.
Yeah, and he did. He shot her in her eye.
What a fucking ass.
Yeah, have you not seen it?
Illinois does have.
I didn't see it, bud.
Should we play it again, Mama Bear? That was pretty sick. I mean, it did distress. It is just distressing, man. It stressed me out.
At least the other cop that witnessed him shooting that woman, at least that other cop was upset about it.
At least he had his body cam on, and it sounded to me it was. I'm more concerned whether it was genuinely upset. Because I mean, yeah, sure, fair enough. It did seem like he was genuinely upset, but I also detected a hint of over exaggerating for the camera, and that's the kind of bullshit I detest. You know, because you can't trust anything they fucking say. Is he really? Is he faking it? Is he? I don't want to do that, man. These people are fucking trained, right? They know the body cam is on. You know what I mean? And they act for the camera.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
Yep, I agree.
You're right.
I don't trust any of them. They're fucking dirty.
Abolish the death penalty.
Yo, you better. That's Mama Bear, man. She's got a nice.
Would you say abolish the death penalty?
Yeah.
No, we need the death penalty for cops. For criminal cops who murder.
See, I'm not an advocate. I'm not an advocate for the death penalty. You know, and that's coming. I mean, I've had my moments where I see the need for it. If you like,
You have to try him over here in New Hampshire. We got the death penalty.
But,
for cops.
Basically, it turns you into them, right? You become the monster that you hate. Does that make sense?
No, I don't agree with that. I think if we had the death penalty for cops who murder, lives could be saved. They won't be so.
I don't think, Josephine. I really don't think you'd need to go as extreme as the death penalty. We've got enough laws, right? All they need to do is basically remove qualified immunity. I mean, that's just bullshit. That is. We don't need that.
I agree.
Just get rid of qualified immunity. You don't have to fucking chop everybody's head off. You know what I mean? But that will straighten most of them out. Most of them will not bother. They wouldn't be job because they know that they would fucking they would lose everything. They would go to court. They would go to prison. for doing shit. If they got no qualified immunity, they would either behave, learn to do their job properly, or go and fucking find another job.
Yeah. I wonder how long it's going to take to convict him if he's convicted.
Well, they just had the grand jury and they just indicted him. Now it'll take a while for the courts to proceed through. He's been arrested. He's been put in jail. He's had his first hearing. Now it's got to work through the courts.
Keep your eye on that.
There's a trial I'm watching and doing down in Idaho. It's been 2 years right now, and they finally got a court date in 2025.
Yeah,
so it's going to be almost 3 years, and that's the Idaho 4, where the 4 college students were killed in a house.
Sometimes even when the trial ends,
I
it
didn't
doesn't
hear
end.
about that one.
It happened in Idaho. They arrested him in Pennsylvania because he drove clear across the country to his parents' house from Idaho. It was a national case because they tracked him all the way across the country. And it's a big national case. The Idaho 4. And it's a big national case. And the defense, he looks like Santa Claus, and the prosecutor looks like Santa Claus. The defense sent out poll questions to potential jurors in the town. So the jury pool may be limited now. They may end up moving it to another county, which happens to be where the Daybell case trial went. So that's an interesting case that I'm watching. And that, if they've had to subpoena Facebook, Snapchat, Amazon. The list is endless. What they've had to subpoena: cell phones. Every cell phone carrier in the world has been subpoenaed. They've had to wait for.
Wow.
They've got the Pennsylvania State Troopers. The Pennsylvania SWAT team raided this house to get this guy. They had private planes flying this guy across country. The Pennsylvania State Troopers were involved. Idaho State Troopers. They literally had the SWAT team go in and break into this house to get this guy. Yeah.
Well, let's hope they did everything legally.
They had the whole nation looking for a white Kia. I believe it was a Kia. Don't quote me for sure on that, but yeah, they had the whole nation looking for a white car. Yep, they had nationwide alert. He killed 4 out of the 6 college students that were in this house. Matter of fact, they've even demolished the house already. I don't think the house should have been demolished because if they wanted to look at the house.
I do remember now. Yeah, they destroyed the evidence that was in the house by demolishing, right?
They saved a lot of the evidence. The new technology they have where they can, what's it called, Mellows? They can set the cameras up and screen every inch of the house, every millimeter of the house.
That's good. All right.
The new technology they have. So
make your brain bleed to understand what it does. Remember the shit that we use, right? Today, the technology and how advanced it is to us, right? Including this AI shit. This stuff was available to them years before it was available to us.
I agree.
I'm not talking about the low-level police force and so on. I'm talking about, much higher up the food chain.
Yep.
This technology, yeah. And you can just imagine what they have compared to what we have commercially today. You know what they're capable of.
Yep. Yep, because they had the FBI involved in it. Because they had the DNA off the sheath, the knife sheath, because he left the knife sheath there on scene, and that's how they got the DNA, and they tracked the DNA back to the father, and it's how they figured out who he was, because he went to the college next in the state next to him, and they got search warrants to cross the state line to find out who he was. And it's Brian Kohlberger, who we're talking about, who was arrested, who is in jail. And his father flew out from Pennsylvania to travel back with him to his home in Pennsylvania, and they arrested him right after Christmas in Pennsylvania. And then they flew him back to Idaho and arraigned him. He was arraigned in
Was there a
Pennsylvania.
reason you killed those young boys? Those young men?
He killed one man and 3 girls.
Oh.
And they've used a lot of cell phone data and stuff to pinpoint where his location was and him. And they've used a lot of previous cell phone data where he had stalked the college and his location at the college. And he had stalked them online through other apps and stuff.
He's the one that they used to make fun of or something? The one that shot? I heard something. They wouldn't accept him or something.
He was forensic, and he had done studies online with other inmates on murders.
Okay, I remember hearing about that.
Yep. Yep. It's a real interesting case.
What is he, like a serial killer?
He was doing research on serial killers. Yes, all the courts are behind. All the courts. And they're basically what they're doing on a lot of court cases, they're dismissing them. They're dismissing a lot of court cases. A lot of court cases are being dismissed because they don't have them and time has run out on a lot of them, so they're...
You think it might be intentional that they let the time run out?
They don't have time to try them because of COVID. A lot of the court cases got pushed back and pushed down, and they also do not have the attorneys. They're overloaded. And there is so many cases. They do not have the personnel to run them. They'd have to run courts 24/7 to do every case. But they don't have the attorneys to run the courts 24/7.
You mean like the prosecutors?
Or they don't have either side. They don't have enough legal aid attorneys.
Oh, right.
They don't have enough prosecutors. They don't have enough either side. We don't even have enough judges to fulfill all of them.
That seems to be the case up here. Because judges are going from one court to another court. You know, one judge went from traffic court to eviction court. How is that even possible? I mean, you know, they have the same judges overseeing in different courts.
So they have no choice but to dismiss tickets and dismiss because they don't have. What are you going to do here in the U.S.?
Oh boy, we're in trouble. Every which way we turn.
Why do you think cops are getting fed up and not, they're just walking away?
Cops are taking the law into their own hands. Cops are being the prosecutor.
Some are, yes. Some are, yes. I will agree with that.
Most.
Which hearing is this?
This is the Oversight Committee, the Inspector General on Integrity and Efficiency.
They don't have integrity.
This is today as well. This was the same going on at the same time, basically.
Sticking around. I would like to welcome today's witness, Mr. Mark Greenblatt, to the subcommittee. Today we are beginning an opportunity to hold an oversight of the Council of the Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency. And today's hearing is a bipartisan hearing that will take place where we are looking forward to not only working with our witness today, but also examining the role that Congress has provided for SIGI to exist. So without objection, as I move forward, we want to wave on Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, Glenn Grothman, Barry Loudermilk, and Chip Roy. And all of these will be waited on the committee for the purpose of questioning witnesses today. Does the gentleman have anybody that you would like to add to that list?
I don't have anybody, and I don't have any objection.
Thank you very much. In addition to his duties as Inspector General for the Department of Interior, Mr. Greenblatt serves as the current chairman of the Council on Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency. This is known as SIGI. SIGI's mission is to address integrity, economic, and effectiveness issues that transcend individual government agencies, help increase professionalism and efficiency and effectiveness by personnel by developing policies, standards, and approaches as they appear to aid in the establishment of a well-trained and highly skilled workforce in the offices of the Inspector General across the government. Today's hearing will provide members with an opportunity to examine SIGI's legislative priorities, receive an update on the day-to-day operations, and better understand its internal processes. However, I need to also admit, as Mr. Greenblatt and I met yesterday, the elephant in the room seems to be the expectation of an upcoming Integrity Committee report on the investigation of the current Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security. So, Mr. Greenblatt and I did speak yesterday, and we discussed how he is not able to address this issue or really questions regarding the substance of this report until it has been released to the public. We believe that that is a minimum of 1 month from now. That process that's being worked through is an open process, so to speak, in that it's allowing feedback to be given to members of that committee who will then make recommendations. Nonetheless, it's a good opportunity, Mr. Greenblatt, to have you before us to explain why members should have confidence in the Integrity Committee's work. But that comes from knowing more about how we see it and you see it, and coming to some what I think is a closer recognition of the intent of Congress, not only at the time Congress gave this authority and responsibility, but its ongoing responsibility of our oversight. Aside from the pending investigation that is before this SIGI group, there have been instances in which ISA reports preceded the removal of inspector generals. These include things that have done before, and so we're going to make sure that we have a clearer understanding about that process. As I said to Mr. Greenblatt yesterday, I think it's important that we understand that for people to want to have this job, to serve as inspector generals, and to get the kind of people that you believe and I believe and any administration would believe that they would want highly qualified and people who would work within a structure that is well understood. So that there are 3 inspector generals gone in a 6-month period of time does not lend itself to the stability that I believe is effectiveness for not just Congress, but also for people who serve in that position. So add to it the most recent semi-annual report from the ICs, which states that it has received 1,755 incoming communications, resulting in 75 cases for IC's formal disposition, and that is that 6 investigations are pending completion, which means that it's a lot of work. It's a big bucket, and it's upon each of you to deal with that. So we want to know what's going on in the IG community. We want to hear from you. We had a very cordial conversation yesterday. However, we understand that whistleblower complaints are a part of the frustrations that not only take place within the agencies at the IG, but the IGs have to deal with that in their own work performance. Perhaps more importantly is how can we have the confidence that the work of the inspector generals will not be negatively impacted if they assume that their own staff is using this same process to hinder the people that are expected to perform. So we want to know a little bit more about the recourse that an inspector general might have if they believe that this process is happening to them. Either way, we believe it's something that's being dealt with that we think is problematic. We think it's problematic for the inspector generals. We think it's problematic for SIGI, and that means that people come to members of Congress and want to receive some bit of information back to make sure we're aware of the reality that exists in the community. As a member of this oversight committee, I assure you that Mr. Glenn Bratt, and I told him this, that we would be open to hearing. We'd be open to hearing on a bipartisan basis. We'd be interested in delving further and really began what I think is a discussion about each other, hearing from each other about the substance of your performance, the substance of our expectation, but the substance of fixing the problems. We believe we ought to go from fight to fix. And if we're a part of that problem, we need to face up to that, and we're going to agree to do that. So the things which we have talked about at the table can all be said here. Every single bit of it. There was no conversation yesterday that would not be pertinent today, except the belief that you have agreed to come back and us begin that discussion in mid-September as necessary. So now I want to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member, Mr. Boumé.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again for your important leadership on this, as in a bipartisan way we continue to do hearing after hearing in search of facts. Mr. Greenblatt, my welcome to you. An important role of this subcommittee is to see the effective, efficient, and fair functioning of the executive branch. The 74 inspector generals across the federal government are central, obviously, to that effort, which is why we've called this hearing today, both the chairman and myself. And inspector generals operated, as you know, for 2 centuries in our military before Congress extended the concept to civilian agencies with the Inspector General Act of 1978. This act initially established 12 inspector generals across various departments and offices, and in their creation, the Congress at the time was careful to emphasize the apolitical and nonpartisan nature of inspectors general. On a bipartisan basis, Congress designed these positions to focus on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, to encourage efficient agency operations, and to tackle wrongdoing without regard to partisanship or politics, for that matter.
Yeah.
In 2008, in an effort to ensure robust oversight of inspectors general, Congress passed the Inspector General's Reform Act with near unanimous bipartisan support. That bill established the Council of the Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency, commonly known as SIGI.
Bullshit day.
The Council of
Voting live.
Non-stop bullshit all day.
Is made up of 74 Inspector Generals.
Live, ladies and gentlemen.
Including those appointed by the President with the advice and consent of the United States
money at
Senate.
work.
Those appointed by their their agency heads, and one other IG, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, appointed by the President alone. SIGI was formed, I think it's fair to say, with the laudable goal of professionalizing the IG community so they could better address government-wide integrity, economy, and effectiveness issues. They do so, as we know, by training staff.
Is there a question?
Legislation and by
guy sitting there waiting for you to ask him a question. You're fucking speeching him.
Perhaps most importantly, SIGI holds inspector generals themselves accountable through the Integrity Committee.
Bullshit.
As a part of SIGI's various duties as a watchdog organization, one of which is to ensure regular reports to the Congress, as well as to issue reports on the result of their investigation.
Okay, so he's going to investigate and issue reports. And who to? To a bunch of corrupt bastards. Yeah, that fucking makes sense.
That's right.
Included have oftentimes found ourselves
it's going to work.
By SIGI's lack of expediency in completing and disclosing the results of
I've never seen a bipartisan report from any of them.
For example,
right?
Since early 2022,
now all of a sudden they're all in the same fucking bed.
Have raised to SIGI several concerns regarding the ethics, credibility, and the political independence of the Department of Homeland Security.
You can lie straight to your face like that.
Joseph
Kafari. Sit there reading his prepared fucking script.
Trump.
Where's the question, knobhead? You're supposed to be an oversight committee grilling the motherfucker. Where's your question?
To report rampant sexual misconduct and harassment charges at DHS, and a failure
propaganda
to investigate and disclose.
Yeah, there's failure in every department.
To the events of January 26, 2021. 3 years into his tenure, a majority of the lawyers in the DHS Office of the Inspector General had left, many of whom cited dysfunction and abuses of power stemming from Mr. Kafari's leadership as a catalyst, they said, for their departure. Most concerning, though, is Mr. Kafari's failure to comply with the House Oversight Committee's long-standing investigation into his misconduct, citing a myriad of spurious claims in response to numerous oversight letters. Over the course of his tenure, at least 8 investigative letters have been sent to IG Kafari over his inadequate performance and his unwillingness to cooperate with congressional investigations. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to submit several of those letters sent between 20 and 24.
What are you going to do? Send a recommendation?
2020 and 2024, I should say, as well as 2 of Mr. Kafari's responses sent on February 1st and August 31st of 2023 into the record. Without objection, this is deleted. Despite these mounting issues, we still lack a clear understanding of the status of the results of Siggy's investigation into IG Kafari, even after a years-long process, and I might add a highly suspect $1 million plus settlement between Mr. Kafari and one of his employees. And so I guess my point is to be an effective watchdog. It must be transparent to Congress and
just to
members
Congress?
on both sides
What about to the
of
public,
the political
to the
aisle.
people?
I do
We'll
want to
just pay
applaud
out money.
taken recently to implement a new
Be transparent
transparency
to a bunch
policy,
of fucking corrupt
but I would
bastards.
hasten to
That makes
say
sense.
that much
That's going to
more
work.
is needed and would be openly
There's some of that.
embraced by
Two of those.
this committee and indeed the larger Committee of Oversight. And while the council must be improved, that does not mean it is replaceable, and it certainly does not mean it is expendable. Along with its oversight function, Siggy plays a valuable role in training staff, proposing congressional measures to improve government efficiency, and offering itself as a forum for learning best practices. The council, as we know it, cannot and must not be recreated under the auspices of another agency, and I think, sir, you would agree with that. The Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency has achieved important results. For example, after the CARES Act vested Siggy with oversight responsibilities of pandemic spending, it stood up the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, also known as PRAC. That committee coordinates the efforts of 20 Inspector Generals to promote transparency and conduct data-driven oversight of the $5 trillion that the Congress invested in the nation to address the COVID-19 pandemic response. But ultimately, Siggy cannot carry out its work and its mission if it does not remain absolutely independent, especially independent from political pressure. If oversight of the Inspectors General moved under the purview of any other department, in my opinion, or to any of the agencies headed by political appointees, the independence of IGs could be permanently undermined. We've already seen presidential administrations in years gone by fire inspectors general that release reports or engage in audits or carry out investigations that they themselves might find politically inconvenient, thereby undermining the independence of IGs would empower future presidents to aim to thwart oversight and abuse of their powers to do so as well. And so the chairman used the term conversation. I would borrow that and say today's conversation really gives us an opportunity to learn more about how we can improve the council, to look at where it may have erred in the past, to hear ideas about how to reform it into an even stronger organization. But it is also an opportunity to appreciate the ability of independent oversight to make our nation better. Respect for the rule of law and a culture of accountability are the bread and butter of the subcommittee, and I would dare say of the entire Congress. So like the chairman, I look forward to doing our part in this hearing. I thank you again for being here, and we are all working to preserve the values and the expectations that I spoke about earlier. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for agreeing to do this and for allowing me the opportunity as the ranking member to participate, and I would yield back my time, sir.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. I want to make sure Mr. Greenblatt understands that I think I have expressed, but that our ranking member has so adequately done so in his own representation, and that is we come to the table today with the chairman, Mr. Comer, the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, Mr. Mpume, and I, and we see a responsibility that we have also. And first of all, that we try and see things with an understanding that I don't try and decide what their answer and be, and they don't decide my answer, but some common sense that's involved is apparent that it can make us better. We think you do the same as IGs, and that's really the flavor that we want to talk about is decision-making, roles, and how we can work together. So, today we're joined by another orange tie that appeared today, the gentleman from Virginia. Jerry, you look good. I like that tie.
Thank you very much, but it's always a risk, Mr. Chairman, for an Irish Catholic to wear orange.
Well, then you're on your own. My wife would probably warn me that too. Today we're joined by Inspector General Mark Greenblatt, who currently serves as chair of the Council of the Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency, known as SIGI. Mr. Greenblatt also serves as the Inspector General of the Department of Interior. Mr. Greenblatt has been in Federal Oversight Committee since 2003 as part of the legislative and executive branches. Before coming to DOI, Department of Interior Inspector General, he served as the Executive Director of SIGI, an organization that has been formed by Congress. He previously held leadership roles at the U.S. Department of Commerce, Office of Inspector General, U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. Mr. Greenblatt's also served as investigative counsel at the U.S. Department of Justice, OIG. Over the course of his federal career, he served and received numerous awards, including SIGI Award for Excellence, Department of Commerce Gold Medal and Bronze Medals, and U.S. Department of Justice OIG Distinguished Service Award. We are delighted that you are here today, sir, and I think that this will probably match exactly with why you thought you were here to help us work together. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise your right hand for the oath to the witness. I would ask, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the gentleman, Mr. Greenblatt, has answered it in the affirmative. Gentleman may take his seat. We are delighted that you are here. We apologize once again for our delay, and let me remind the witness that we have read your written statement, and it appears in the record. I told you yesterday that I do not necessarily want to hold you to the 5-minute rule, nor our members. I think we're here for a bigger purpose, and that purpose is to get the things out, the questions answered, and the responses that would be necessary for us to move forward. So you've been doing this before, you know our red light, green light, yellow light process, and I would now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Greenblatt, for his opening statement. Gentleman's recognized.
Chairman Sessions, Ranking Member Mpume, members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to testify here today on behalf of the Council of Inspectors General, which, as you said, we lovingly call SIGI. SIGI has a great story to tell, and I'm honored to share that story on behalf of the 14,000 hardworking public servants at the 73 federal offices of Inspector General who make up the IG community. It's worth emphasizing that the IG community and this committee share a common mission. We are all responsible for overseeing the federal government to make sure it delivers for the American people. IGs are like taxpayers' representatives.
They failed at their job.
Tasked with protecting
This is the
taxpayer
guy.
dollars and ensuring that agency officials are living up to their responsibilities.
Greenblatt.
Like Congress, OIGs promote economy, efficiency, and effectiveness in government operations.
You're proud of
We
yourself.
do this by detecting and preventing fraud,
Fraud, waste, and abuse. You haven't detected any of that, and you haven't
audits,
stopped it.
inspections, evaluations, and investigations every year.
Bullshit.
You can see the IG community's effectiveness in our results.
What
Over the
results?
last 10 years,
Lies.
audits and inspections have
You lied.
recommended more
See how you
effective
choked.
uses
Over their asses.
of more than $550 billion in federal funds.
Wow.
OIG
There's
investigators
about
have
fucking
recovered
billions that you didn't fucking
$143
investigate.
billion from fraudsters who are stealing our tax dollars.
Yeah, like your
OIG
mates and you.
investigations have led to more than 53,000 successful criminal prosecutions and more than 15 civil
Where's
actions.
the proof?
OIG oversight has led to the suspension and debarment of just shy of 50,000 parties which prevents them from the federal government and therefore prevents future losses of government dollars. OIG reports have led agencies to take more than 43,000 personnel actions against federal employees, including terminations and suspensions. Over the last decade, the OIG community has identified potential savings across the federal government, totaling $693 billion. In short, I think Congress should be proud that its investments in inspectors general has paid off. Now, these numbers are certainly impressive, they don't tell the entire story. Our oversight has impact far beyond these big dollar figures. Behind these statistics are real stories, real lives
Okay.
for the American people. Now let me give you just a few examples. The Veterans Affairs OIG, their work has led to significant improvements in the prevention of veteran suicides. HHS OIG of nursing homes across
Where's the
America.
proof of what they say? I don't see it.
Some of our elderly Americans, and is protecting many others from similar abuses.
Why are there so many veterans homeless?
A critical role in investigating criminal conduct that contributed to the crashes of two 737 MAX jets, and in auditing FAA's oversight of the safety of passenger aircraft and Boeing's
So what
process
about Boeing?
for its aircraft certification.
You're going after them?
HUD OIG has uncovered awful sexual exploitation in our public housing system, which led to holding accountable a number of landlords who are sexual predators. In my own office at the Department of the Interior, we've initiated a series of inspections and evaluations specifically targeting waste, fraud, and abuse in Native American schools, all designed to help the most vulnerable people in our portfolio, Native American children.
Here we go. You're on the heartstrings.
These are just a handful of examples of the hard-hitting
Such a hero.
occurring throughout
Wow.
the IG community. Indeed, from cybersecurity to cyber stalking, from depleted uranium to disaster preparedness, from Ukraine to Afghanistan, IG oversight continues to make an important difference in every aspect.
Oh, so you're involved in all of that. Thanks for telling us.
Now, in closing,
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the committee for your long-standing bipartisan support for IGs and the oversight work that we do. All 14,000 of us in the OIG community have chosen to serve the public and make our government work better.
Wow.
But we also look for ways to make our own operations work better.
You bet you
So
do.
we welcome today's conversation with all of you. All of you are primary stakeholders for us.
Here we go.
We want to know your vision for the future of oversight. We want to know your oversight priorities. We want to know your concerns and how we can work together going forward. And this is the main purpose of my testimony today. We want you to be confident that SIGI and the OIG community are diligently
This is
pursuing
all for the cameras.
the mission that we share with all of you to protect taxpayer dollars and ensure that the federal government is delivering for the American people.
When they gonna start?
That we provide
Well, delivering.
in our fair,
It got lost in the mail.
independent oversight. As I said at the outset, SIGI has a great story to tell, and I hope we can work together with all of you to continue that great story for years to come.
What a bullshit. That's what you call silver mouth, a silver tongue in his mouth.
I would first go to
Silver spoon.
the gentleman from
Whatever
Alabama,
the fucking
the chairman of the
silver tongue.
Republican
Slithery, slippy
Policy
bastard.
Committee. Distinguished gentleman, Mr. Palmer, recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pace
Is anyone going to start asking serious questions?
already been paid.
Probably not.
What I'd like to know, Greenblatt, is during the pandemic, there was a massive amount of fraudulent spending,
You think?
widely referred to as the greatest theft of taxpayer money in history.
I like this guy already.
Has the Pace data center been effective in recovering any of that?
Yes, sir. I think many of those investigations related to the pandemic are certainly ongoing right now and are already delivering returns. The key, though, is what you said at the outset, the initial part of your question there, which is the prevention piece, and that's where we really are pushing for a data hub inside SIGI that will allow us to be affirmatively preventing some of those bad dollars from going out the door.
That was actually my follow-up, was is this forward-looking? And one of the things I've spent a ton of time working with the GAO on improper payments and things like that, and I think we're far better off if we're in a preventive mode than we are in trying to recover what's gone out. But I just wonder if we've done all these audits on federal agencies. We've identified a number of problems. I get the GAO reports that tell me what % of the recommendation been implemented. Sometimes it's none of them. Have you experienced the same issues with audits done by the inspector generals that never really get acted on? The recommendations never get implemented.
I think some agencies are better than others. I think some of the relationships between the IGs are better than others, and so I think it's a bit of a hodgepodge. Some of them are pretty good about implementing, but some of them are absolutely terrible about it. And so I think the key is two things. One is transparency, and so what we are doing at SIGI is trying to make our open recommendations even more prominent on oversight.gov, which is our primary outward-facing website, so that you all can see them. And then the other part of that, part two of that, is frankly pressure from Congress. If you all see open recommendations that we've identified as significant, come talk to us and we can share with you what are the hot button items that we think the agency should be implementing. And then I think you're going to see product move, if you will.
That's part of the challenge for us is that previous Congress has passed legislation to deal with improper payments, the Proper Payments Reduction Act, and there was a second version of that, but there was never any enforcement in it. And a number of us, including the Comptroller General, and I've talked about this, is how do you incentivize agencies to actually implement the changes that need to be made? And I would really be interested, and I think the committee would be very interested in hearing from SIGI about this, on how we can actually get some enforcement, for lack of a better word, but incentives, whatever it takes to reduce these improper payments and prevent them in the future. Would you be able to provide some recommendations?
Absolutely, sir. And the impact of congressional attention.
Does anyone want to carry on watching this shit?
So if I could just share a quick story for you. In my office at the Department of the Interior, we had an audit that revealed that one of the components within Interior wasn't checking some of their contractors against the suspension and debarment list, right, which is where folks have identified problematic contractors and basically saying don't give contract grants to these folks. They weren't comparing those contractors against those lists. We made recommendations, and they said that some of those recommendations would take 2 years to implement. We engaged with Congress. Congress notified that they were going to have a hearing on that topic, and within 2 weeks, they implemented those very recommendations. So it went from 2 years to 2 weeks, just on the letter from Congress. So I would recommend that there is a synergy here between our recommendations and congressional oversight that go well together and would address
nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. Nothing but bullshit lies.
That would be.
You gotta make themselves look.
Would do that. So I haven't done that, and frankly, I'd have to defer to them. I'd have to ask them, frankly.
With the pay system, would you be able to integrate that with other databases like the Do Not Pay system?
That would be the goal, I think, is that we would be able to match up these data sets and identify problematic recipients. For example, the PACE, which you identified, the Pandemic Analytics Center of Excellence. If they had been in existence in 2020 and they had matched up the data that we have now, they could have identified more than 70,000 bad Social Security numbers. So this is PPP loans going out the door with bad Social Security numbers or questionable Social Security numbers that amounted to more than $5 billion that we could have flagged for the SBA and said, wait, pump the brakes on those payments. Let's do another review of those.
See, that raises.
I don't believe a word he's saying.
No.
The amount of access.
No fucking thing. I don't even believe these motherfuckers here. They're just they're giving them the kid gloves.
Yeah.
And how many politicians took those loans? How many politicians took those loans? And the regular working people couldn't get those loans.
That's right.
Because there was no money.
So they
because
say.
the politicians took those loans to keep their businesses afloat, and the smaller people couldn't get those loans because all the politicians had already taken those loans.
That's the plan of the government. To make the small
They're going to sit
business
here and lie to us and sell us a whole lot of crock of shit.
And use it
not just in the pay and chase, which you referenced a moment ago.
Justify it.
'Cause I know some smaller companies that couldn't get them because there was no money.
We're in the prevention business.
Because all the bigger companies took all the money. And the smaller companies didn't get nothing.
Statutory authority changes.
I know tons of small companies that did not get no money because there was no money because all the bigger companies took it. Because they didn't look after the little people, they only took the bigger people.
But that's government plan. Little people out of business.
Yeah.
Of you as the sheriff, in many respects, it's an unenviable position. But the
Massive
bottom line
transfer
is most
of
sheriffs
wealth.
will
That's
tell
what
you
it was.
is to do the right thing day in and day out, which is why I talked about why the importance of this council
You're a
so
toss pot.
much to the accountability
How much
that the
money did
American
you
people
steal?
expect for this Congress and indeed the subcommittee to oversee. Some of that accountability bore on me in the wrong way with a previous inspector general who was let go not too long ago. I'm talking about Ms. Ennis at the Social Security Administration. The Social Security Administration sits right in the middle of my district, and I oftentimes hear quite a bit from employees there about current and lingering problems, and I can't begin to tell you how many complaints I got during her tenure about how
So they are a mess. Social Security is a mess. Because I filled out paperwork 3 years ago, and now I'm having to do it all over again.
ran
Because they lost my paperwork.
in many respects her tenure there. And they titled it Embattled Social Security Watchdog to Resign After Tumultuous Tenure. I want to commend Siggy for doing the background work on that. I know that in Ms. Ennis's case, there was a previous, I guess I could use the term reprimand from Siggy, but as the council went more and more into the investigation, there were members of this body on both sides of the aisle who felt strongly that this was a case that warranted some sort of greater scrutiny. She had faced increasing performance problems in recent years, as you know. The number of completed audits dwindled. Dozens of senior auditors, investigators, and other staff quit or retired, many in frustration, in which they described to the Washington Post and other news sources as her mercurial leadership and lack of focus on the office's mission. So I raise that not to be critical of Siggy, but just the opposite, to say it's important for those kind of interventions. I began my remarks by saying that I thought that there could be more deliberate speed in some of this, and I guess some of that gets back to your ability to do what you have to do and whether or not you've got enough funding to do that. So I want to talk, if you would tell me a bit about your ideas of funding mechanisms that would increase your capacity and the ability of Siggy to take on issues like this and investigations like this and to conclude them much more rapidly.
Well, one of the problems that we run into with respect to the Integrity Committee is that it has no investigative staff. It has just a handful of lawyers and staff that help process complaints and sort of run the program, but they aren't investigators. The Integrity Committee has to go out and find OIGs who are not conflicted out to then go lead the investigations. And so I think having an appropriation specifically for specifically for investigators for the Integrity Committee, a cadre of investigators that would sit inside Siggy that could do those investigations. It would streamline everything markedly. So I would say, in terms of funding, the budget, a dedicated appropriation for investigators in the Integrity Committee would undoubtedly help and move things along faster. So that's one thing. The other thing that I think is sort of an emerging idea for us is to
tapped into expiring unobligated funds. So what happens is IGs, like my office, we always have to save a little bit just in case there are contracts that go over even after they're expired. This is all standard stuff in the federal government. And those are basically rounding errors, right? There's a very small pieces of amounts of money relative to our global budgets. If those, when they are expired, if those could be routed to SIGI, we could solve all of these problems quite quickly. And so that's one thing I would strongly encourage Congress to consider is the ability of shifting those expired unobligated balances for OIGs to SIGI would give us the ability to remedy a lot of those problems, sir.
Yeah, I was hoping you would mention that. Getting an appropriation is a direct way, and as you might imagine, it's not the easiest thing in the world sometimes. However, in the case where there have already been appropriated funds, and every member of this committee in this Congress knows what it's like, you've got to round out at the end of each year how much money is allocated to you. In our case, if we end of the year, we end with, let's just for a number, say $50,000. That money directly goes back to the Treasury.
Right.
So I hear you loud and clear on this. It's a way of funding the expansion and the ability to investigate without appropriating new and additional funds. And I want to commit myself to being supportive of that. And I will seek to have a conversation with the chair as well. I mean, I just think it's a way that we're not appropriating new dollars, but we're taking what we've already appropriated and still spending them, even if we're not spending them in the same fiscal year. I've got a few other questions, but for the sake of some of my colleagues who are here and have not been heard with an opening statement or with questions, I'm going to yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. I would like to explore that at some point with you in a bipartisan way to see if it's something.
Unbelievable.
Look at them. But in a bipartisan way, all of a sudden, they're all sitting next to each other. A week ago, they were all screaming at each other. But now it's about
Chairman, and thank you, Inspector General Greenblatt, for being here.
This is so bullshit.
The Inspector General Act authorizes SIGI's Integrity Committee to investigate allegations of wrongdoing on the part of an IG or senior official within the office. How does the Integrity Committee define wrongdoing?
There are three main buckets that the Integrity Committee uses, and it's significant misconduct, like gross mismanagement. There's conduct unbecoming of an official in that position. I'm sorry, I'm butchering the language.
Why don't they name the officials?
The nature of the allegations. It's not. It's got to be significant, if you will.
So that's interesting to me because the IG Act does not define wrongdoing in the relevant statute, and you've just used as it, Mr. Greenblatt. I know you're an attorney. I'm an attorney. The definitions you used have what I would call massive holes and subjective interpretation to them. So significant misconduct.
Why aren't they having civilians
conduct unbecoming? What does that mean? All of those things are incredibly subjective, and that's part of the problem with the IG Act in and of itself, and maybe that's something we should consider a little more thoroughly. The IG Act provides that the Integrity Committee must adopt policies and procedures necessary to ensure fairness and consistency in determining whether to initiate an investigation, conducting an investigation, and reporting on the results of an investigation. What standard does the IC use to evaluate complaints it receives?
It looks at whether it fits in one of those three buckets, and then evaluates whether they get a number that they get thousands and thousands of complaints.
I know you get a lot of complaints. I'm looking. What's the standard that you use? Now you said we're going to look at those three buckets. Is the standard written down anywhere? You guys have something that written down?
They have extensive policies and procedures. And
is it written down somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it statutory?
No, sir. It's implementing the statute.
Is it just as? And if you go back to the three buckets again, when you come back to subjectiveness, you're coming back to some kind of, it looks. Boy, that sure looks significant to me. What do you think? No, I don't think that looks significant. It's almost like the distinction that
Secret Service director, former Secret Service director, was trying to make yesterday between threat and suspicious. I mean, that's really part of the problem here. Without a clear written standard to evaluate complaints, how then is the IC living up to the statutory mandate that its procedures ensure fairness and consistency, keeping in mind that you and I as attorneys, and particularly in investigations, and I look to criminal
So basically, there is no standards.
everybody wants to know where the bright lines are. And I'm just having trouble seeing where the bright lines are here.
Sir, there aren't bright lines, but I would say that there are not bright lines in what we do every day as IGs. We have to make hard calls. We have to implement laws that are not expressly defining each and every specific element of every potential violation.
Right. So what you're suggesting then that is that Congress has failed to actually, and I don't disagree with this, by the way. Congress has failed to give very specific language that is. We put too many vague notions. We leave things to the agencies and departments, policies to determine how they're going to implement, etc. And the reality is, a lot of that ends up being subjective. According to longstanding Supreme Court precedent, a prosecutor must disclose to a criminal defendant any evidence in the prosecutor's possession that would tend to exculpate the defendant. Is the IG or other covered person who is under investigation by the Integrity Committee entitled to exculpatory evidence in the Integrity Committee's possession?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yes.
I would say this is not a criminal proceeding. This is, just like an IG investigation.
Investigation of
it's
what,
not a criminal
man?
proceeding. But you are required to ensure fairness and consistency.
Absolutely.
And if you had exculpatory evidence and you chose to withhold it, would that be ensuring fairness?
I would not support that in any way, shape, or form, but I can guarantee the IG community doesn't do it and the IC doesn't do it either.
But there's nothing there that requires them to provide exculpatory evidence. And when you determine whether there was significant misconduct, maybe you're making decisions on that. I would suggest perhaps we have some work we need to do to clean up statutes. So that would be clear that
Bingo.
be provided. How many employees are typically dedicated to an investigation related to an inspector general or a covered employee?
None.
By the Integrity Committee, I actually have no idea. I would imagine they're sizable.
Who are the people sitting behind that guy that was talking? They all seem to be staring down at their phones.
Yeah, they're watching
the assisting IG.
This.
To be.
Hey, here we go again. And I'm not meaning to nitpick at you. I'm just trying to understand how this has gone because I've been looking at this now for a couple of years, and I find it intriguing. So you just said, well, if you got a larger investigation, again, that's going to be subjective, right? I mean, it is. It just is. Because, golly, this, and every time we go, we lift up a stone, we see something else. Maybe that's something else. Are these senior employees that you use here? I mean, you say you don't have enough investigators. That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, so I would imagine there are line level investigators all the way up through attorneys, through.
You're correct, Jeb.
Ultimately, to the IG, who's assisting the investigation of Integrity Committees.
Well, according to open payrolls in 2023, the average salary for all SIGI employees, and that, of course, is going to include front office staff, was just under $110,000, which is $52.70 an hour for a 40-hour work week. And that seems to be in line with GS 13, 14, 15, maybe something like that, maybe a little behind 15.
But those are folks that are not doing the investigation. If that's SIGI employees, those are affirmatively not doing the investigation. So it's going to be folks who are.
So their salaries are going to be higher, right?
Could be. It depends.
You don't know? I mean,
I don't know. But the agents that carry badges and guns who do many of these investigations get extra pay because of LEAP law enforcement pay, availability pay, which is extra. But I don't know if they're.
So I'm going to leave up because
You don't know what they do in his department?
IG, which I found were untoward, and I've deliberately tried not to weigh in on that. Although I'm sure getting ready to weigh in on it if he wants to continue there. But I will say this: SIGI's current funding is a percentage of each IG's appropriation. Isn't that true?
For the most part, yes.
Siggy, can you take a vote then to increase that percentage at any time?
Yes, but I would face a mutiny by the Siggy members. So I committed when I first ran for chair to not increase that number absent some special circumstance.
You've indicated that you don't have enough investigators. That seems like a special circumstance. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
So that the record is straight.
He just dropped one on his lap.
Spewing my allegations against the
Bam!
Here we go. He's fighting back now. This is the cocksucker.
And reflecting on comments that have come into my congressional office from people who felt like they were not treated correctly by that person. I'm talking about someone different. Mr. I'll reclaim so I can respond.
Sure, it's your time.
I was not referring to your 5-minute comments when you're talking about the Social Security Administrator. I was talking about the DHS IG, which Mr. Kafari. Yeah. And if we're going to go there, then I'm ready to we can have that debate. But I'm not sure that this is the forum that the chairman wants to.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get a debate. I just thought I'd raise an issue that has been clearly in the press and elsewhere, and it ended when I finished my comments. Mr. Greenblatt didn't respond to it because I don't think there was a response that he can offer.
So why are you protecting him for?
See if I can help out.
This guy's speaking up for the guy, man. He can speak up for himself. It's a big boy. And he's a ranking member as well, right?
My mic is on. I probably need to get a little bit closer, and I appreciate my time friend helping me. The issue that is being discussed now, in fact, as I referred to it earlier, is an issue that is ongoing. And the request for Mr. Greenblatt to be here is about the larger issue about its authority, its responsibility, how it operates, and how it does things. In fact, as I stated earlier, subject to further information being available, that would be available, Mr. Greenblatt agreed to come to my office in the middle of September and affirmed to me that
I
there
gotta
would
go,
be
guys.
Ariel, thank you for joining us, bro.
Yep. We'll see
Boring you shit.
this organization until that
You guys still want to carry on watching this bullshit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may
No.
respond.
No, I'm over it. They're a bunch of liars.
We listen to them lie to us to our face for an hour.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
enough. I can't take any more.
Me either. I'd rather hear
Okay.
something.
Yeah, it is all hot air. It's all bullshit. It's just excusing themselves for instead of talking about the real important, because this is a real important topic, right?
Yeah.
But these lot are all fucking around. They're all busy fucking bitching about each other about something that ain't got fucking nothing to do with anything. The price of fish. I mean,
That
they just
was
literally
my
wasted
Yeah.
an hour.
Yeah.
Wasted an hour listening to what? What did we hear? Gotten to the bottom of it, right? The bottom of what? The swamp.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing but bullshit.
On both sides.
Pathetic.
Yep.
Pathetic. And imagine that, ladies and
What
gentlemen.
happened? What, you know,
Millions
they're
of
forming committees. They're forming all these committees, but they're leaving they're leaving an important part out. And that is we the people.
Exactly.
They derive their power from us.
You know, they're forming all these committees to investigate, but they're leaving key people out. You want to put 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats. How about 6 we the people on that committee to help investigate?
Right.
They don't
You
want to
want-
do that because truth would come out.
You want to put 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats, but how about 6 we the people in this committee? You've got all these people that are registered voters. How about put these registered voters in a bucket and pull out 6 people from any state. I don't care if it's from Oklahoma, Ohio, Florida, Alaska, whatever state. Just throw them and roll the drum and start picking it.
Yeah,
And
or
put 6 people.
Yeah, one from each state.
And put them on that committee to help investigate what happened to this shooting. Or and then we've got a committee for integrity. Let's put 6 people from whatever state on that committee. Let's involve we the people.
They don't want that to happen.
Hello, Anne Marie. Hello, Sport. Hello, Sean. Let's start involving we the people. We elect you guys in there. Now let's involve we the people. You got all this money, you can take and roll the freaking machine, you can start rolling and fly us in for a couple weeks for these committee hearings.
Yeah.
And start involving we the people. There's my rant for the day.
I doubt they'll do that because it's the right thing to do.
Let it all out, Mama. Let it all out, Mama Bear.
You know, just like the school. They wanted to let's go, our town decided to the marijuana distributors. Every town had a chance to have the marijuana where you could sell the marijuana in your town. You got so much of the proceeds that went to the town, so much went to the state. We had an open forum so everybody could talk about it. We went down, and part of the town's for it, part of the town's against it, and the town did a open forum on it, which surprised me all to hell that the town did it so we could vote on it. The village did not. The town did. So we could discuss if we wanted to have it so we could sell, and the proceeds went to the town. It got voted out.
So you mean we would grow the marijuana and the town would make a profit from it?
Nope, you could sell it in your town.
Oh, okay.
You could have a distributor in your town. They would get licensed and they would sell it. So much of the profits from the sales goes to the town. So much goes to the people that have their distributor. So much of the sales goes to the town. Every town had this opportunity in New York State. Your town you live in had that opportunity to have a place that sells the marijuana, the TH in your town. Every town in New York State has that chance, and before it closes, where you can no longer do it.
There are a couple of smoke shops up here where they do sell it.
This is and if they're not licensed within the New York State, they soon will be not, they'll be shut down.
The one I usually go to is waiting for their license to be approved.
So, if they get caught selling, they'll be shut down. If their license ain't approved, they'll get shut down because they're on a wide sweep, for New York State sweep, to shut everybody down.
Well, they're not selling any marijuana products right now. They're
Right.
waiting for their license.
And so much of their profit will go to the town, so much goes to the state, and they keep so much profit.
Yeah.
So every town had that opportunity. Our town had a town meeting, and we all went to the town meeting, and it ended up getting voted down.
Mm.
And so we will not see the profit. And it was stupid because it would have lowered our taxes. Very stupid of our town. And you know, and these public forums to talk about it and put it up for vote and for people to get involved in it is what they need. Our government doesn't have that. And everybody says, oh, call your local legislator, call your local congressman, call your local senator. 99.9% of those phone calls go to an automated system and they're never, ever heard.
I agree.
They're never, ever heard.
That's how they do it.
So, and you have to get involved. You have to go knock on your senator's door. They have offices. And when you go in there, you say, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk directly to my senator. You know, make that appointment and be heard and be seen.
But you never get to talk to your senator.
I have.
I haven't. On Long
I
Island,
have.
didn't.
I make it be known, just like I make it be known in my sheriff's office. I go into my sheriff's office and I go directly into his office, close that door, and sit down.
You're lucky. Because most civilians don't get to do that.
I make that appointment and I'm very nice about it, and then I get in that door, sit down, and then I let them have it. You get more with a little bit of honey than lemon.
True.
So
Even
when you talk,
you don't get anywhere with most of them.
and I've gotten in the door and sat down, and then I let it out.
You're one of the few lucky ones.
I have my proof printed out, and I have my iPad here. Watch this.
The thing is, they really don't care.
And when you have your proof and you say, now it's going elsewhere, and I take it to the TV stations.
Would be nice if the TV stations broadcast it.
I think they do care. They just don't care about us.
Exactly. They only care about themselves. They've proven that to me.
They just proved it tonight that we just watched half that thing. That was all
Right.
about them protecting themselves from not getting fucked over. The guy
Right.
who's sitting there, who's in charge of inspecting and arresting and investigating corruption.
And he is making his, and you've seen that, he doesn't follow the law. He's making his own law.
That's his own shit.
There is the law.
Yeah.
They're not following a law because there is no law for them to follow.
Well, the people who are overseeing them, right, are corrupt as fuck. So they got them by the balls. The guy's sitting there. He's literally got all of those guys by the balls. He knows all their dirty deeds. Do you know what I mean? So they're all gonna fucking, they're all gonna get on their knees and suck it for him.
Yep.
Sorry for the crude.
And he's a lawyer, and he knows the law, but he's only doing half the law. You've got to prosecute them, but what are they prosecuting them on? What law? And he admitted that he's making his own law.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what this is all about. Them making new laws to grant themselves more protections. Do you know what I mean? And make more money. I mean, he was already sitting there bitching and moaning. He ain't got enough fucking resources. He needs more. Oh, that's the first thing. I ain't got no money. You just had fucking $5 billion. Oh, it's gone, man. I spent it. I had a fucking good time in Las Vegas.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that bullshit with Social Security. Social Security is such a joke. It's not funny.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I submitted paperwork during the pandemic to them. I submitted paperwork a year ago with them, and now I've got to do it all over again. All over again. Same paperwork. This is my third time with the same paperwork. They can't find it. And I went into the office and submitted it.
Conveniently.
What they do is they throw your paperwork away when they don't feel like doing it.
There's a special folder for it. A special file. File.
Same paperwork, and I'm not joking.
This paperwork.
Here it is.
Where? That's over there.
It is. Here it is. Guess who keeps copies of it?
Good. You get
Same paperwork.
stamped copies you get?
Yep. Same paperwork.
I had them tell me we don't give stamped dated copies. I said, "Oh yes, you do, and you better give me one." And they did.
Same paperwork. Same paperwork. For 3 years, I keep it.
When it comes to paperwork, you've got to be diligent. You've got to do your own paperwork. You can't rely on other people to do it for you.
Same paperwork.
I'm on. I turn in everything.
It's my Achilles heel. It's a nightmare for me, and I know it's one of the most important things you need to keep on top of. But bark, you really got to force yourself. Keep your paperwork straight, man. Especially in a court case like that.
So I go back up with the same paperwork. I fill it out, hand it back to them. Give me a copy of it back with your signature on it, date and time.
Yeah.
So
they can't say that you never turned it in.
Monday, I will be back at the Social Security office, sit in the Social Security office with all the paperwork, and I will go directly to the Social Security office and be there at 9 o'clock in the morning with the paperwork and say, here we are again. It's my birthday. They do it to me every other year on my birthday.
Wow.
I get the same letter.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Our tax money pays their salaries, and they do this to us.
Oh, I won't do copies. I make them do all my copies. I do not do copies. I make them do copies.
Me too.
I've got a couple of songs. Just adding them to the player now. Hang on. Alright, let's see. We've got a couple of songs from Anne-Marie. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Let's check these out, shall we?
In the night we feel so lost. Shadows whisper, hearts of frost. Rise above the darkness deep. We become the dreams we keep. Broken wings still find the sky. You and I will learn to fly. Fire inside won't ever die. Rise above, reach for the high. Like a phoenix from the fire, we will soar above desire. In the ashes we find light. In our hearts we'll win this fight. Through the storms and battles faced, in our souls the dreams embrace. Oh, 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 oh. we will soar above desire. In the ashes we find light. In our hearts we'll witness fire.
Fading echoes in the night, empty rooms hold no love light. Memories haunt my mind when everything was fine.
Empty chairs by the fire, pictures warm with desire. I reach out through thin air, wishing you were there. Where are you now? I can't see how to live without your laughter loud. Silent whispers fill the space. Love is gone without a trace. Tears fall like morning dew. I still long for you.
In my dreams you reappear. Close my eyes, wish you were near. Time won't heal this broken heart. We're worlds apart.
Where are you now? I can't see how to live without your laughter loud. Where are you now? Laughter loud.
They were absolutely great, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much for your first try. You hit it out of the park. Thank you for that.
I like all the music you play.
Yeah, that was Anne-Marie's first try.
That was nice.
Yeah, that's quite good. All right.
I absolutely love it, Anne Marie. Fantastic, Anne Marie. I hope you're going to join the songwriting contest, Anne Marie. Now I got to think about my song. I think I may have to rewrite it.
Was that her competition song? I don't think it was. No, it wasn't a
Now
competition.
I'm going to have to think about rewriting mine. Now she got me scared.
All right.
Yeah, she got me scared.
Should we play another tune? How about another tune? Yeah, let me give me enough time to skin up another split. Hang on.
Wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice, twisted up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh. Eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air, Mellow's without a care. Laughter fills everywhere, feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Yeah, peace and love just found a sound.
Yes, and you, me, and Mellows are the judges in case of a tiebreaker.
There's a tiebreaker.
Yes, and you, me, and Mellows are tiebreaker judges, but we can submit into the contest.
We can cheat, right?
No, Mellows, you've been told about it.
I'm the judge, though.
I will put.
All right. Well, we're not allowed to vote for ourselves.
Correct.
Okay.
We're not allowed to vote for ourselves.
Well, that makes it a little bit more fair.
17 Jewish rabbis in New Jersey. Hold on. 17 FBI has arrested 17 Jewish rabbis in New Jersey charged with trafficking human organs, baby parts, and money laundering.
Oh, goodness.
People wonder why we do what we do.
Wow.
How long had I been getting away with it?
Wow.
How many were there?
17. Wow.
Baby body part.
Unbelievable. 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 That's totally disgusting.
Yeah. Let's hope they got the right people.
I don't know, but
I hate it when I get those kind of emails.
let's put another song on, Mama Bear. Fuck it. Fuck the New World
Yeah.
Order.
Here's the issue at the heart of the states, we're divided. Minds clamped shut, but the arguments are heightened. Blaming others when the trouble's deepen, and stretching the truth when it's hatred based on color. Only wrong if it's white, we lose. Claiming guns are pointless cause the cops are on speed dial, but won't keep a fire extinguisher to save their own child. Omitted walls will leave our borders in despair, so let's preach from behind high gates, hypocrisy lay bare. Throw it around racist like it's only one shade, but dress a dude in skirts and suddenly praise gets paid. Tired of these double standards, chaos every day. When voices get censored, there's nothing left to say. Call a man a deadbeat, shaming him for his flaws, but when life is taken by choice, it's suddenly a cause. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. All sorrows you wear, there's your crown, pushing a new world order. They despise the flag, aim to burn it down to ashes. Step against that, in my view, response comes in flashes. They're loud and proud, their violence taking center stage. Media spins it into pride while inside our rage. A system skewed where majority themselves unfairly. Is the color to blame on the choices made? Barely not a math whiz, but the divide's crystal clear. Questioning if it's the shade of my skin I fear. Lock away those politicians, stripping freedoms bit by bit. Tread on us, find out how quickly we're lit. Corner us, and see if we don't push back. Stop all the defense, no attention to lack. Minds trample, realities rank, they insist. Pointing guns at liberty, but we persist. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. All sorrows you wear, there's your crown, pushing a new world order. Now it seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own accountability certain. They preach manhood, but scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak out, get canceled, the punishment brisk. This culture of cancellation, a toxic remedy. A chasm fueled by blame, stealing our energy. Rejecting supremacy in all of its forms. Guilty not by my acts, but by the norms. One system grinding all, the evidence is there. Broadcasting our pain, as if they truly care. Wake up to screens that manipulate and bleed us. Stand firm, remember we're the home of the fearless. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. burdens. Every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own, accountability certain. They preach manhood and scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak.
What do you think of that one?
I like it. Now I'm
Nice.
going to pull up something to make everybody laugh.
Sure.
Pull it up first.
Oh, the old guy Mitch one is ready. It's on your one. You ready? You want to show something now?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to share it.
There you go. Oh, there it is.
Somebody had little.
You said that earlier.
The Wienermobile.
It's a bit stuck.
Don't you like what's on the truck? Don't you like what's on the truck?
Yeah. Sausage. Does it say on there?
No.
Let me see.
No texting and driving. No texting and driving. It's kind of appropriate for the Wienermobile. This happened Monday in Chicago.
Anyone hurt?
No, nobody was injured. There was no injuries. They had to have a crane truck wrecker come in to turn it up right and put it on a low boy. But I seen this on Twitter and I said, I gotta share it. The Wienermobile is out of commission. So nobody can look for the Wienermobile in the U.S. because it is out of commission.
Let's play another song. Come on in. Any requests? We got any requests out there? If not, it's dealer's choice. Josephine, Mama Bear?
No request. Anything and everything.
I'll make some more of these animations.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel and a flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hair's new chain. Big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word. That shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just a million views on YouTube is two big middle fingers. I apologize and compromise and quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had the fire all along, I needed fuel and a flicker. The light refused to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm designed to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lies are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
Alright, let's play old guy Mitch's new song. And we played it already, haven't we?
You got it.
Oh no, let's play this one. We haven't played this one for a while.
I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. Probably put me in my grave for the lyrics I spit. Been exposing the truth and all the secrets they're covering. If I die, it was big pharma or government. They putting too much truth in my songs. They gon' stage a suicide and say I chose to move on. Probably cutting my breath, so when I toured too long, I'll die in a crash. Say I was driving and drunk. Look, a little Illuminati real. They're trying to make you dumb, trying to numb you out with pills. Trying to make you broke, trying to tell you it's a deal. Processing your food, so none of it is real. You're eating super good, but you still be getting ill. You're working super hard, but you still can't pay the bills. Silence in the visionaries, revising the dictionaries. Now you just can't find the right words to say and express how you feel. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize a vet, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' murder me. Wouldn't be a problem if nobody ever heard of me. But I'm famous, so they'll probably try erasing me with urgency. Infect me with a sickness and deny me any surgeries. Stop me from exposing all the medicine and currency. And terrorism always been controlling us so perfectly. I'm telling you with certainty, they say it's for security. They monitor our lives like we live in Nazi Germany. They wanna microchip all the people, you don't believe it. Your fingerprint unlocking your phone, oh how convenient. They trick you to believe it, all the angels and demons. They say you'll go to hell if you ever go disappoint Jesus. I got a backbone and a platform and a tap phone. Never asked for it to be that known. My passport to my dashboard. It's the back door to stake this place. It's the Truman Show. See upcoming rap shows. Get your tickets for your favorite artists. You might also like clone rappers. Tom McDonald, Don't Let Me Go. MGK, Barbie, Jaden and Alexis. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize the van, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they kill Biggie and Pop. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, they're making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. It's not a game with a million ways to lose, no. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they killed Biggie and Pac. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, they're making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. They design a game with a million ways to lose, no.
Yeah. Still like that one. It was one of the first ones we made. Alright, let's still editing old guy Mitch's video. I'm changing it slightly. I didn't finish it off properly at the end. Alright, let's see where else we go.
Okay.
Play Mama Bear, the second one.
Okay.
Mama Bear, so strong by our side. Oh, in the morning, giving love with each stride. Oh, she protects us, keeps us safe and warm. In her embrace, we weather the storm. Mama Bear, always there when we cry. Oh, with her love, lifting spirits high. Oh, she watches over with a gentle smile. Her compassion makes it all worthwhile. Oh, Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme. Oh, she brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace, we always find. Mama Bear, every day she fights. Oh, for our dreams makes the dark so bright. Oh, she's the hero, the one who stands tall. In her arms we never fall. Mama Bear, every word so wise. Oh, tells the stories, opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme, perfect tells us stories, opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. A mother bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme, a perfect rhyme. She brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace, we always find.
Good song. Don't mind me being quiet. I brought my laptop in the kitchen. I'm starting to cook dinner.
Okay. Here's one for Marcy while she's eating a cheeseburger.
I was
Sorry,
saying I enjoy hearing the music while I'm cooking.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
Hey, Marcy.
Here's one for Marcy. Still got to finish this one. There's still a couple more to do to it.
It must have been cheeseburger day.
Yeah.
'Cause I-
Eyes on the Audi, exactly what she need. Eagle eyes on the screen, watching day and night. Civics in her veins, she's here to fight the right. Educate and elevate, it's more than just a view. Each episode's a lesson, speaking truth, keeping it true. Marcy Fox is cooked, girl, she can't get enough. Eyes on the Audi, she loves that stuff. Films of truth, they do unfold. Stories of the bold, it never gets old. Swipe up, swipe down, refresh to see what's new. Her passion ain't passive, shouts to the crew. Rights in the spotlight, cameras rolling live. Out at the audacious, watching how they guide. Advocacy and inquiry, in every frame she sees. Changing perceptions as easy as the breeze. Power to the people, Marcy knows the link. Learning from the audits got more depth than you think. Marcy finds a silk girl, she can't get enough. Eyes on the Audi and she loves that stuff. Knowledge like a river, it flows and it roars. Every episode drops, she's pausing her chores. Food on the dust, it's all about awareness. Marcy's found a calling, in truth she finds fairness. She shares the word, tweet it to the masses. Eyes on the Audi, classes for the classes. Hunt DMC style, we break it down, no fear. Marcy Fox, the viewer with her mission clear. Engaged and enraged by rights denied. Eyes on the Audi, she's notified. Screenshots, notes, she's keeping the trail. Educating herself, she's setting the sail. Into the seas of justice and laws. With each video, she finds a cause. Marcy Fox is hooked, yo, she can't get enough. Eyes on the Audi, she loves that stuff. Now she's a beacon, light up the night. Empowered by vision, empowered by the right. So tune in, get hooked like Marcy on a spree. Eyes on the Audi, for you and for me. Knowledge is power, that's what Marcy found. Another audit drops, we gather round. Swipe down, refresh to see what's new. Her passion ain't passive, shouts to the crew. Rights in the spotlight, cameras rolling live. Out at the audacious, watching how they dive. Advocacy and inquiry, in every frame she sees. Changing perceptions, as easy as the breeze. Power to the people, Marcy knows the link. Learning from the artist, got more depth than you think. Marcy Fox is hooked, yo, she can't get enough. Eyes on the Audi, she loves that stuff. Knowledge like a river, it flows and it roars. Every episode drops, she's paused in her chores. Dawn to dusk, it's all about awareness. Marcy's found a calling, in truth she finds fairness. She shares the word, tweet it to the masses. Eyes on the Audi, classes for the classes. Dawn to dusk, it's all about awareness. Marcy's found a calling, in truth she finds fairness. She shares the word, tweet it to the masses. Eyes on the Audi, classes for for the classes. I'm done with dust, it's all about awareness. Monsters time to call it, the truth she finds fairness. She shares the word, tweet it to the masses. Eyes on the alley, classes for the classes. Fun DMC style, we break it down, no fear. Marcy Fox, the viewer with her mission clear. Engaged and enraged, my rights denied. Eyes on the outing, she's bona fide. Screenshots, notes, she's keeping the trail. Educating herself, she's setting the sail. Into the seas of justice and laws. With each video, she finds a cause. Marcy Fox is hooked, well she can't get enough. Eyes on the alley, she loves that stuff. Eyes on the alley, she loves that stuff. Loves that stuff. Now she's a beacon.
I love that song, Marcy.
I sent you an email, Marcy, if you're listening. Oh my God.
I'm not at my computer. I'm in my kitchen.
Go ahead.
I'm in my kitchen.
I wouldn't mind hearing the song you made for me.
Yeah, that one. Let's grab that one. Where is that? We haven't made a video for that. Fuck, I'm getting lost here, man. Is anyone any good at organizing files? Because
I can't hear what you're saying.
I said I need some help organizing my files. These are all over the place.
You lost my song?
No, it's here somewhere. I left it here. It's in here somewhere. Give me a minute. You know I'm blind. I've got to find the shit.
You are.
Yes.
I know I need reading glasses. My landlord borrowed my reading glasses and he left with them and never brought them back. Damn it.
I got it.
Found it?
BBA.
Neighbor screams like a symphony of pain, but in your arms I can stay sane. Josephine, let's light up the night. When the world's so wrong, we'll make it right. Dirty cops lurk in the alleyway, but with you I feel okay. Josephine, in the city lights embrace, flickering bulbs in our little space. Oh, it's crazy. Landlord lurking with that crooked grin. Oh, it's crazy. Whispers in the halls where shadows spin. Through the struggle, girl, we find our way. With you by my side, we'll seize the day. Josephine, ain't it wild in this place? Crazy landlord with a shady face. Neighbor tweaking every night and day. And ghosts that whisper when you pray. Josephine, trust in you. Never trust them cops. But in your eyes, the whole world fades. Rolling papers and the smoke cascades. Josephine will carve out our peace. In this crazy town, we'll find release. Sirens wail, but it don't faze us. In your warmth, I feel weightless. Pedal down, engine roaring through the night. Street lights blur as we take flight. Josephine, smoke trails in the wind. Dodging the blues with a mischievous grin. In their sirens we hear the chase. But with you, it's a wild embrace.
Good song. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see, which other one is there?
Rolling high above us, we got that OG smoke. Rooftop party on fire, liquor pouring like hope. Big beats moving bodies, women dancing so free. Booties shaking like rhythms everyone wants to be. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starry sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze. In this party, in this place, we got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starry sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze in this party, endless place. We got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starry sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control.
Alright, I need to make some more videos and catch up. I've got more songs than videos.
Yeah. You keep adding songs and no videos.
Right. Let me just finish off Mitch's one. Let's get this one over with.
Oh. I grabbed the wrong mustard. I grabbed the hot mustard.
I prefer the hot one. A little bit of a kick to it, you know? Especially in the nose, and it comes, steam comes out, you know? I don't know what it is, man. I like it. It's like, woof! Nice little kick. It's like, whew.
Yep.
Like the wasabi. You like wasabi? You tried that? That Japanese mustard.
Nope.
That's really
I'm
nice.
going to pay for this mustard as it is.
Next time you come across it, try it.
No.
Bit funny
No.
looking. It's really nice.
I never
No.
liked anything that burnt my mouth. I don't like hot stuff like that.
It doesn't burn your mouth though. It kind of like stings your nose, sort of thing, doesn't it? Like.
No, I'm going to have heartburn as it is tonight. And I like mustard on my cheese and crackers.
Yes.
My dad has always done it. So I kind of do it. Got cheese crackers and pepperoni for snack. And I'm paying for it with the mustard. Paying for it with the mustard.
You're making me hungry now. Do a pulse of liquor. It's only got 7 seconds.
Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Biden will speak to the American people.
Well, and tell us the good.
Oh, what?
Remembered I'm online.
But he will speak to the American people tomorrow night.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Joe Biden.
What he's going to say, nobody knows.
All right, that one's done. I won't upload it because there's no need. When I release them, we'll upload them there. Next video. What song was we gonna make a video for?
He will speak to the American people.
Oh, the cover one. That's it. That's what I was gonna do. Yes, that's what we do. I want to make a video for the cover song.
Yes.
That's a good song.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Northwood. Oh my God. Where is it? I've got too many tabs open again. Alright. New song, new video. I'll screen share this, give me a sec.
And get ready, Northwoods. We got more rain coming.
Oh, of course we do, Mama. Been pouring here all day. We've had the worst service today.
Well, we had that
Oh, yeah.
day and a half ago, so you got it today.
Yep.
You know how it goes.
Alright, let's bring up a screen so I can share this.
What song you doing?
I'm going to do the cover band.
Oh, cover band?
Cover band, yeah. BNC.
Cover band? Okay. Hey, Inferno. Hey, Phil. I stopped over and seen you. I was listening to you. My earbuds.
All right, let's get this up. Fuck you. Get down there. Do as you're told. Motherfucker. Right, so we need some. Give it 30 seconds.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon, I accept it.
So what we got for monster, eh? We got some little monsters.
Building them fire trucks to save our American people.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon, I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found
Okay, Inferno.
I'm not afraid of the boogeyman, instead I
Okay, Inferno.
I need to. What's this?
Phil, did you see the Wienermobile? Oscar Mayer Wienermobile crashed in Chicago. The picture I shared online here says don't talk and text and drive. Oh, funnier now. Yeah. Go back a little bit on the stream. Yeah, it crashed and the truck stopped and it says don't talk and text perfectly where it crashed. It was so funny. It was so funny. I mean, a panel truck couldn't stop perfectly.
there's a dragon, I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would.
Yeah.
Good to see you, support. Inferno. Everybody.
There you go.
Woo-woo.
Hey,
What's up, Philly Phil? Mellows. My guy. What's up, my guy?
how you doing, Northwood? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I had bad service.
Man, go. You fucking move.
I just went out after a red squirrel. I didn't get it. I didn't get him, but I'm looking for him.
I'm setting my mouth on fire. I could easily walk out to the kitchen and get the other mustard, but I'm being lazy. I'm eating this hot mustard, setting my mouth on fire.
I might just throw these monster trucks in there. Oh, we've got these ones. These might be good. I'll throw some of these in there. Always good. Alright, let's play. See what else we can get inspired by.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage.
Alright. Instead of... okay, let's bring it down.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. To a savage. I broke.
I need to put beats on. This gives you beat markers. That helps you judge where the next beat is, if you like. It helps when you're trying to timestamp or synchronize.
Uh-huh.
Trying to explain what I do when I do it. It's pretty self-explanatory, really. Alright, so I'm dragging out the window. Where the fuck are you? Let's put the transitions in. These are different types of transitions that you can flick from one clip to the next. Match and move is the one I usually pick. It's the best one, really. That one will dissolve. Just depends on the kind of video you're creating. But for a more smooth flow from one clip to the next, the match and move works out better. You can actually speed up or slow down. At the moment it's set to half a second, so it will steal half a second from one side, half a second from another side, and in that 1 second it will transition. That makes sense.
Yep.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge.
Window, there's a dragon.
I had that fun doing my stuff.
Hey, Anne Marie. Good to see you.
Hey, Marie.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge.
It's too soon. It's just 2 seconds for the window and then there's a dragon. Why? Doing this with the way I'm doing it now, it's just fucking so hard. I need a new mass.
Monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon.
Yeah,
I
shut
accept.
up.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me.
It's going to be just 1 second.
Wow. The Pentagon accidentally paid Zelensky $6.2 billion. It was in a county area, apparently.
Oops. I'm so sorry, everybody. Never mind.
Monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge.
I'm accepting the challenge.
Accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise.
I was a savage.
So sorry,
Oh,
you
man.
American people. So sorry, everybody. You can't pay your rent. You can't pay your health care. You can't buy groceries. But Zelensky just got $6.2 billion.
Yeah, it's all right. It's for democracy. That's the price of democracy.
So sorry, American people.
Whoopsie.
That's probably not that much, since they waste that much anyway every day, I guess.
Did we all forget about the $4.2 trillion they still haven't explained where that disappeared? And that was 20 odd years ago. When was that? When Cynthia McKinney confronted Donald Rumsfeld. That was before 9/11, right? I mean, how long ago was that, for fuck's sakes? Imagine how much money they've stolen since then. And they had the crash in 2008. And they literally, we bailed all the banks out. We're bailing banks out. I mean, what the fuck? The banks got money, print money out of thin air, and we're bailing them out. How does that work? Make that logic, man. It makes sense. Print money out of the thin air, and they need our money to bail them out. They're the last fuckers that need to get bailed out. Who the fuck's gonna bail us out? Sorry. Right. Where was we?
Screw your freedom.
Say, mate.
Well,
grim.
my freedom is being kind of disturbed here.
Fuck your freedom.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was damaged.
Dig it.
Yeah, hot diggity dog. Guess what, folks? Now your grandchildren is gone to your grandchildren will be paying for it all.
Yeah. Great grandchildren can thank you all for letting these motherfuckers get away with stealing their future.
Paying for that.
Well done, everybody. Give yourself a pat on the back, round of applause. We did a great job.
Hey, ethical committee, guess what? You suck.
Alright, let's get back to the song. I'm getting sidetracked here.
Were they checking that? Were they checking that?
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock.
Nothing for vulnerable. Nothing.
No, there's a dragon, I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They
Oh, fuck. Promise of the morning. That could work. Get over there. Oh, I don't know. I need some more B-roll. Yeah, might have to shorten this clip out.
accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet.
It's not going to work, it's too close.
Accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm. Accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would. Most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty.
That's a good one.
vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I was savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know.
Half a second.
Was savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted where most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was damaged.
I don't like that bass. I do not like that bass.
This one. She's panicking.
Yeah, but I don't like that bass. I looked away, I looked back, and she looked away, I looked back, and she's still looking at me. I don't like that face.
Why I am so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted where most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was damaged.
Right there. Come on. Catch up.
Vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted where most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. Instead, I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than.
Oh, maybe this one instead.
That means annoying God.
The storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. Instead, I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet. I can hear him moving around. The demon screaming in the distance.
Alright, let's see if we can find a creature in the closet.
Secret Service has asked Trump to stop doing outdoor rallies. Tomorrow, at 2:00 is when he is supposed to speak. The Israel Prime Minister.
Yeah. The whole world's going to stand still while they listen to this fucking war criminal.
Window, he's like family to me now. The things that people. I look at him like he's a friend.
And
There's not a monster out there. The scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet. I can hear him.
they are expecting protesters all over DC.
Is there something you want to share?
No, I'm just telling you.
There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. Sound the monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of.
Here.
Out my window, he's like family to there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid.
Okay.
To me now, the things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks. Monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. In my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no. Such a humbling sound, the monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no.
Alright, so let's get that. Half a second. Half a second. What a fucking hour. Bring you down to that beat. Let's go.
Demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I'm in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and then I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm blinded, I spark it and shine it. They find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Trying to disable, now I see them bleed. Hit me fatally and see them grieve. No, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive, believe us alive. Let me disagree with people define me. Or trying to take his. Whatever the fuck are we told him, you don't want to break this. You forsake his, what is sacred. Then it's over, no matter what your faith is.
Oh, where are we? 2 minutes? I think it's a 3-minute song. Fuck, I need some more clips. And I like this wolf bit. Should we find some more wolves?
And then I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I create.
So we could get rid of that and that. Yeah, give it a wolf scene. Come on. Like this one. Doug, are you okay? She's all hot and flustered. Shut up. No. CGI. It's been added to it. It's called a key layer.
Never let me down, not a Satan's no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and then I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm blinded, I spark it and shine it. They find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Trying to disable, now I see them bleed.
You're going to take over with the wolves. Well, that one looks even better.
The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and then I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm blinded, I spark it and shine it. They find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Trying to disable, now I see them bleed. Hit me fatally and see them.
I'm not sure which one I prefer. The one with the flame or without.
That is a hard pick. I like them both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might, you know what I'm going to do?
Try putting them both in somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to put that as my intro. But I'm going to, oh fucking, I can't do it now. I'm going to have to do it after because it's going to mess up the line. It's going to push everything forward. I'm going to have to realign everything. Fuck. I'm just going to have to do it now. Well, I don't really need to, actually. I could just cut this. It's 15 seconds.
Yeah.
I can just chop this up. I only need 2 pieces for the intro, for the text, you know?
Yeah. Hello, Calvary Community Watch. How are you?
How you doing, bro?
Calgary Community Watch. Good to see you. Welcome in.
Let's get that up there. We're up to 2
Can we
minutes
drop
40.
his link in here somehow?
Yeah, if you can.
In the stream.
Yeah, if you can, just go ahead. You need me to do it?
Yeah, I'll get it. I got it.
Alright, so I'm going to take, do I want to take the snake out? Do I want to take out the cartoon? And make it a wolf theme? Or do you think too much wolves is going to ruin it?
Hey, Bella.
You hear her panting away.
Yeah. Hey, Bella, Bella. Your tail now.
Sounds like he's hot.
This is animated, for sure.
Hot down there today, huh?
Yeah, it's freaking her out. She does not the heat.
James Forbes. How hot is it down there, Mellis?
Animated. It's what we got? It's 14C. For
Damn.
1 o'clock AM. That's hot.
Yeah.
Don't know
Good
about
to
these
see you, brother.
animations. I could use them. What's this one? Let's have a look. Where is this? Might work for the end bit.
How's the state of Maine today? You want to get over there, James?
Say again?
And Calgary's from Canada.
Oh, you talked to someone in the chat.
Mellis.
Yes, mate.
Calgary's from Canada.
Who is?
Community Watch.
Oh,
Calgary
okay.
Community Watch.
Yeah. Is he coming up? You inviting him up?
I'm not sure if he's going to make it up or just coming through.
Okay. Well, you know what to do.
He's got a good channel, too.
He has, yeah?
Yep.
I'll take a look at it. Let's get some more clips in here and then we can arrange them. I think that's it. That's a good one. I like this one. But too many wolves running up to the...
Nice.
So that should be at the front.
Yeah. That's sweet.
I'm gonna have. That means I'm gonna have to. Fuck! I'm gonna have to redo all the fucking audio. Fuck it.
I'll tell her, James. Thank you. It's not that bad there. You guys must have got the rain. No, we did.
Wow.
Too much rain. Damn.
A black man who was wrongly convicted of murder in 1989 after spending 18 months in prison completely cleared, but Kamala Harris refused to set him free and took him back to trial. Kamala Harris ruined my life, a lot of lives.
Wow.
Coley was 40 years old when he was locked up in 1992, was convicted and sentenced to serve 2 life sentences without parole for a 1989 drive-by shooting death. It took me many years, but help with the Innocence Project and some lawyers, connections were found between the detectives who had framed someone for murder in Clooney's case. The lawyers took his case back to court. In 2010, Judge Miller ruled that he had been wrongly convicted and found the prosecutor's star witness lied on the stand. In an interview after the case, actually convinced that he made up the allegation and that sent Clooney to prison, admitted fear of being put away himself and had driven him to do it. The judge ordered Clooney released, but Kamala Harris stepped in and took him back to trial in her last months as a San Diego DA. He said, Kamala not played those games, I would have walked out of prison and I went straight home. It came out a few days ago. He was about to get paid $3.5 million from San Diego for an injustice Kamala Harris caused him. $3.5 million.
Upstate, good to see you. Gotta go to Jitsi there. Can we drop the link to Jitsi for Devo? For Upstate.
Link.
Sorry.
Find the link.
Let me
Let me get the link. Got the link?
Yeah, I'll actually, Mama Bear, if I drop it to you, because I'm in the other one on the other machine, if I drop it to you on Telegram, can you drop it here?
Yeah.
This machine mix up.
Woo fucking woo. That's right. Nightbot.
Alright, that's StreamYard. That's for the other StreamYard, right?
I'll go over and pin it up, Mama, if you want, on my side. Then my blue one.
Okay.
It's the only one I have hooked up. Hold on, bud. It's coming.
You got it.
Just hit it, and you'll go see Mellows.
Yeah, and then from here, okay, oh, fucking now, I'm going to give you another link from here. And you got this guy's email. It might be easier if you get your guests, if you get their emails, and then you can just email them the links.
Okay, Mellows. Gotcha. We can get it when he comes up tonight, too.
Yeah. Or you can join the Telegram group or the Vigilante Media website. I mean, I haven't posted any links over there. I won't be posting links over there, but when they sign up there, I'll be able to send them the links because I'll know where to send them to.
Right.
Alright, give me a second. Let me just copy this link. Oh, you fucking idiot.
Click on the panel link and then go into private chat.
Alright, so when you come in, drop you a link. Oh, good.
Please
You
do
only,
not.
you only have to go halfway around the world tonight, right, Mellows?
Please do not put your email in private. Please do not put your email in.
In the chat.
Please do not put your email in chat. I'm heading there
Leave
to
it over
delete
there.
it.
I wonder is
I'm
this the
heading
real
there to delete it.
Right.
Please delete your email out of chat.
What's happening, y'all? Hey, I'm having a good day.
Thank you. We do not want you to get spam email.
Yeah, I ain't trying to grab it. Fucking working on my shit. Fuck y'all mean. Jared. My hair fucked up. I'm gonna fuck y'all.
We do not want you to get spammed by email.
Fuck.
That's one thing we do not want you to get. We do not want you to get plastered with emails. Anybody, by putting your email in chat, we will delete.
I just had a fake Theo gate come up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was a fake Theo.
What the fuck? Trying to get you in over there too, huh? Damn.
He put his camera on and he started talking, but his lips weren't moving. You know what I mean? So it's a video.
Right.
He said,
Yeah, well, come back in there, man, because I didn't see your lips moving when you were talking.
try it again.
Let me just kick it. Let me just unban him. Right, again. And this time, put your camera on, talk properly, because it looked like a video recording of you. I ain't playing no games.
That's right.
And you behave yourself when you come up here, yeah?
We're not playing games. I'll tell you, we're protecting our channels. Because I refuse to get a strike. Totally refuse to get a strike.
I kill all you bitches. Y'all wish y'all had it like I got it. We ain't on it. Bitch, we been on it. We've been out here since who knows.
You listen to this.
You don't know.
Wicked.
New York shit. We on that.
Yeah.
We fuck you up shit.
Alright. See you later, fuckface.
We ain't on shit, bitch.
Yeah, fuckface. See you later. Yeah. Ban that piece of shit for good.
On it.
Next motherfucker who wants to come and give me some shit. Come right up. I need to put up my block list. Fucking idiot.
That's right.
Man, you bring that negative shit over here. Go take it to that TPP bullshit. Yeah, where they like all that drama and all that negative shit and all that toxic bollocks. Go
Channel was he on?
Yeah, banned from this channel, mate. This is respect my shit or get the fuck off my shit. You understand?
Bye, Theo.
Fucking idiot. I need your bullshit around here, bro. Go suck Alexander's dick. How about that?
He's gone.
Fucking dickhead. See what I'm saying? That's why I drew the line. You understand now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know where you're coming from, buddy. Sure.
He is gone.
You know, they got a big channel over there. Thousands of subscribers, right? Big famous dude running the show. And they're going to come over here and fuck with me, a little fucking 50 subscribers on my channel, brand new channel. And they're going to come and fuck over here with me. Why is it? Why is that? Can't be jealousy. What are they jealous of? Just go over there to your little poxy channel with your little toxic friends and leave us the fuck alone, bro. You're not welcome over here. None of you are. How many times do I have to tell you guys you're not welcome here? And I'll never come back to TPP. No matter how much money Eli wants to throw in my face or, you know, whatever. None of that interests me, man. The guy's a fucking liar. Why would I fucking go back and work with him? You know, I'm trying to promote transparency and this guy's fucking lying to my face. Fuck you all. Fucking idiots. Got enough fucking problems with these dickheads in government and I'm going to fuck with you lot. What's the matter with you, man?
Watch your stream, Northwoods.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear's new chain, big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I apologize and compromise and quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors try to cut me with scissors, but what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm designed to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lies are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record, no one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record, no one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record, no one's friends with me now.
So what the hell are you offering now? Okay. Where was I? I was fucking making a tune before this fucking idiot interrupted me. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm sitting here, I'm doing my shit, right? And then these dickheads come along, right? And fuck my mojo up. Do you know what I'm saying? Theo, you're a prick, man. I gave you a chance. How many times do I have to tell you, bro? How many times have I told you all over at TPP? I spend enough time over there. I spend more time than all of you combined. In fact, in a year from now, in 1 year from now, I would have still spent more time on that fucking poxy toxic panel than all of you.
Saw her son.
Than all of you. And you all know, I only give you one chance. You fucked that one chance up. You're done. I'm done with you. You're finished. You don't exist anymore. Do I have to draw a fucking picture, a diagram? Like an idiot. Jack, is that you, bro? Is that the real track, or is that a video recording? Give me a second, man. I'll give you a link.
Happy Tuesday.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on right now.
Yeah, that's all good, man. It's all good. Things are working out exactly the way we need them to. It's just, you know, we burn the candle at both ends and I get a little bit triggered. Jump up, man. You got the link in the private chat there. Can you see it?
Hey, Mellows.
Hi,
I got company here. I'm still cooking, by the way. But my company said he wants to hear the song you made for me. I don't know if you want to play it again or not.
I'll play it for you.
All
Track,
right,
there's
thank
a
you.
link in the private chat for you, bro.
You ready, Brian? He said he's going to play it.
It's here somewhere.
I got it. I got it, Mellows.
Thank you, Mama Bear.
You're doing pretty good.
Neighbors screams like a symphony of pain, but in your arms I can stay sane. Josephine, let's light up the night. When the world's so wrong, we'll make it right. Dirty cops lurk in the alleyway, but with you I feel okay. Josephine, in the city lights embrace, flickering bulbs in our little space. Oh, it's crazy. Landlord lurking with that crooked grin. Oh, it's crazy. Whispers in the halls where shadows spin. Through the struggle, girl, we find our way. With you by my side, we'll seize the day. Josephine, ain't it wild in this place? Crazy landlord with a shady face. Neighbors tweaking every night and day. And ghosts that whisper when you pray. Josephine, trust in you. Never trust them cops. But in your eyes, the whole world fades. Rolling papers and the smoke cascades. Josephine will carve out our peace. In this crazy town, we'll find release. Sirens wail, but it don't faze us. In your warmth, I feel weightless. Pedal down, engine roaring through the night. Street lights blur as we take flight. Josephine, smoke trails in the wind. Dodging the blues with a mischievous grin. In their sirens, we hear the chase.
What do you think, Brian?
Pretty cool. I know I did that though.
He said it's pretty cool. Thank you.
I know I did that. Pretty cool. I did
Well,
that.
he collaborated with BNC.
I like the landlord lurking part. That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
I was thinking the video, if you can, if you allow me to grab some of those clips that you showed us.
You can. I already gave you permission. You can do it.
Well,
I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
for the song, I was going to make the video for the
Yes,
for the song.
please. Yes, please.
I'm
Yeah,
just
my
going
full permission.
I'm just going to give Mitchell his one and only warning to behave himself. Please behave yourself, mate. No nonsense. No, I don't want no TPP bullshit over here, man. Be a normal, fucking normal. What is normal? Hey, just be kosher, man. You know that one, yeah?
How you doing, Untrackable?
You will be banned. I'm telling you now. I ain't got no patience tonight for TPP bullshit.
I'm doing good, Josephine. Thanks for asking.
I see your beard's growing in nice and full, huh? That beard and that mustache is nice and full.
Yeah, the soap makes it flush up. What do you want me to say? It's blame it on the soap.
There you go. I like it.
Hey.
I like men with
Hey.
beards.
Hey, Tommy. Hello, Mitchell.
I was making a song, wasn't I? We'll get back to that.
My laptop is starting to look like your laptop. Everything is open.
Which one?
I've got so many programs open that it's not funny.
It's not. It's not. It's depressing, man. I could cook an egg on my laptop.
I certainly think so.
Cool, man. I'm surprised. All right. That one's going crazy. The other one's
It's last. It's always the last few.
We got more
last
too.
minute of the video that I get stuck on. It's because I run out of clips, basically. You know.
Right.
Okay.
And I've got that Invato thing, but I can't start showing you guys what it is because I need to license every single one of them before I can actually use them on YouTube. It's a pain in the ass to license each one, and then when I upload it, I've got to upload the license to it, or wait until I get a fucking notification claim and then contest it, and it gives you an option to.
No, I don't want to enter that studio.
So I take it that wasn't upstate either that came in.
I didn't see no upstate. There was a Theo gate that came in.
Right. It was under he comes in under Devo usually, but he said, "How do I do this?" But he came up last night, so he would already know.
Yeah.
So that was probably the second one.
Yeah, they'll have like recordings of these people that you know. Do you know what I mean? They'll have their
Yep.
They'll have recordings. They'll play a recording, and they'll talk. You know, and they'll and even when they talk, you know, they use an AI voice.
Oh yeah.
You know, and they'll basically steal your voice. Do you know what I mean? And then they sound like you. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Fuck these fuckers, man. This is why I don't want to put a StreamYard link. I tried this idea today because everybody's complaining to me about, oh, it's too hard. I've got to send an email to get a link. Well, yeah. You know, if you don't want to give me your email that you think it's your personal property and, oh my God, I'm going to hack you somewhere, go and get a fucking Proton mail or create a new fucking email, an anonymous email, and use that. I don't know what the problem is. Just send me a fucking email so I can send you a link, right?
Right.
Hey, I just want to say to that point is every step you make where somebody finds a way through to screw you or to attempt to screw you is a lesson learned. And I want to say that everybody that I've watched has learned from every step that somebody else learned. And you guys are doing a really good job of kind of creating lessons. Whereas if you really have something to say, if you really want to be part of this, well, then you really got to give something up, because it's not just anybody, anywhere, anytime, under any label. It's, hey, yeah, give me some proof. Because the people that come up here regularly, guess what? We give our proof every single day. And we are more than willing to be questioned about, hey, hey, did you have to change something? You know, I'm going to let somebody know. But that's the level of connection. If you want to come up and you have something to say, but if you're just going to click a link and fuck somebody over for 5 hours and just scream or whatever, or attack a channel with your terroristic tactics, you know, hey, how about you leave a little bit more of a footprint if you want to do that? You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't see what the big deal is, man. You know, I've got a Telegram group, right? We're streaming right now live to the Telegram group. I've got multiple Telegram groups. I've got one group that I manage for someone else, right? That's got fucking thousands of people in it. I could just plug that in right now. We get thousands of viewers right now. You know? A bit rude, especially without asking for permission, but...
No, I really appreciate this this place, and I just hate to see it in drama so much. But I've so much in the past 3 weeks. I've seen so much drama everywhere. I'm gonna keep going to the places that I appreciate, and hopefully everything gets worked out. But I love you
We
guys for real.
we appreciate you.
You know, Trap,
We love you too, Chuck.
it's gonna be it's gonna be a hard work, right? But I think I've got the best sharpshooter in the business. Um, Mama Bear has got a nice shiny axe, and she
Wait a
really
minute.
likes
Wait a
using.
minute. Wait a minute.
She
Wait a
enjoy
minute.
really. She really enjoys using it, right?
Wait a minute.
You know,
Somebody has set me up good.
people complaining about the Nightbot, but the Nightbot, you don't know what it does, right? At the moment, it's deleting links. I get on Twitch, for instance. People come over on Twitch and post links, pornographic links and shit like that in the chat, right? You know, and Nightbot just deletes them automatically. I don't have to be over there to fucking fuck around with that shit, right? And by the time I fucking deleted it, like fucking 100 people have seen the link. No, Nightbot deals with that straight away, right?
I say I've got that set up perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. And some people complain Nightbot's a bit of a tyrant, is this, that, and the other. You got to remember, it's not just here, it's managing. It's multiple channels, and it's, you know, there are people who want it more strict, and then we've got to kind of meet in the middle somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
So,
for sure.
yeah, you know, there's those people who complaining about not being able to post, you know, 5 extra emojis, man. Chill, bro. You know what I mean? You know, it's not the end of the fucking world. You know what I mean? And you're only going to get timed out for 5 seconds, and you're a fucking mod anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's not like it's a big deal.
Hey, yeah, exactly. If 5 seconds is a big deal when you really care about the place that you're at, it's like, have you ever told a joke and not got a laugh? Well, maybe you need to chill the fuck out, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is it. It's dealing with multiple channels, right, at the same time. So we got to kind of set some limits, right? And there are people, Mountain Girl, for instance, she might want to have it do something different. You know what I mean? Say something different. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep. I've got Nightbot set perfect in we don't even have to go in there. You know, I go in and post links for what we're showing. But Nightbot, you know, I monitor it. I go in there. I have it up on my screen. But other than that, Nightbot is running perfect in Twitch.
Yeah,
I've got this.
Twitch is covered. Nightbot's got that covered.
Well, I can say this, I guess, as far as watching the chat, as far as Nightbot is concerned, it's like Nightbot welcomes people in, Nightbot spits links out, but at the same time, I've seen like people like responding to Nightbot, but it's not like they're having a conversation with Nightbot. But like you said, if you're gonna spam emojis in a single line, Nightbot's gonna be like, "Hey, stop that."
Yes, because there are people that do that for malicious purposes.
Right, but at the same time, people are going to be like, "Hey, Nightbot, why don't you chill? You know, chill out." And you're not having a conversation with a person. The bot is recognizing, "Hey, you did some overkill. Chill out." So Nightbot's telling you to chill out, and then the person, the real person, is being like, "Hey, Nightbot, chill out." So I'm cool with it because I don't think people should put 100, you know, smiley faces or crying, laughing faces behind whatever they said.
Yep.
You know, I don't think people should do that. It makes no sense. Two is enough.
We increased it to 15 because we have a couple that actually have emojis in their names. So, you know, you can't. You know, it gives them, you know, so they can put at least 5 in. because they have emojis in their names. So we did increase it, but they can't put a ton of emojis in. So
I mean, I get it, and I'm learning too, because at first I thought Nightbot was like a person, but then I recognized, aside from the links being set, the way Nightbot was telling people the rules became not repetitive, but it was circumstantial, but at the same time it was
Is it all right to send Howie the? Is it all right to send Howie the stream? Howie the StreamYard link?
It became a bit. Sorry, mate.
Is it okay to send Howie the StreamYard link?
Of course, man. Howie's got a seat here anytime he wants, man.
I'll send it to him.
Sorting out some.
Yeah, it just
Actually, Howie needs to. I need to set Howie up on the server. He asked me to. Yeah, I need to speak to Howie.
Okay. He'll be coming up in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, I think Howie would be a good addition.
I think Howie's awesome, man. I like him. He, yeah, I'm gonna set him up on the server, give him some access. I think he could find it useful. So the tools that we've collected, over the years, they're specifically designed to help you guys, right?
yes, we are building this bigger and better, and we're getting some where we can not almost run 24/7.
Yeah, definitely.
Where Mellows can get some sleep, I can get some sleep. And we can have hosts that we just got to make sure they can do the bands and the banners, and we will be able to run 24/7.
Hey, Harry.
Hey, Mellows, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
We're
bored.
Down where we can bring people up and down. Hey, Howie, we can get people up and down safely, and I think we could run this 24/7. You know that, fellows?
I'm here. I'm just reading something. Yeah, we're almost ready. We're almost ready. The show, even though it's moved forward a little bit because of the strike on Eyes on the Audit. But, yeah, the train moves forward. The project is coming together. Slowly, you'll see the project come together. And you'll see
Hi, Benny.
not just how cool it is, but how important it is.
Yep. Day crew, night crew, and weekend crew. I think we're almost ready to pull it together.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, definitely.
Dream work, teamwork.
Let's see what we got. Almost finished this song. I just need some more clips for it. Let's see what I got.
Why not?
Yeah, definitely.
Me up first.
That's correct. That is so correct, Inferno.
Yeah.
There is no I in team.
All right. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna have to redo all of this timing as well, because I moved this 7.7 clip to the front of the pack.
When I was the supervisor, I never believed in I believed in us. It was always us to create the team.
Okay.
And if I asked them to do it, I did it. Right along beside them.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke the promise to myself again. I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess
It's too quick.
Yeah. Slow it down.
there's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke the promise to myself again. I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom.
Why does it sound like it's
It's skipping because that's my internet.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke. There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me in. There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself.
So how was work today, Untrackable?
It was good. It was easy.
Yeah.
And I looked forward to this evening.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, do you load trucks? Or just
Under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help, but I.
Fuck's sakes.
Do you load trucks there or just move products?
My window, there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was. Again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm.
Let's shorten that again.
Savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why.
Promise.
A dragon, I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help.
Motherfucker. Back to the same size clip. 3, 2. See if that works.
I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help. Dragon, I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. Instead, I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet. I can hear him from up there on the demon screaming in the distance. Creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window. He's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic. I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm blinded, I spark it and shine it. They find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Wanna disable, now I see him bleed. Hinders me fatally and see them grieve. No, I would not
believe the creature inside me. If you deceive, believe us alive. Let me disagree with people define me. Or trying to take his. Whatever the fuck we told him, we don't want to break this. You forsake his, what is sacred, then it's over no matter what your faith is. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm doubting the self-dose and liquor's always to blame. If I could keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot and it's over, that's how I end up in hell. I do. I hope I don't pass it down to my offspring. They get everything from the daddy, feel like I'm addicted to all things. Yeah, there's no reason to change, I've gone too far now. I'm stuck in my ways, back at the bar now. They said I'm a flirt, they write like a guy. So I'm thirsty and working and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I can get back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I'm at the back out of her, and next night I don't know. Okay, but they be laughing at me, hands be grabbing at me. Feel like God let it happen to me. Let me blasphemy, means bad desperately. Okay, yeah, I think I better let it go. Either that, or I gotta let it know that I can't do. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now.
What else does it? What does it need, guys? It needs something. It needs more fucking decent clips in it. I think the wolf was a good inclusion. It saves me from chopping up all these little clips to little silly tight sizes. Do you know what I mean? But what do you think?
I'm not sure.
Let's play it again and see if we can pick out some words that we can find. That clip's starting again.
Yeah.
It was alright. I think it's just a delay on my computer.
Baby player.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. With my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman, instead I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a bigger than night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm bright, and I spark it and shine it, they find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Wanna disable, now I see them bleed. Hit me fatally and see them grieve. No, yeah, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive, believe us alive. Let me disagree with people define me. Or trying to take his. Whatever the fuck we told him, we don't wanna break this. You forsake his, when it's sacred, then it's over, no matter what you think this. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. A monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm down in the self-dose and liquor's always to blame. If I can keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot in the
Hey,
sober.
Mellows. How you doing, man?
Hey, Fanny.
How you doing, bro? Yeah, good to see you, man. Hey, Mama Bear. How you doing?
Hey.
Hey. North Woods.
What's up, Inferno?
Howie. What's up, Howie? It's good to see you, man.
Thirsty and perky and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I can skip back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I knock the back out of her, and next night I don't know.
On track. How you doing, man?
Grabbing at me, like God let it happen to me. That be clapping blasphemy, means that desperately.
All right, there's 3 clips that don't really fit in my mind.
Okay, back at the beginning. All the way back at the beginning.
Snake, I was thinking of changing.
Right in there. Something's missing right there. Keep going
This
back.
See this thing here, I want to get rid of it. This one and this one. I actually like them, but they're just not long enough and they're too short. And then this one comes in. I don't know. And you don't like this one.
That's okay. But right, that it just doesn't.
No little mark. Yeah.
He's not
right in there.
He should be a little bit over here, but if I shorten that clip, I'll try and shorten it up a bit more.
Something about back a little, right in there. Right in that area. Right in that area right there. Just doesn't hit right.
Oh, it's funny. I didn't notice that. Yeah.
That's
My bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why.
See, I broke a promise to myself again. Is right here. Right,
something there just doesn't hit right.
Now it's too short of a clip. Remember, I had that problem last time. Okay, there. It's too short of a clip.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window.
There's a monster.
No mark.
I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted where most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm. I found beauty in what was dead. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. Instead, I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a...
Did that fix it?
Yep.
I think that fixed it.
It's fair sounded.
I think it fixed the timing of the clips with the footage. That's what I'm going for. So here I'm just going to put the Vigilante Medium.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge. It turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again. I don't know why I'm so vulnerable. They try to help, but I won't let them in. I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. Instead, I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm bright and I spark it and shine it, they find it, this mind is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Running disabled, now I see him bleed. Hitting me fatally and see them grieve. No, yeah, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive, believe us alive. Let me disagree with people define me. Or trying to take his. Whatever the fuck we told him, we don't want to break this. You forsake his, what is sacred, then it's over no matter what your faith is. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm down in the overdose and liquor's always to blame. If I can keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot and it's over, that's how I end up in hell. I do. I hope I don't pass it down to my offspring. They get everything from the daddy, feel like I'm addicted to all things. Yeah, there's no reason to change. I've gone too far now. I'm stuck in my ways, back at the bar now. They said I'm a flirt, they write I can't the guy. So when I'm thirsty and perking and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I can stay back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I'm at the back out of her, and next night I don't know. Okay, they be laughing at me, hands be grabbing at me. Feel like God let it happen to me. That be blasphemy means that desperately. Okay, yeah, I think I better let it go. Either that, or I gotta let it know. And I can't do that. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now.
think you fixed it. I think you fixed it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's coming along.
You got it. Hey, Vinny. I think you got it.
Hey, Vinny. Vinny. There you go. Anne Marie.
Oh, dog, man. Seriously, you got the entire fucking flat to breathe in. You have to breathe in my ear.
Bella, Bella, Bella.
I thought somebody was on the treadmill.
Well, she's right here. She's clearly trying to get my attention. You know what I mean? Poor dog. Here I go. She's hot. I know. Yeah. It's hot. I'm hot. I shove her in the shower. I mean, that thick coat on as well, you know? It's no escape. Should have made a template of this ages ago. Because I want to change it all the time.
Bella, Bella, Bella. We're doing Bella.
She's breathing all hot air all over me.
Watch get her tail going. Bella, Bella, Bella.
It's going. If it goes anymore, she'll be hovering.
You gonna talk to us here on stream? Bella? Are you gonna talk to us? Bella, are you gonna talk to us? You can tell us what we're all doing wrong? Bella, what are we doing wrong? Are you gonna talk to us and tell us? Tell us what we're doing wrong. Tell us what we're doing wrong, Bella.
She should probably tell me that I'm sick and you should be wearing shoes right now, but she ain't gonna say shit.
Tell us how we're all doing wrong, Bella. My dog used to talk to me. She'd go,
Yeah.
She would. She would. She'd sit there go,
Like, yeah. Some dogs are very vocal. Yeah, they can be very vocal.
Then she'd sit there and lick me.
Give you a shower, right?
She'd give me a bath.
like I had a friend that had a dog that's like every time if you're like real sweaty, if your legs were sweating, that dog come over and lick your leg, get the salt off your your sweat, It's crazy. It's like, hey, man, this felt weird, Especially when you're all sweaty. Yeah.
Trying to eat my dinner and mine's looking at me like I'm she's an orphan dog and she never eats.
If Bella doesn't get what Mellows eats first, Mellows can't eat. She has to taste test everything.
If I don't leave some, when I make something to eat, if I don't leave some for her, that she's upset.
Yeah, the meat especially, right?
Yeah, even if it's just a bite or something, she's got to have a little bit. I'm like, motherfucker, was enjoying that. You know what I mean? Fuck. Don't do this shit to me, man. Look, I'll make you your own shit. Leave my shit alone.
Hey, Mellows. I'm going to step down for now. Thank you for having me on the panel. Everybody have a good night. I'm watching the Mets and the Yankees baseball game. Right now, the Mets are winning 3-2.
Oh, okay. All right. Take care, Josephine.
I hope I see you next live. Everybody stay safe out there.
You too.
Yeah.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Take care.
All
Thank
right,
you.
later.
Take care.
Bye for now.
Yep. Have a good one.
Sorry, guys. If you find this boring, let me know. I'll find some
I'd work it for them. Hey, I just got up here, so
people
plenty
enjoy
of time.
do this shit. I've been doing this sort of shit on, in Telegram or Jitsi for years now. Some people in the group they enjoy watching
I'm
me.
trying to get Bella to talk to us. I'm enjoying trying to get Bella to talk to us. We'll teach
That's
Bella a
not
new
good.
trick to talk to us. We'll see if we can get her to talk to the panel. Talk to everybody in chat. You think we can get her to talk to us, Anne Marie? We'll teach her a new trick this week. Talk to everybody in chat.
Is it a Rottweiler or what?
Cross.
Oh, cross. I see. Very cool. Yeah, I always like bigger dogs better than small dogs. They're just so cool.
Me too.
Mhm.
She was definitely the runt. Oh, you fucker.
Oh, I see.
She was definitely the runt. Her brother was like 4 times the size of her. He was
Damn,
huge.
really? Weird.
She took basically she took from the father, whereas he took from the mother. But it was weird.
Oh, I see.
She took the mother's mentality, but her father's genes, if you like.
Oh, I
Whereas
see.
boy took the mother's genes, but the father's mentality, if you like, the coat, everything.
Oh,
You
I
wouldn't
see.
even know he was a Rottweiler. People were like, "Oh, what kind of a dog is that? Is that
Oh,
a
I see.
Cane Corso? Is that a Mastiff? Is that what kind of dog is that?" I'm
Oh, I
like,
see. Yeah, you can't say.
Rottweiler. It's just people have never seen a Rottweiler with those markings. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Walks Bella. Walks Bella. Anne Marie says we gotta say walks Bella.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. Actually, if you're gonna do that now. I've still got my friend here. You know what I mean? Not when I'm done, because
Now I'm getting in trouble, Anne Marie.
Yeah, she be like, I don't making threats, and either you do it or
Now I'm getting in trouble, Anne Marie.
see, I want it to show, and because it's dark and then it's light, and I want to make sure that it's gonna be seen.
Thanks for getting me in trouble, Anne Marie.
This needs to be smaller.
Yeah, of course you're laughing now, Anne Marie. Sit there and chat and laugh, Anne Marie.
Anne Marie needs to come up here, man. She's been promising me and promising me and promising me. Every day I've been sending her StreamYard links and StreamYard links.
Just empty promises, huh?
And she's the only other person that I know, right, that's as crazy as I am on this YouTube shit. Well, there are, But I'm talking about
Anne Marie sent a great song today too. Oh, she sent a great song, and we'll have to make that into a video. Oh, Untrackable's walking. You got shoes on there, boy?
After stretching your legs there, man.
He's
looking barefoot. It's like a going caveman, huh?
Yeah.
She'll have to show up Friday if we have a tie.
I was just playing around. Yeah.
She'll have to show up Friday if we have a tie. So everybody make sure we have a tie Friday. You got your song wrote for Friday? I believe I emailed mine to Mellows. I don't know if I did it right or not. Because I've never emailed the song.
You've also instructed me not to listen to it, so I can't check if you've done it right. I'm not going to touch the files. I'm not downloading it. I'm just going to wait for, right, and then I'll go through all the emails of all the songs.
How many you got so far?
What, emails or songs?
You got lots of them for the song contest? I hope everybody's marking them song contest.
I don't know. I've kind of been skimming through the emails because I get hundreds of emails every day, man, honestly. And that's just on one of the accounts. On Mellows, I get probably around 200, 250 emails every day.
I wake up to 75 a day.
Yeah.
Clear my emails out at night, and I wake up to 75 a day.
You need a day just to go through your emails, and if that's every day, so you need 2 days for every day, and that's just for your emails, and then you've got the day to do whatever else you've got to do. In fact,
Well, I have the old email account from when my ex-husband and I were together. I still have that email, and it's still got our old trucking on it. So I clear out that email, and then I go to my email that I made after we split up. So I have the 2 email accounts. Yeah, the ones related to the trucking, I email them to the trucking company, to his email. So I have to forward them to the email account, to that email account, his new email account. Even though it's been 15 years, they still email them to the old email account. Some just don't get it. Even after 15 years, they still don't change the email account.
Oh, yeah, we'll just eat up with it, right?
Oh. One of these days, I'm going to delete the account.
I need a new mask.
How many miles do you walk, Trackable? Every night.
It's one.
1 mile a night?
But there's certain people that drive certain types of ways, and cutting corners just, I don't trust. I don't trust the structure against my body. The metal structure against my body. So when I see the headlights, it's like, hey, go on, do what you're gonna do. You gonna cut the corner? Go ahead, cut the corner.
Well, you live in a gated community, don't you?
No.
Yeah, it's a neighborhood.
It is the suburbs, but gated? No.
I know a
And
couple people.
even if you were inside, apology, even if you were inside of a gated community and somebody's walking, you know, and they're a pedestrian, so they are walking against traffic, and a vehicle takes such an extreme angle at their left turn that it's almost like, what are you doing here, bro?
Yeah.
So yeah, being a race,
Yeah.
race car driver, the people do like to do.
Because even the invisible lines matter, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know a couple of people that live in High Point.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that
Homeboy
I've
just
visited.
said, there's no lines on a racetrack. It's are you paying attention or are you not paying attention?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it just probably like what I have to admit, sometimes if I'm going down a street where I know it's pretty quiet and it has like kind of a cool angle or a cool turn, I like to kind of, you know, take it wide out and come in and you know what I mean, to kind of do like a race car move, and
Yeah.
just like kind of playing around, So
I used to take those corners when I used to drive tractor trailer. I would go right with those corners. I'll tell you, I used to take the tractor trailer with them. I'll tell you,
Nice.
if the roads were clear and there wasn't anybody there, I'll tell you, I would float that trailer right around those corners. I'd take both lanes.
Nice. Yeah. That's fun.
And you know there's a reasonable amount of responsibility on the driver to be that there is everything around every corner.
Yeah.
But however, it is also on a pedestrian as well to be like, hey, you see something coming at you, get the fuck out of the way. Don't. What's worth more, the right of way or your life?
Yeah, like it is the road. I mean, it's like sure. I mean, it's it wasn't cool with the driver, but yeah, like you say, I better get out of the way, dummy. 'Cause,
I never did it on a 2-lane road. I never did it on a 2-lane road. I always did it on the highway when on an interstate. I never did it on a 2-lane road. But when
honestly, I don't think I could have said it any better. No matter what situation you're in, what's worth more, the right of way or your life?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Slow the fuck down. Let the stupid people do stupid shit.
Yep, I always did.
Just let them do it. Because it's gonna. I mean, they're not gonna quit. And what are you gonna do? You gonna battle a stupid person, or are you gonna put your life at risk, or are you just gonna back off and be like, hey, sorry if slow is a problem, but I can't talk to everybody on the road and tell them that this person's being an idiot.
Yep.
They got to witness it for themselves.
Yep. More than one time, I backed that truck right down and 5 miles an hour right down the highway. When I had stupid people playing stupid games, especially in the construction zone, right down to 5 miles an hour. I'll back that traffic right up. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'm not putting that truck into somebody's car. I ain't playing those stupid games. I ain't playing stupid games.
Hey, it's not giving up if you live to fight another day.
That's right. I've seen too many stupid accidents where tractor trailers went over cars. Cars went underneath tractor trailers because they wanted to play stupid games.
Trying to like those little low sports cars trying to go underneath them. Yeah.
Yep. You can only see so much in front of you on those hoods of those trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And they flip the bumper of those trucks. So a lot of trucks now have cameras on the front of the trucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sensors too. I think some little thing will go off like a beeper or something in front of you.
Oh no, they have cameras on the front of the trucks
Sure.
because
Yeah.
people cutting in front of them and taking out the front of the trucks. A lot of trucking companies put cameras on the front of the trucks.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, proof, huh?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, custom trucking companies too much money, so they put cameras on the four corners of the trucks.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, at the same time, I wonder if they do have some sort of a beeping warning that they do get. When something gets close.
No, it's too expensive to put those. They have them in cars, but for trucking companies. But a lot of the trucking companies now have cameras that front-facing cameras and cameras on drivers.
Oh yeah.
A lot of companies have got cameras on drivers now.
Mm-hmm. Like I know a few channels that do that. This guy does that. Across country. On YouTube.
The ELDs in the trucks tell how fast they're going. They read all that out, and that's trucking. Certain age trucks, they all have to have them in. And if you have so many trucks, you have to have them in. But that tells you your speed and everything. Yep, most all companies now have front-facing cameras and rear-facing cameras, and the trucks all have internet capabilities, and it all goes directly back to their safety officers, and they are downloaded and saved for 6 months.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. And I just think pretty soon they'll be able to replace the driver, and you won't have no drivers at all. Right?
That ain't never gonna work. Never gonna work.
No, I mean it'll be a thing. You know what I mean? It'll be a thing. It'll be a thing that they would be able to achieve. You know what I'm saying?
The trucks are crashing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying once it's achieved, and a whole lot of people are losing their job. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think is going to happen.
I don't see it in our lifetimes, and I don't see it in my grandchildren's lifetime.
Yeah, I hope not. Anyways, I'll definitely say that.
Because our electric grid system cannot handle it. Our electric grid system cannot handle it. It will take at least 30 to 50 years for our electric grid system to be fully replaced.
Oh yeah, to beef it up and handle it. Yeah.
To handle what electric they think they're going to pull.
It's like, well, I'm sure there are probably certain cities that are being built in that manner. You know what I mean? Or either a new city or like say an old city being sort of rebuilt. Things like that. It seems like they would be kind of getting ready for that.
It took 4 days for people here in New York State, in the rural New York State, just to get their power back on.
Oh, sure.
And you know what? They brought in people out of Canada to help put back the power grid system in my small community.
Oh, wow.
They had to bring linemen out of Canada to help put the power lines back up here.
Mhm.
Because my niece's, my great niece's fiance works for New York State Electric and Gas, and he told me Sunday at the graduation party they brought in linemen out of Canada to help them and equipment to go into the woods to put the power lines back up from the tornado. Now tell me that's ridiculous. When we don't have the equipment here in New York to put power lines back up, they had to bring in people out of the country, out of our country,
Mhm.
to put up the lines.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. They wouldn't fly in Texas. Texas kind of has its own power grid and all that. So.
But they want to go full electric. Full electric. But we got to bring in people out of the country to put up our electric lines.
Yeah, I guess it's the way you were. I guess maybe there just wasn't enough skilled, people that were skilled in that, in the area that you're in, something like that.
Buffalo got hit. Rome got hit. Watertown got hit. We had F3s. We had F1s. We had F2s. In New York State, which is not typical. But yet we're going to go all electric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Depends on where you're at. Yeah,
Hey guys,
that's
I'll be
true.
back in a little bit.
Okay. Okay, bro. All right, man.
And look at everything that's happening in Texas. Look at what's happening in Oklahoma, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky. It's
what's happening?
days without getting power back up.
Oh yeah, happened in
You can't rely
Houston.
on other states. You can't rely on other states because they're all getting hit at the same time too.
Mhm.
To bring in other power companies
Mhm.
because everybody's being hit at the same time.
Yeah, that's a problem with Texas sometimes is that we do have our own power grid that there's nobody to share power from, because we don't do that. So yeah, it could
And
be a
I've seen
problem.
when Texas has been hit so hard that people from the northern states have gone into Texas to help get their grids back up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people, doing that nonstop.
And meanwhile, all these states have been hit, so those guys have to come back home because their states have been hit. Because their states have been hit. It's it's becoming a rigmarole here around here. But they want our country to go full electric. They're freaking nuts. There's no way our grid system throughout. Yeah, Texas may have their own grid system, but you know what? I have our own grid system where I live. We have our own power station.
Yeah.
But you know what? I was out of power for 10 hours. I was out of power for 7 hours. Because we had a main line that runs through our system down, and it took us down.
Oh yeah. That's the thing. Actually, that's really a thing about Texas. The reason why they have their own power grid because it takes so much power to power Texas. Because of all the. It's really mainly because the air conditioners and the heat down here. That's what takes all the electricity, and there's a very few power grids that they could handle that. Like California, maybe New York State, New York City, places like that, but very few.
Yeah, but look what happened when you guys got that winter storm. It took your system.
Mhm.
It took your power grid system down completely.
Yeah, yeah, it did. But yeah, I mean, there was some different things that were going on. Some weak points. That they said they fixed. So hey, who knows, right? Who knows on that one?
Till the next winter storm.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm sure there's a winter storm that'll do it, right? I mean, there's always one that'll.
Till they all freeze up again.
Oh yeah.
Get to antifreeze, put it in all your windows.
Yeah. So yeah, we did have some crazy windstorms the other day here. I've never seen the winds quite that high. It wasn't really tornado, but it was just really high winds, like 80 miles an hour, stuff like that.
It's just like here, the tornadoes went through and it shattered the glass and some of these solar panels.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Like yeah, that's why the best ones. Tesla has one that's like it looks like tile and feels like tile kind of thing. But it's all. Yeah, it's kind of the latest thing.
We get ice storms. We get ice storms, and these solar panels can't withstand the ice storms.
Yeah.
And the ice builds up on them and freezes them.
It's probably a thing. I wonder if there's a deal where they're heated. Do you know what I mean? I mean, especially with a Tesla. I would think they would have a thing where they're slightly heated so they won't get frozen. You'd be surprised at all the technology that's coming out.
And you get 4 feet of snow on them, and 4 feet of snow on them is kind of heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get 2 inches of ice on top of that.
But yeah, but the thing is, if it's heated, it would never collect because the snow would.
They're heated.
Yeah,
I don't think they're heated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. I just wonder. Yeah, I just wonder if the Tesla ones are. The newest. Latest ones. There's some new thing out now that. I heard some dude just talking about it on his live. He has. He's like a techie dude. And he was talking about his house having it, and but yeah, so who knows? What the details are.
I don't think 20 acres of solar panels are going to get heated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make much sense.
Those things, if they would just retain a lot of the heat and just from the sun, I just would think, maybe, more so than tile, anyways,
Because that doesn't make much sense to have solar panels when you got having to pay the electric grid back to heat solar panels.
Oh yeah. Well, this one guy was saying that he's producing so much electricity that he was actually trying to find a electric car that used like a lot of electricity. It's crazy. And he bought a what was it? Shoot. A Hummer EV. And they say that those things are ridiculous and the amount of electricity and the power that it takes to charge them. But this guy doesn't care because he's not paying for his electricity because his setup. He has some and more, and so.
Well, you sell what you generate. You sell back to a power company.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you make money off of it.
Yeah, this dude has a sweet. Yeah, like I say, he can use a lot and sell some or whatever.
What you generate, you sell back to the power company, and the power company gives you money for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you sell it back to the power company. So I don't know what that guy was talking about, because you sell it back to the power company, and the power company gives you money for it.
Well, no,
So
I'm saying. Well, no. What I'm saying he does is that because he produces, the new Tesla thing that he has. He has like a brand new thing. It's not these little solar panels on the roof. It's like this new Tesla thing, right? And he says, it produces us, so much power that he was actually trying to find things that, to waste power. You know what I mean? Because he was producing so much for that and enough, yes, to sell it, as well. That's all I was saying about it.
It saves him money, but the payments for that car, it was outrageous.
Oh yeah, for the car. Oh yeah, but the dude's
big.
Yeah, well, the dude's it's like he's a comedy club owner, but he comes on YouTube. It's funny. He's funny. He's like a tech guy, but he's also kind of like owns a lot of shit. And so he just talks about. I mean, yeah. So him, that dude just goes out and plops out, 100 grand or whatever it costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those Humvees are so expensive. I don't know how anybody could afford one.
Yeah, but that's why he got one, because he said, well, sure, there was a whole lot more efficient ones, but that's not the point. It's like, I'm producing so much power. I want something that's wasteful because, he's really not, using extra power or wasting it really, because it's all excess,
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Well, you done, Mellows? Well,
Have I finished it? No.
Not happy with it.
No.
I didn't quite.
I want to swap some clips around, but I don't know. I might take the funny cartoons out.
If funny is natural, don't take it out.
Yeah. How you feel if it flows with the song and the image, together. That's hard to do, you know what I mean? To match image with the right, and at the right time with the lyrics and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm limited to the stock videos that I've got.
Oh, I see.
If I was using Envato, for instance, I couldn't screen share it for a start. I'd get a copyright by the morning. By the time I end up close the live, it'd be copyright.
Oh, I see.
That stuff you have to license it before you share it.
Oh yeah, yes, that's why. Yeah, you just have to use kind of standard video. Yes, stock video.
Yeah, that stuff you got a license. I can't start sharing it. Oh, this one's nice. That one's nice. Even the audio as well. I can't play audio. I can't play. It's gonna be something that I created.
Oh yeah.
To share it on YouTube. It's just YouTube. Everywhere else, they don't give a shit. It's just YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, really? Well, yeah, really. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I think I got. Yeah, it's funny. One time I was playing. I think I played a little bit of my, DJX machine on my live. I think it was, and I got a copyright for that. I was like, "What the hell? That's my, that's my thing." So, but it cleared up later, and then they, took it away or something. I think they, then they realized or something. But
did you see that website that I set up yesterday for Grim, the new radio website, the radio show?
Oh no, I haven't.
All right, so I won't show it because I've got a copyright notice for it.
Oh, okay.
There's when I installed the new design, it came with a demo page, and on the demo page it had a video clip, again from Envato, but because I don't own the license for it, and I was sharing the website with the video playing.
Mhm.
It picked up the content ID and give me a copyright notice. I mean, I can fix
Terrific.
it. I mean, it's just what a pain in the ass, you know.
Mhm. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah. I guess
Now I've got to go
know.
find that clip, right, and license it, and then it's done. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Huh. It was
I
funny.
don't
Okay.
know, what the clip is called. You know, I've got to go into WordPress and see if it's named, whatever it's named, and see if I can go and search it in the Invita database. Because there's like over 10 million different, digital assets on that to download. I can download. You know what I mean? So like needle in a haystack.
Oh yeah. Huh. It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. You ever try to look through 10 million files?
No. No, sure haven't.
I used to do it for a living.
Oh whoa. Okay.
It's no fun, man. I tell you, you wanna
Oh
fucking jump
man.
out
Yeah,
the window.
Brad, just reading. Yeah, we're just reading and reading and reading.
Yeah, your eyes, man. You end up crying,
Oh yeah.
and searching for something. You're looking for whatever it is you're looking for.
Mhm. Like yeah, it's like sometimes I get that way. Sometimes when I have a little tech problem or some little issue, I'm just like, it's like damn, That's that one thing. I have to get that. I still haven't quite done that yet. It's a few steps to it. I got to open this file and download, put this little file in that one, and then to manually put in the MSI file, and then it should be okay. Let's say that.
Did you sort that shit out in the end?
Oh, what's that?
Did you sort out that shit out in the end? The Windows?
No, I haven't yet. No, I haven't fixed it. Yeah, I still haven't fixed itself. Even in
the machine.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Is it a different machine or is it the one you're using here at the top?
Oh yeah, it's the same one I'm using. Yeah, the one I'm using now. Yeah.
And you're on Windows 10?
11 actually, 11 Pro actually.
11 Pro.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just stuck on an update.
Yeah, it's like every time I turn it on, it says cannot install, or a Windows installer not working, something like that.
Mm.
And it's like,
have you tried to uninstall it and install it again?
Well, I guess no, I haven't tried that. but it's like, would I go?
Did you clean
your
files like I suggest?
Let's see. Oh yes, I did. Like optimize and kind of did all. I did. Yes.
Clean the registry files, or did you skip that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did all. But yeah, it. Oh, what's that?
Did he ask you to? Did you skip anything?
Oh, let's see. I want to say no. I mean, I want to say it went through.
It went through. It got rid of all the registry files. And did it find
temporary.
the temporary folders and stuff, and all that shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did he come up with any alerts, any notices?
Yeah. Well, I finally did the update thing that was screwing me up. Is that I had to turn off the automatic update, and then once I did that, and then restart it, that helped with that. But but then every time it still has that the Windows installer not working, not responding. But
keep asking.
I'm sorry, say again.
It's going to keep asking you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like every time it says it every time I turn it on. So I just wonder. Well, I mean, I saw a video on how to manually, put the right file in, or like you say, I might try to do that. One thing is just to delete it and reinstall it. But that's the thing. Can I delete it, I don't see it. I mean, it's not an app or anything, is it? Right. So I mean, where do you delete it at?
You're on Windows Pro. Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where you would delete something like that. Let me take a look instead of just asking you like that.
Yeah. It's a Google thing, man.
Oh, it's a Google thing.
Yeah, Google knows.
Oh, just Google it. You're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, brother. I got you.
Have a Google.
No,
If you can't find it, I'll Google it for
no.
you.
Well, let's see. But it's not installed apps, right? It would be in like
temporary
the in a temporary. Yeah, because I know how to get there in the what file or what thing is that? The hell was that? Oh, let me take a look at it. There's the Windows. What command was it? Device in the control panel, I believe. Right, you can access it. Let me see.
The installer. The update.
Oh, uninstall a program. Right? I should go in there in the.
Might be in there. Yeah.
What's that?
Let me have a check.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a control panel, programs, uninstall a program, and then there, and yeah, it does take me to kind of everything I got. So let me see if I see a Windows installer or something. Rapid, no. Shit, data. Yeah, that's the two I had. I had this other file, man. It's like an NZB, Go file. I cannot like delete that thing off my computer. It's like, what the hell? It's like
This is.
it's one of those things, and it's like, why won't it come off of there? I could, do a little more research, but if that's something you've kind of heard of.
Did you run troubleshoot?
Yes, I did. It did change some things around. It said, like, okay, we did this and did that, and I did, notice some improvements. I can't remember the thing exactly. I was seeing so many things that day, but then even after that, I restarted my computer, and then all of a sudden I get that warning thing, could not install, Windows installer or something like that.
There's a link in the back.
Okay, let me check that out. Let me close some of this stuff out of here. Okay, yeah, share that.
Open your bastard. Yeah, Windows installer service couldn't be. Which one was it? Started or access? I'm trying to think what it said. I'm trying to open the page with the Linux machine, and it's not. Start Windows installer service on local. No, not that one. It said. Let me read the resolution here. So. Oh, I do see a link here. Let's see what this might do. Yeah, this is. Oh, I do see a troubleshooter I can download. That's it? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe let me download that troubleshooter. You don't think you need to download. It just opens up in their browser. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Well, no, because it just says
if you see file download box, when start. Huh. I don't know. It gave me a. Okay, let's see, man. Yeah, let me, go back here.
Yeah. Instruction. Troubleshoot Windows installer.
I might have went too far.
Unregister. Windows
Untrackable's gonna
unregister.
Untrackable's gonna crash.
Unregister. Then register the Windows installer again. To do this, follow step 1 on the start menu. Click run. In the other open box, type MSI exec and then /unreg. And then press enter. And on the start menu, click run. And then open the box, type in MSI exec /register server. That's it.
Okay, yeah. I heard everything. I just have to, break all that down and get it all done.
It's all in the. I put it in the private chat there.
Oh, you did? Okay, all right, bro. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize you.
That's it.
Yeah, okay, I do. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was over in on all these other pages. Yeah, good. Thanks, bro.
I'm running, bro. Oh, fuck.
Nightbot wouldn't answer me, Anne Marie. I stumped it, Anne Marie.
Just copy and paste that on a text pad or something, and so you got it there. You won't lose it later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see. How do I? I'm not used to
Notepad. Just type in Notepad. Open one up, and then or text. You just open up the text pad. You just copy and paste.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, I'm kind of a little new to these. I say it's not so quick and easy for me to do the things. The most
important software on Windows is your Notepad.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. It's like, how do I I never can seem to find all the links and things that I downloaded before, right? And it's like, isn't that stored somewhere? And it's like, it seems like all I ever have access to is the last thing that I copy and copied and then I went to paste it. But like I say, I'll figure that shit out. So you got copy.
Yeah, Notepad is really all you need, bro. Notepad and a browser is the only thing you need, especially with Windows. See, Notepad, everything is written with Notepad. You could literally write any file type with a Notepad. So if you wanted to create a file, you could just literally open up Notepad, type, your code, and then save it as whatever. For example, HTML, right? Or HTML. And then it becomes a HTML file. Or if you save it as, and so on.
Save
it as.
Yeah, I know it's so simple. Yes, yeah, in a way, yeah.
Plus, or if you're going to program in whatever it is you're going to program in, you can just use a basic Notepad. I know a lot of programmers use really fancy programming tools, Notepad++, and all these different other ones. There's a million of them. But basically, all you need is a Notepad and a browser. And that's it.
Yeah, I was like, how do I access the Notepad thing?
So go down to your bottom, you see the start menu.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, just type in Notepad.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
It comes with every Windows. It's the most basic app. It's free. You don't have to download it.
Geez, I never knew about that. Yeah. Funny.
There's a lot of shit on there that nobody knows about. There's a Windows editor on there, like a video editor. There's all kinds of shit on there. audio.
Oh yeah.
Most of it is crap, really bulky,
Oh.
heavy on the resources. Like the video editor, for instance, it's shit. It's probably the worst fucking video editing software there is out there.
So oh yeah, the one that comes with the Windows is in.
Fucking horrible.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's the one
horrible.
I use a lot. Sometimes, well, I don't know which one do I use. I tend to use this. Like a Clip Champ sometimes. One of those. Yeah.
Yeah, you're better off with something like that, man. Windows, piss.
Oh, which one?
Windows is piss.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Mellows.
Better.
Yeah.
Mellows.
Yeah.
Would you please check Discord?
Sure.
And drop the link. Drop the something for you there.
Aha. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Got another song.
Uh-oh. And untrackable crashes. And he crashes. I know I can beat you untrackable because you keep crashing. You're not sure about that one, Ian? I doubt it. Welcome back, Narcolepsy. I think he and getting into the music business.
Hot diggity dog.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to paste it because every time I try to click on the little paragraph to paste it in a deal, the window goes away. So how do I do that? Maybe an edit. Paste.
This is.
Oh, there it goes. I think I got it.
Marie. Sorry,
That's
man.
how you do that shit.
I'm
I'm sorry, brother.
New song. But she decided to send me number 2 before she sent me number 1, so I'm sitting here confused downloading number 2 again.
Oh, just to learn something new, how to do something there. That's so cool, brother. Thanks for that little tip there. That worked out.
Yeah, stick around, man. It means nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure, huh? Yeah, that'd be very useful.
They tried to pull me down, dragging me through dirt. Thought I was nothing, trash on the earth. But I'm a phoenix, bird from the hurt, rise from the ashes, spit fire in the verse. Thrown in the hive, trying to box me in. Thought I suffer, but I'm born to win. Chains on my soul, shattered by the pen. Ink on the page where my freedom begins. Thought I was shit on the ground, wasn't worth to die, but I'll rise bring me deep in the night, but I'm the dawn, bringing the light. Haters like anchors, trying to hold me down, but I cut them loose, can't be found. Tides of change, no drowning now. Master of my fate, wearing the crown. Thought I was shit on the ground, wasn't worth the die, but I'll rise up now. Climbing every mountain line, stronger from the pain, like steel forged in flame. Come back, story, engrave my name. Engrave my name.
Yeah, man, that sounds cool, bro. It's better.
Woo!
Yeah. I'm looking good, how are you?
Yeah, progress is being made.
Getting there, huh? Nice.
Yeah, just better.
She's looking beautiful.
Yeah, she's doing all right.
Yeah, so bright. Yeah, right.
I'm gonna bring her up. Hang on.
Oh, okay, I'll go back. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Great color. Yeah. Almost.
I haven't
almost
named
lime
her yet,
green.
though.
Yeah, almost lime green or something.
Fucking bitch.
No, that'd be a negative. You
Forget me
give
not.
me a bad buzz. You give me a bad buzz. You give me that.
You got the blooming vitamins in them now. That's what I'm feeding her.
Oh, I see.
I forgot that shit.
What's that?
The name.
Oh, I don't know. It was a seed that I planted in Mellows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The name. I forgot that shit.
Yeah, I forgot that shit. Okay, there we go. There we go. I forgot that shit. I forgot what you're talking about, Mellows. Yeah. Yeah, we know.
Okay.
It's a good name, man.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is. That's what this strain is this year. I forgot this shit. And see, she's already starting to bud a
Got a little something going on. Yeah.
Frozen.
It's like, yeah, you're starting to break up.
right there. Here, let me step away a little bit. But right there. Yeah, she's starting to boom.
It's like, yeah, you're starting to break up a little bit, Howie.
I said she's starting to bud. I don't know if you could see that right there. Or that one right there. Yeah, that's when she starts to bud.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So probably October, middle of October, she'll turn purple because of the weather. You know what I mean? But I'll pull her on the first snow. And there's the basil.
Is it the
Got the
purple
mint going
bad,
on.
or the purple thing kind of bad?
No, it's just because of the weather. The weather changes the leaves purple. Yeah, I was concerned about it, but then my squash. I'm really impressed with this. This is the first time in my life I ever planted squash. I got all kinds of flowers. I planted these seeds and I didn't mark them, so I didn't know what the hell I was gonna have. I think cucumbers. I wish my jalapenos would have came out, but it didn't. And then these are strawberries right here. Like this vine is growing. I hope they catch for next year too. But yeah,
Nice.
strawberries and then the squash. We're gonna have a lot of squashes, you guys. We're gonna squash that shit.
Yeah. I love squash. Yeah, squash.
Yeah.
Boiled, fried. I mean, all kinds of ways to eat squash.
Yeah, the butternut squash, when you bake it and put a little brown sugar in there and some butter. Oh, that's so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that shit. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad I can live in Colorado and have a couple plants just to grow.
Mm-hmm.
Mellows,
That's Mile High, bud. Right there.
Mellows. In the back chat is the official charging documents of Sean Grayson of the shooting.
We'll bring it up.
Mile High, thank you guys for letting me share with you. For sure. We'll keep progress on this bad boy.
Right on, man.
Looking good, bud. Yeah. Then I reservoir the water, so I got holes in the bottom, and there's a little reservoir.
Mm.
You just water it.
Yeah, so looking healthy, man. For sure.
Let me bring up my screen. See what happens. Read this charging sheet. Let me see if I can zoom into this shit because we can't see nothing. You guys see that?
Shouldn't go back for it.
And I just see ocean. Feels like an ocean.
If I big screen it, on my own, I can.
No, I'll read it out anyway. Okay, in the circuit court for the 7th Judicial Circuit of Illinois, Sangamon County, Springfield, Illinois, Criminal Division. On July 18, 24, People's Verified petition to deny defendant retrial release. Now come the people of the state of Illinois by John C. Milhiser, state's attorney in and for the county of Sangamon, Illinois, for first assistant state, blah, 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 all that bollocks, right? Just get on with it.
Okay. Huh.
Caption matter: the defendant has been charged with first-degree murder, lovely, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct. The defendant is charged with forcible felony or any other felony which involves the threat of or infliction of great bodily harm or permanent disability or disfigurement, and the defendant's pre-trial release possess a real and present threat to the safety of any person or persons or the community. Now, seems like they're playing it down already. I mean, this girl died, right?
Yeah.
Shot her in the head. And it's like, oh, if you inflict bodily harm. What the fuck you mean inflict bodily harm? You shot her in the fucking head.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen this, so wow, yeah.
Additional grounds upon the defendant should be denied pre-trial release as follows. The defendant has ample access to firearms and instrument of murder in this case. Factual basis in support of pre-trial detention. Please reference People's Exhibit, a subject of protective order recorded of deputy's body-worn camera depicting the events regarding Miss Sonia Massey on July 6. On July 6, the defendant responded to Hoover Street in his capacity as Sangamon County Deputy to investigate a call for service in reference to a prowler. Defendant and another deputy made contact with the 911 caller, Sonia Massey, who indicated she needed assistance. Miss Massey appeared to be calm, perhaps unwell, not aggressive, and was approximately 110 pounds. Deputies entered Miss Massey's home to gather further information and ensure the residents were safe. At no time was Miss Massey under arrest. Defendant noticed a pot on the stove and approved of Miss Massey's removing the pot to prevent any accidental fires. The pot was located in another room of the home, separated by a large counter. During this time, the other deputy was clearing the house and nothing dangerous was noted. Defendant then made a comment about the pot, which apparently contained heated water. Miss Massey responded verbally and set the pot of water down on the counter in the kitchen. During this time, the defendant was still in the living room area of the home. Despite his acceptance and relative cover, defendant drew his 9mm firearm, not less than a lethal taser located on his duty's vest, and threatened to shoot Miss Massey in the face. Seeing that the drawn weapon, Miss Massey put her hands in the air and stated, "I'm sorry," while ducking for cover behind the counter that separated her and the defendant. The defendant was, with his firearm still drawn, proceeded to close the significant gap between him and Miss Massey. Defendant then aggressively yelled at Miss Massey to put the pot down. Defendant then fired his duty weapon 3 times. Meanwhile, she's already put the pot down, right?
Yep.
Fired his weapon 3 times in the direction of Miss Massey, striking her in the face 1 time. Only at this time did defendant activate his body, right, which goes back 30 seconds, right? And remember, when he turned around and he saw that camera was on his mate, he said, "Fuck."
Oh, whoops.
Do you remember that? We'll play it again and show you. He turned around and saw his mate and he went, "Oh, fuck." His mate was recording.
Oh, I see. Damn.
Miss Massey striking her in the face 1 time. Only at this time did defendant activate his body-worn camera. Please note the body-worn camera of the other deputy was activated when he first arrived on the scene and remained on during the entire of the events. After this, the other deputy announced he was going to retrieve a medical kit from his vehicle, to which defendant instructed him not to because of the severity of the injury. The other deputy rendered aid and stayed with Miss Massey. An independent investigation of defendant's actions was performed by the Illinois State Police. An expert in the field of use of force reviewed the recording made by body-worn camera of both deputies. Please see People's Exhibit B, subject to protective order. The expert concluded that defendant was not justified in his use of deadly force. He likened the scenario to an officer intentionally and unnecessarily putting himself in front of a moving vehicle and then justified use of force because of fear of being struck. Pussy. Defendant's disregard of his training as a law enforcement officer and his disregard for human life shows by clear and conviction evidence that he is a danger to persons in the community. He has ample access to firearms and has shown a willingness to use lethal force. Do you reckon? Despite the availability of non-deadly alternatives when there was little to no threat to his bodily safety. According to the reasons stated above and based upon the profile of the people request to make during the hearing on this petition pursuant, blah-de-da, the people pray that the Honorable Court deny the defendant pre-trial release. Yeah, lock him up, throw this motherfucker away. And hopefully if he's right there, he can get raped 10 fucking times a day by some big giant fucking dicks. Yeah. 10 times fucking motherfucker.
There you go. Right now. For sure.
Thank you, Mama Bear. Just what I needed to warm me up.
What's that, you know? You know,
like... right?
You know I come with facts.
Yeah.
You know I come with facts.
Fucking. You know, listen, right? We'll play that video again, right? Because I played it back a couple of times yesterday. The day before we played it.
Oh, okay.
Well, he turned around and it was at that moment he said, "Oh, fuck, is because he turned
Mm.
around and he saw his mate with a camera on. He thought, fuck, that's just recording everything I did. That's what went through his head.
So yeah. But I mean, he's still he's still okay, right?
Yeah.
Is he on trial or is he still out or what?
He's in jail. He's in jail. He's in jail.
Oh, okay.
No bail. No bail.
I know bail at least. Okay, so that's nice at least. But,
You know, I hope, right, he gets raped in there, like I said, raped, and just gang raped, because he can get away with this shit. So I hope at least inside there he can get some fucking coming, you know, something.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Is like those, CEOs inside the prison. They usually take care of cops, don't they? Especially
Yeah,
good
man,
cops,
that's
or I mean, on their side, cops. Anyways, I mean to say.
They get their own privileges. They'll get their own little wings, their own part of the wing. You know, the hospital, the
Right.
prison all to themselves.
Every cop that's got arrested, though, you notice on the news, they'll say he got attacked. So I don't think the prison guards protect him as much.
No, you think so?
Just because of the fact, Yeah, because they got to keep peace with the prisoners too.
Probably
That's
the
true.
safest place for him right now is in prison. You know what I mean? On the streets.
Yeah.
If the man on the streets, it would probably cause another.
Mhm.
Probably cause another riot. So if we fuck that, just put him in jail. Everyone will be happy. You know, fuck this cock.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, at least he's there. Shit, I thought he was on, still on the street. What's that, man? Say again.
He's a murdering, homicidal maniac, man. He don't
Oh,
belong
right.
on the streets. He's an oxygen stealer.
Mm-hmm.
He went there with the intentions to. Look, let's play this video again, Mark. Where is this video?
Yeah.
Illinois State Troopers. Hold on, let me get it.
Play this again for the benefit of the people who don't know what we're talking about.
Let me get it.
This motherfucker, before he even got to the fucking inside the door, he was already pissed. He was like, fuck, he didn't want to be there. And he had some attitude to his partner as well. He called him a dipshit. Do you remember that? Why is he a dipshit? Because he recorded you dipshit. That's why he's a dipshit. You understand? This dipshit's got his camera on and recorded me murder someone. Fuck!
Yeah. It's like, hey, man, you got evidence here. Yeah.
Right? So that dipshit, because he is a dipshit, he went and sat at the back of his car and he started doing his fucking performance for the camera, for the benefit of the camera, to protect his ass. That's what he did. He went to cover his own ass, so he went and stood at the fucking back of his car and gave us all a little show to say, oh, he's got some stress issues. Go fuck yourself, man. He was ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's very clear, right? You can tell he's like, bullshitting. Right?
Bullshit, man. I don't fucking trust any of it.
Yeah.
Because I know them. I know what they're
Back
like.
chat.
Thank you. Give me a second.
In back chat.
Changing. She's hot. Yeah, she's fucking baking. Yeah. She have a lot of food.
I think half a can and my food about halfway.
She's stuffed. She just ate too much. She doesn't stop eating. The more food you give her, the more she eats. She won't stop.
Yeah, that's the way animals are. Anyways. Yeah, even us, right? the more you eat, the more
man,
the more you
yeah,
want
right.
to
Belly in the air, because this is why she's got a belly in the air.
eat.
She's stuffed. She ate a
Yeah.
big meal, you know what I mean? And she
Mhm.
ate what I gave her as well, my food.
Oh yeah.
Stress that. Now, if I could give her some more now, she'd carry on eating.
Yeah, no, your dogs are amazing, especially the big dogs. I guess that's what it is. It's probably a survival thing, kind of with them. It's like, it's like, well, I may not get any more, so I better eat it while I got it. Kind of what it is.
Alright,
It's like,
guys, this is going to piss some of you off if you haven't seen it. If you have seen it, it's going to piss you off again. Sorry about pissing you off, but it's got to be done. These people need to be exposed for what they really are.
Mm.
Let the show begin.
All right, man.
Like
See.
Freddy, you call the police for help.
Oh yeah, of course.
They come and shoot you in your face.
Yeah.
In what world? In what reality does that happen in? What normality is that? What kind of normality?
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's just partly to do with because they're such fucking idiots. They just don't know how to handle a situation, so they just bang. You know what I mean?
You're gonna
All
see
they know.
You're gonna see this guy's attitude in a second. It's a bit slow here by the
Oh.
time it starts. All this shit.
Mm.
You're gonna see this guy's attitude. He was already pissed that he had to go. That he had to be fucking dragged there to do his job. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, of
Gang
course.
attitude. You see, the first guy, he knocked on the door, right? Second
Mhm.
guy comes out, the motherfucker, the one that shot her in the face, he comes out and he fucking almost put the door through the way he knocked on the door, like a typical fucking dickhead copper knock. You know what I mean? Bam, bam,
Oh
bam, bam,
yeah.
bam.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Woke up the neighbor down the street with the way he banged. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Already aggravated when he got there. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why
Oh
would?
shit! To do his job and look for a prowler. Fuck me, man. These people.
Yeah. That's a lot of arrests.
This Ray, you're better off with the prowlers.
He what though? Brother?
I said at this rate, you're better off with the prowlers.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
Right. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Call a prowler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're worried about a prowler. Just leave him a box of cookies outside, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do they call
Good
video-
evening, Nick.
Yeah. Hey, Nick. What's up, man?
Hey, Nick.
See you, Nick. Woo fucking woo.
I'd rather call my guy, right? Instead of the damn cops.
Better off with calling a cracker.
Yeah.
He should pick his feet up.
Yeah.
Makes no fucking noise.
Dragging his heels there,
Oh shit. That one. There's a bike sitting back there. Where? On the back door. I don't know if it's hurt or something. I'll look at it. Very nice to get in contact with her. She's some to approach her. You'll try and call her 17 back here and let her know we're out front. Yes, that's set up good. I hear the phone ringing. I didn't see anybody out walking out. No, not when I came in. I didn't see anybody out. I hear her phone ringing and she's using a couple doors for both tripping and she's dead in there. Oh, let's hope not. Is this a ring doorbell? Yeah, it doesn't want to. Sheriff's office! Two houses down. Oh no, it's right here. Go ahead. She was yelling inside. Still hold on. You coming to the door or not? Alright, hurry up. Sheriff's office.
Somebody is out here, and I didn't tell him.
Oh, we heard you. You called us.
Okay.
So what'd you hear?
Somebody is outside my house.
Is this your car over here? Is this your car over here? Oh. That's not your black car in the driveway? Oh, well, we checked your yard. We walked around the whole block. We didn't see anybody. Right? No, we don't. We checked the whole area. There's nobody out walking around.
I know, y'all. Please, God. I'm trying to get help, y'all. But
What do you need help with?
nothing. I just, please, God. I don't know what to do.
Do with what?
What
do you need help with?
Nothing. I just wanted to see if I could help me.
What do you want help with? What do you want help with?
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house. We checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards. We checked your front yard. We didn't see nobody. Nobody's out here.
Didn't see anybody.
Nope. Checked the whole area. What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry. I was trying to get
I got you. All right. Is there anything else we can do for you? Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Doing all right mentally? Sure. All right. Okay. All right. That's not your black car, though. SUV? Whose is it? You don't know? Someone just parked it in your driveway?
They brought it to my driveway.
And just left it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah. 19 out of 23. Anyone else live here with you? David Mary 43556. You got a name? You got a name real quick? Catch this. See who we spoke to. Temple.
What's this book?
Here, but I was coming for help from y'all. They're here in my house right now.
Okay, I want you to talk to them.
No, hold on, wait a second, sir.
You can hang up, God. For what? You're there with the deputy, correct?
No, hold on, okay?
One for what?
Just 1 second, okay?
What's up?
I got some paperwork. Can you grab that Bible, please?
Yeah. Hey, I just need your name so we can get out of here. Was there any damage previous to your car?
Previous, yeah.
And what was the damage?
A dent, I believe.
What about windows?
Oh, that it was something that happened earlier.
Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to attach. You have an ID, that'd make things so much easier. I just need to just driver's license will do. And not get out of your hair.
I want to show y'all my paperwork.
I will get your paperwork. What paperwork?
I got some paperwork.
Well, just get your ID. Well, let's get your ID first, and then one task at a time.
Okay.
Here's your ID form.
Okay.
Your ID, one task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
You have a stack right there, maybe.
1 second.
Just check on her.
Let me get this.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Alright.
Wait for your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
Rebuke you in the name of
Better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Drop the fucking pot!
Right.
Now get a headshot wound to the female. Headshot wound to the female. 1078. Fuck. I was on. I'm gonna go get my kid. Headshot. Get your ass done.
Yeah, like
God damn it. God, fuck. Dude, I'm not taking fucking boiling water to fucking head. Hey, look, it fucking came right to our feet, too. God damn it. God damn it. You good? I'm good. You good? Yeah, I'm good. What you got? Let her fucking just. God, that's not what you do, man. Fuck. You good? Alright. Fuck. Well, I mean, you know, what else do we do? I'm not taking hot boiling water to the fucking face, and it already reached us. Fuck. They got a 52 in route? Yeah. There's a lot of blood from the head. I'll go get my med kit. Go get, yeah, or get your med kit. I mean, there's not much we can do. We can at least try and stop the blood. Come on. Where's he at? Come on. She's still gasping a little bit. We got an EMS coming. Give me another rag up there.
Yeah, we don't have the CC on right now.
Right there.
We did before. We don't have the CC on like we did last time we played it.
You want to run down real quick? Nope, not yet. Right. House is cleared. She was still in one. Where's the gun? No, she had boiling water and came at me with boiling water. You shot her? Yeah. She said she was going to rebuke me in the name of Jesus and came out with boiling water. That's what all this is. I'm standing right here. Alright. That's where she's going to do it. What do you want me for a month? This is nothing right now. Just hang out.
He said it. I don't remember her saying it.
Yeah.
You still want me holding this pressure? Yeah. EMS is coming. She's still gasping. Okay.
Would have thought they would have backed up and left the fucking get out of the door and let her be, right?
Right.
Yeah, you just
A little bit of water. Get out of her fucking house.
yeah, once you retreat and I come back, yeah, something later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, plenty far enough away. They could have just backed out and left. There was no problem. She wasn't under arrest. She didn't need to show ID. Christ. Fucking idiots.
Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have been in her house to begin with. That's for sure.
They got that ego, man.
Mhm. Always have to control everything. Every little, fucking thing about the situation.
It's not like she's the Green Beret, coming after with a fucking knife or weapon.
Yeah.
You know where she's been hit on or
I think in the eye.
Maybe.
I think in the eye. I'm not sure.
You take her down with one arm. I mean, nothing.
Where's she shot?
I think in the eye.
Okay.
That's where I've got the pressure at.
Do you have an X-ray? So you can tell?
Not that I can tell. No. I can't feel one.
But has it short over? No. Stripes. Stay out. Came out don't move that. Don't move that. Yeah. Try not to move that back. Take her out on the back for us.
I need you guys over here. We need that backboard.
Alright, go and get that down. Get it buckled out of the way.
In the kitchen right
You
now.
guys grab a backboard.
Yep.
Stay with him. She's still hanging on breathing out. Get her on the backboard, get her in the back. Please, try not to move this back. Try to move this back.
One more drink out.
Try to pull that back.
Have him in this pocket behind you? Yeah, you're fine. I can't feel an exit wound. I'm not sure. I haven't seen one either.
Okay. Don't move that back. Okay. So we know what caliber weapon she shot with?
9 mil.
Okay. Alright, backboard, let's go. What are you trying to grab? What do you want to do? I would say we just need to grab her, bring her up over the blood. Yeah.
Do you need me out of your way?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I got you out there. Hey, Johnny, do we have any idea who she is?
We were trying to ID her.
I think her name is Sandra. They were out there earlier.
I'll call her.
What are the chances you could go reach him?
Really need anything? I'm good. Okay. You alright? Yeah, I'm alright. Thanks, so. Fuck, man. Fuck. I'm at my car. What's up, man? You good? Six. Alright, turn that off.
What a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody stomps his fucking head in.
Huh. Yeah, if he's if you know, there's every time he's not being watched, they'll get him.
I'm gonna go get my kid. No, headshot, dude. She's done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot.
He's gonna have his gun where he's going.
Yeah.
God damn it. God, fuck. Dude, I'm not taking fucking boiling water to the fucking head. And look, it fucking came right to our feet, too. God damn it.
Oh, poor baby.
Mm-hmm.
You good?
Get out of our house.
Holster gun. Let her fucking just... There's nothing we can do, man. Fuck.
You shed water. You shed water, man. Yeah, man.
You good? Alright.
Yeah, shit.
Fuck. taking hot boiling water to fucking face, and it already reached us.
Yeah. Okay, I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I can't.
shoot you for some water.
So,
Wow.
yeah, I can't turn around and leave the house. Yeah. I can't turn around and leave. Gotta stay here and shoot you.
Fucking sister, man.
She's still breathing, but she's losing a lot of blood from the head.
Wow.
I'll go get my med kit. I mean, there's not much we can do.
Come on.
Richie, do we have any call history with her being 1096?
Bringing the whole herd with him. Jesus. He needs the fucking ambulance.
Explain why. Negative. She's in the kitchen. Sergeant, who, no. Let's just chill out here. Just Sarge right now. Are you guys secure? Yeah, we're secure. Is that cover? No, it's just her in the house. She's 1096. Is there anything you think we can do for her? Alright, I'm not even going to waste my med stuff then. You want to run down real quick? Nope, not yet. Alright. House is clear. She was the only one. Where'd you go? No, she had boiling water and came at me with boiling water. You shot her? Yeah. She said she was going to rebuke me in the name of Jesus and came out with boiling water. That's what all this is. I was standing right here. Alright. That's where she's landed. What do y'all need from us? Just nothing right now. Just hang out there for me. Thank you. I need to find some people around the house if you guys can. But other than that, that's thank you. Thank you. Me. Oh, I didn't know what happened. Yeah, I'm good. This fucking bitch is crazy. It's got tape. I think I got a roll. I got something coming up. You got enough? If not, I got a roll. Running across this front here. Where do you want it? I just around the house. You guys can go inside. Okay. Grandfather. That's good. Yeah, we can all put that front of it. Where's cut to the garbage cans? Yeah. last one. I didn't know. No, dude, it was good. It fucking happened so goddamn quick that we didn't have time to fucking call shit out. That was me. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. No, we're good. I didn't set it up on purpose. So, this is what it is. Have some choice.
Try to move that bag. We'll take her out on a backboard so you'll have to move that.
Yeah, he's good, dude. I made sure he was good. Yeah, he was here for the whole thing. No. We barely got missed. Okay.
Hey guys, grab your backboard. We're quiet on this one.
I'm gonna chill in my car. I'm gonna chill in my car for a minute.
Yeah, chill in your car and get your story straight. She never threw the pot at you, you liar.
Camera's off. My name is Tyrone White. I'm a former 6'5" Menlo Crip. Some of my rivalries were gangs in the Crip gang. We're involved in drive-by shootings as well as drug dealing, and this is how crime works.
Mellows.
Participated in drive-bys. I've been a victim of drive-bys plenty of times. When you go against war with one another, there's no winners. Now you can look at it and say, okay, I shot more of their homies than they shot of mine, or I killed more of their homies than they killed of mine. But both sides are taking losses. So if you both are taking the loss of life, there's no winners. When I was coming up, the guns that were used in gang banging were the 9mm, the 45s, Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun pump, AK-47s, Tech 9s. The first gun I ever got placed in my hand, given to me as a gift from one of my homeboys, was a 25, a chrome 25, little small 25 with the pearl handle. Had like 7 shots, 6 shots in it or something like that. And as you got older and you learn more about guns and elevate yourself, of course, you get bigger guns. Guns are sold on the street like dope is sold on the street. You can even buy guns from enemy gangs. Because right now it's a business. It's about making this money. They come from everywhere. Now, where they get them from could be from the police force. It could be from the military. You can never be caught what we call lacking or slipping. You got to always be ready. You got to have enough firepower. You are ready for war at all times. From the early 80s all the way up through the mid 90s, those were the years of heightened gang activities. So drive-by shootings were nothing. You could literally turn your news on every day during those years and see a drive-by shooting. Yeah, I mean every day. We had a drive-by shooting to where that I participated in. I walked in the house and I remember seeing it on the news. I must have been about 15 at that time. I remember my mom was on the phone and she was like, tired of kids shooting one another and killing. I remember thinking to myself, like, man, she has no idea that I was just in this situation. She never found out about it, but I just remembered the way that I felt listening to her on the phone, telling her friend, like, man, these kids need to stop this, and this is crazy. And there's another situation to where we were getting ready to go out on what they call Sunday Fun Day, when all the lowriders, all the motorcycle clubs, all the car clubs, all the gang members, that's like the one day to where all the gang members, enemies, everybody can congregate in one area on Crenshaw Boulevard. I remember we seen the car pull up to the corner. And usually when you see cars pull up in the corner with no lights or anything like that, you know that's a sign of something that's going to happen. And all you see was guns come out the window and everybody just got to shoot shooting at everybody, and we all just scattered like ants. Just everybody screaming, hollering, running, scattering, because no one had guns actually on their person at the time. One of my big homeboys, he was very known. He had got hit in the face because they shot with a 12 gauge, and they had buckshots, but it didn't kill them because they weren't shot at close range. Luckily, nobody got killed. The Crips were founded in the 60s, and by Raymond Washington. He formed the East Side Crips, which is on the east side of LA. Tookie Williams formed the West Side Crips, and through those two different foundations, different sets start to evolve. Different areas, you know, the Hoovers, the East Coast, the Rolling 60s, the Menlos, all these different sets. The object and the goal was to keep this side of LA safe. But, you know, as usual, things escalated, things multiplied, and violence began to happen. When Raymond Washington got killed, that's what caused the division. That's when Crippin became divided between the East and the West, and different things start happening in different subsets, and it just became like a disease. You know, one Crip set betrayed this Crip set, and it just caused a never-ending feud. Bloods used to be the main rivals of the Crips, but now there are just as many Crips are against one another than there are Bloods. A lot of Crips and Bloods have become allies because they share the same common Crip enemy. For example, the A-Trade Gangster Crips, they have a peace treaty going on with the Inglewood Family Bloods, and that's because their borderline is connected right next to one another. So, since our neighborhoods are so close to one another, you got to come to my neighborhood to get home. I got to come to your neighborhood to get home. Let's make this a blood-free zone. No violence. Not saying that we're homeboys or we're just a close hood, but let's keep the peace between this dynamic, between this area. The beef between the 6'5" Menlo Crips and the Hoover Crips, it goes way back. We actually all grew up together and went to school together. We became one of the biggest enemies to the Hoovers because our sets are so close to one another. To get to the Hoover hood, you got to come through our hood. You know what I'm saying? And so for us to get to other parts of the city, we got to go through the Hoover hood. I was born and raised in South Central LA all my life. I had a stepfather in my life that taught me how to be a man and different things. But for the most part, I was raised by a strong single mother. Usually in the black neighborhoods, when kids that come from single parent homes like that, they usually get caught up in these streets because your mom is out working, trying to make a living for you, provide for you. While she's at work, you're out there running the streets, doing shit that you know you're not supposed to be doing. And that's pretty much how I started it. I was about 10 when I first started hanging around them. I knew them very well. It comes down to, hey, you know, you've been hanging around us a lot. Been chilling a lot. You from the hood. Let's make it official. You know, and making it official means getting jumped in or doing something to be a member of the gang. Can be anything from you fighting one person, sometimes 4 or 5 persons. It's to see how you handle yourself. It's to see what type of skills you have. If you get into one of these type situations, you know, can you stand your ground and hold your own, whether you get beat up or not? You have to know how to fight back. You got to be a monster to be a member of any gang, but particularly the Crips, you better be a monster. The word Crip really originally meant community, resistance, and progress. It was a way to bring the community, to uplift the community, to protect the community. Of course, they took on a moniker and the appearance of a gang because, according to the dictionary, a group of 5 or more people is considered a gang. To be a Crip, you have to carry yourself a certain way. You have to walk a certain way. But for me, the allure was I loved the color blue, and they wore blue rags. They wore blue jeans. They wore blue belts. They wore blue Chuck Taylors. The dress code for me back when I was an active Crip in the 90s, in the early 80s, it was definitely 501 Levi jeans, creased. I would go buy a can of starch and literally spend about an hour ironing my pants, layering the starch to a point to where before I even put my pants on, I could stand them up. Crips wore K-Swiss because it was an acronym. It was actually a disrespectful term towards the Bloods. It was called K-Swiss stood for kill Slavs when I see some. Slavs is a disrespectful term towards the Bloods. If you wasn't a Crip, you couldn't Crip walk. If you wasn't a Crip, you didn't know how to Crip walk. And so to learn how to Crip walk and to actually perfect something like that was like a badge of honor. It's a cool thing. It's when you look at it, the feet movement, the way they dance, the way they do it, the way they incorporate certain moves, along with the hand signs and the hand signals. Words that you Crips usually use, which was part of the lingo, was, of course, cuz everything we say would start with a C. If you had to say burger, you say Kurger. You know, if you say you say sitch. It's just different things that you could replace the B with a C, you would do it. And that was the same thing with the Bloods. Anything with a C, they wanted to eliminate it. And it may sound strange, and people might be, oh, that's stupid. Y'all sound stupid. That was our language. That was the way that we talked. We understood it. And that's all that matters. And if you disrespect us and tell us it sounds stupid, you might get your ass whipped. Of course, they throw up the C. You know, the C is just, you just take your hand, you make a C with your hand. And now you're set, your actual neighborhood, your Crip neighborhood, like the 60s, they have their signs. The Hoovers, they have their signs. The Menlos, they have their signs. You're going to throw up that sign to represent, to let people know that you're actually from that set. You're from that neighborhood. We threw up the M. It was just an M. You just take your hands across your, which this is just how Ice Cube throw up the W when he's in concert and taking pictures. Snoop Dogg throws up the W. Just turn it upside down and you throw up the M. Gang graffiti is a big part of the Crips. People that are coming in there, they know when they see that on the wall, the Rolling 60 Crips or the Menlo Crips or the 5-5 Crips, they know we're entering this gang. This is their neighborhood. The gang structure is not so much organized like the mafia with underbosses and bosses and stuff like that. We didn't give titles like that. But people automatically knew who the OGs were, who the double OGs were, who the big homies was, and who was ranked over who. The double OG is usually one of the big homies that has put in more work than you can imagine. He's done it all. Killed, robbed, made money, been to jail. You name it, he's done it. Usually 50s, 60s, higher age, they were around in the 70s, in the 80s, when gangbanging really just exploded. They were at the top of their game. An OG really falls not too much different from a double OG, except that he may be a little younger, may have done a little less other crimes. Then you have some of the OGs that have turned their lives around, and they just want to live life, have a family, have a wife and kids, and they get money. They're making money the legal way. So what makes them OG is the fact that they're talking to the little homies, to the young homies, showing them and explaining to them how they were able to do this. Street soldier is exactly what that sounds like. A street soldier is going to go out there and put in that work for the OG, for the double OG, for the little homies, or just for the set, period. A street soldier has no limits. He's going to go out there and do what he has to do, no matter what. The little homies are usually, of course, what they sound like. The little homies that's looking up to the big homies. They're going to imitate, they're going to copy everything that the big homies do. And if the big homies is constantly going to jail, robbing people, shooting people, killing people, the little homies going to follow suit at some point. My main thing was always to look out for my big homie, or whoever called me their big homie, and make sure that he was taken care of, and vice versa, because he does the same for me. He don't have to, but he does. I started out selling weed in middle school, and then moved to crack cocaine and robbing. I did robberies. That was my way mostly of making money and keeping money in my pocket. The big homies had the big dope, and they'll issue it out to the younger homies. They'll issue it down to the guys to the next level. And it was a way for everybody from the big homie, OG homies, all the way down to the homies in junior high school to make money. The homies in junior high school, they may be out there selling crack on the corners, $5 rocks, $10 rocks, $20 rocks. The big homies, they move in big weight, ounces, quarter pounds, stuff like that. The drugs came from a lot of times from drug cartels and as well as the government, believe it or not. I mean, there's a story about Freeway Rick, one of the biggest black dope dealers in the history of Los Angeles. And he was he was caught up in that Iran-Contra stuff with Ronald Reagan, and come to find out that the DEA was supplying him with dope, the same dope that they gave him 30 years for in prison. So, it's like, that's just how it works. They put it in our neighborhoods to bring us down, to keep us down. Always a goal of Crips to make a substantial amount of money and to open up your own business, whether it be a smoke shop, a liquor store, or a foods place, or whatever. That was the goal, to find a way to take that money and make it somewhat as legal as you can. The LA riots happened in 92. I was 18 years old at that time. The LA riots was a result of the Rodney King verdict. Those 4 officers that were clearly guilty as hell on video, beating Rodney King half to death when they were found innocent, that just sparked something in the community. I didn't never think I would see nothing like that. The ground zero of the riots happened 5 blocks from my house. I was sitting at home watching the news. I seen the news. So we jump in the car and we drive up to the riots. By this time, you got hundreds and hundreds of people starting to migrate to Florence and Normandy. So at this point, it just kicked off. It was literally like wildfire. Every car that came through the intersection that had a white person in it was getting attacked. I saw news reporters getting beat up. I saw cameramen getting beat up, getting the cameras taken from
See you
them.
later, Northwoods.
At that time, it really didn't matter what gang you were from, because now it's a black against white thing now. So it didn't matter if you was a blood or a crip or whatever you was. Even though it was such a messed up day, such a f***ed up day, it was also a day to kind of rejoice, because that was the first time in a long time that you saw common enemies, Crips and Bloods and Mexican gangs, come together against this one common enemy, the LAPD. And so after a days of rioting, some of the community leaders like Jim Brown, the football player, a couple of popular gang leaders from different gangs, from different areas, different sets, had a meeting and decided that this was a perfect opportunity to try to bring a peace treaty, a truce between the gangs. Even though it was something bad that caused us to get to that level, it still was an opportunity for us to bring things together. Peace treaty lasted officially maybe a good couple weeks, and it kind of continued to dissolve as weeks and months went on. It to the point to where it didn't exist no more. But for that little short time, it was great to have it. When gangster rap came out, it introduced a lot of cripping, a lot of Crips. And when NWA came out, which is the group that started gangster rap, Eazy-E, rest in peace, Eazy-E was known to be a Crip. And from him, you had other pioneer rappers that were from Crip neighborhoods. You had Snoop Dogg, you had Dub C, all these popular gang rappers that was in the neighborhoods representing their hoods that were blowing up on the mainstream. And so now you got people sitting at home watching MTV, 106 in Park. They're watching all these video shows, and they got these gang members doing rap videos with the blue rags and the 6'4s and the lowriders and wearing all the gang attire, the gang uniform, but they're actually artists making money on TV, and now it's being broadcast all over the world. Aside from the UK and the Netherlands, I've heard about Crips in China. I heard there's some Crips in Africa, which I've actually seen online, social media.
people in Africa cripping and just loving this West Coast culture. And I think all these countries adapted on to these United States values and these United States ways just because of how it was glorified. Not really understanding the meaning of it. You know, that people lost their lives and people are killing. This is not something to play with. In 1994, I went to Oklahoma. I got a football scholarship to go to Oklahoma to play football. That's pretty much really what saved me from being killed or anything else bad happening to me on these LA streets. Played football there for 2 years at a historically black college in 1996, 97. I moved to Oklahoma City, and I started working at the Juvenile Detention Center. They needed a gang advisor, a gang trainer. So, of course, I was qualified for that. Just volunteering my time, talking to the kids and, educating them on gangs and telling them because I had no idea Oklahoma had a gang problem. So I went and I sat down with the chief of police to see exactly, where did he want me to go with this. I did 2 years in the school system. They came to me and asked me that I want to interested into transferring to the streets, basically running traffic, pulling people over, writing tickets, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, let me do that. I'll do that. See what that's like. I actually want to see how they dealt with drug dealers, with me being on the other side of the law, and all the complaints that I had as a criminal, all the police brutality, all the mistreatment from the police, I got to witness that firsthand working with them. And a lot of times I would have to intervene on hold on, it was a couple of times where they had to have that conversation with me. Look, either you with us or you with them. So even in the training of the police academy, I dealt with racism. I dealt with discrimination because a lot of those officers felt like this dude is a criminal. This dude is from the streets. How in the hell are you guys gonna let him work with us? Blah blah blah. That's why even after I became a police officer and I moved back to California, I still ended up hooking back up with my old homies and old gang members, and I ended up going to jail. Even after being a police officer, I went to jail. My experience with the LAPD, they still haven't found a way to deal with communities and cultures that they don't know nothing about. It's the same tactics. Dirty cops, bogus charges, planting drugs, mistreatment because of who you are or what you represent. It's the same thing. It hasn't stopped. But one way the police can bridge the gap with the community is to continue to work with those that want to work with them. Big U example from Rolling 60s. Guys that are gang activists that are trying to do things to stop the gang violence and help kids in the community and bring some positivity in the community. The main thing is to save lives. And after you save lives, you want to create opportunities. I went to jail in Oklahoma for robbery. Since at that time, when I was out there, it was for a robbery that I did when I was living in Oklahoma. When I came back to California in 2006, I went to jail again in 2009 for another robbery. And they ended up finding about another robbery that I did. They combined the cases. I ended up taking a 3-year deal. When I first got arrested, they took me down to the main LAPD headquarters, what they call the Parker Center. They transfer you the next day to the county facility. So I left the Parker Center that morning. They put me on the jail bus, took me to the county jail, which is known as the Twin Towers. You usually go into the tank. The tank is basically a holding area where a whole bunch of other gang members are at. And I'm talking about mixed in. Crips, Bloods, Mexicans, everybody. And that's like a box of dynamite waiting to explode. And sometimes you get put in those situations and the officers just leave you and they don't care. Whatever happens in there, it happens. And you're going to always find somebody in there that's going to challenge you, especially if you're from a rival gang. You listen for the lingo. You listen to what they're saying. Or you might see people that you haven't seen since elementary and you lost contact with them. You wonder where they were at. Well, this is where they at. And so you find out that they from a Crip set. And so you guys just connect with one. Now, if it becomes a racial thing, Bloods and Crips, you know, they find a way to unite against whatever race they have to go against. You know, it could be some violence erupt in between the transportation into the different dorms or the different units. But for the most part, in the county jail, Crips was with Crips, Bloods was with Bloods, or sometimes you get the general population where it's a big dorm. Now, don't get me wrong. If I went in there as a Milo Crip or as a 60 Crip or 60 go in there and they run into some Ubers, it's bad blood automatically. No matter we're Crips or we're Crips, we're in the same unit. Don't matter. We need to settle this beef. So I might walk in here and an Uber Crip might say, hey, you from Menlo? I need that fade. So that lets you know that at some point you and this guy have to fight because both of y'all sets don't get along. Inside or outside of prison with Crippin is no different. The way you carry yourself on the streets is the same way that you expected to carry yourself in the prison, except at a higher level. Because it's a little more dangerous in prison than it is on the streets. The thing that made me change my life was my kids. When I took the scholarship to the school, I was in the process of changing my life. I just didn't know it. But that was my start of changing my life. And when I started working with gangs and talking to the kids in the schools and the juvenile jails, and I seen how I was getting through to them and how much they respected me from what I was telling them and trying to teach them, it just made me want to change. It just made me want to continue to do positive things. And that's what I've been doing ever since. I met somebody one day and they told me I had this look. It's like, you should get into acting. You should think about acting. So I started doing acting little gigs, doing extra roles. And so I've done several projects and been a part of several TV series and dramas and different things that have gotten my foot into the door of acting. So there's definitely some positivity that can happen from my past that was negative. Yeah.
Amanda Domingo Peirano, former soldier of the Latin Kings. I used to run a drug trafficking network in New Orleans, and this is how crime works. So it was in 1995 when I got involved. It was because of the name.
Mellows, we're at the 10-hour mark.
When you said Latin Kings, they're like, oh, you know, they thinking like, man, don't play with him. Like, he's a Latin king. Initially is to uplift our people. This is not a gang, right? This is like an organization, just like you might have the Knights of Columbus. First, it would be a validation of who you were in the streets. Like, you just couldn't come from anywhere. Hey, I want to be a Latin king. You know, like, who are you? You know, what type of work you put in? You know, who knows you? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you violent? You know what I'm saying? Like, things got to line up with this specific lifestyle. So when you have 2 or 3 people, they want you to be initiated. They'll have 5 men that jump you, beat you up in a circle, 2 to 3 minutes. How you handle that process allows you to know if you made the initiation to become a Latin king. I remember specifically when I got jumped in, I was 14, 15 years old. Man, it felt like the longest 3 minutes of my life. I thought they was giving me extra time. I'm like, what time is it? And it was like, it's only been 1 minute. I'm like, and I'm fighting for my life. But when you fall down, they don't stomp you out. They let you get back up and keep fighting. And that's part of the initiation, because if you just stay down, then you're not ready. Then when the time is up, it's all hugs and daps. Amor diré. Everybody's saying King Love, King Love, King Love, you're a hug. And now we're laughing about it. You feel a sense of worth. You feel like you have a sense of purpose. Like now you're a part of something that is so great, and you're a part of something that's bigger than you. You get in their gang, they give you a name. They change your name. They call me Paco. You know, I eventually turned into Paco, the Pope of the streets. And I became a slave to my own name. So whether if I had to kill you, if I had to steal from you, if I had to rob you, if I had to hurt you, you're not going to shame this name because my identity was in this name. And I went hard behind that name. So they had, the Pee-wee when you first got in. That was the trial period just to see, your character, see if you're a man, if you're willing to fight, if you're willing to die, like if you're ready for war. If you're a juvenile, you're a Pee-wee for 2 years. And then from there, a soldier. And then from a soldier, you could rise in ranks. So in the ranking, they had the first Inca president. They had the vice president. They had the warlord, which is basically the enforcer. They had the council. That would see, it's just like a counselor, somebody that had a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge that you would have access to. And
now we're past the 10-hour mark.
Allocate where the funds would go. So basically that was the chain of command.
Sorry, guys. It's time now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man.
There you go, Grim.
Yeah, it's about that time, or what were you saying?
Yeah, we're past 10-hour mark.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Oh, I know, man. It's good to see everybody, that's for sure.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. Good to see you, Red. What's up?
Me, I'm going to fall asleep. I won't be spinning up another panel until after. I'm going to get some sleep and catch a heat up. You can spin up another panel, but I don't know who's going to host it.
Cool. Man. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be around. Like I say, if I'm around, I'll be up there, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll be back. Maybe in a few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on, man. All right. But Mama Bear, good to see you. Grim.
Yeah, good to see all you guys.
Good
I'm
to
going
see
to get a couple hours sleep.
you. Yeah. Ready? Yeah. Sean Little, North Woods. Everybody in chat, y'all take care.
Yep, we'll see you in a couple hours. See everybody in a few hours.
All right. Peace, y'all.
Get the house out live. There it goes. All right. See you later, guys. Bye.
Night.
All right.
Bye.
Later, Grim.
Yes.
Where is this thing?
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.